Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is May 24th, 2022. Welcome to the Valor in the Atlantic Telepresence Project. We are so proud to be beaming this story live to you today from 260 feet on the seafloor off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. This project is a cooperative agreement between NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, or GFOE. So essentially, NOAA is bringing the science, looking at this very special World War II shipwreck site. We're looking at the archaeology, the history, the ecology, and GFOE is bringing the technology. So what you're seeing right now is a live feed from the seafloor with their ROV, or a remotely operated vehicle. GFOE designs the ROVs, they build them, they pilot them. They brought their entire infrastructure from their headquarters in Mystic, Connecticut on semi-trucks. They carted it down, and we were aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, and they brought it all in here and installed it within the vessel, and it looks like something out of a NASA Space Center. It's incredible. They also have the satellite capability, so we have a satellite dish on the back deck, so that's how you're seeing these images from the seafloor beamed all the way up to outer space and back to you anywhere in the world through the internet. So we're so proud to be working with them, and it's an incredible job. My name is Tane Casserly. I'm with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, and I'm an archaeologist and a historian. And on board, I have another underwater archaeologist, our partner with this, with North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology. We have Chris Southerly. Hello, Chris.
Hey, Tane.
Great to have you here today. And we have another partner on the line, Dr. Chris Taylor, from another NOAA office, the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. And hello, Chris. How are you doing? We don't have Chris quite there yet. But we are on the shipwreck site today of the World War II tanker, the E.M. Clark. We are actually underneath the hull. Essentially, the ship is laying on its port side, which is the left-hand side of the vessel. It's intact, so you're looking what looks like it might not be that big, but it's actually about 50 to 60 feet of relief from the seafloor all the way up to the top of the hull. It's a gigantic ship, and it's 500 feet long. So this is the best representation of a World War II tanker really anywhere within diveable depths in U.S. waters. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. So this ship, the E.M. Clark, was sunk on March 18th of 1942 by the U-124. So it was a squally day, overcast, rainy, and the U-boat took advantage of this, and they fired 2 torpedoes into the port side of the E.M. Clark. The first torpedo hit the tanker's port side. The explosion buckled the deck of the tanker and brought down its foremast and the radio equipment, so they couldn't radio anybody. And then they fired a second torpedo, which sent the vessel down in about 10 minutes. So we can see some damage here now up the bow, which is just incredible. So thank goodness 40 of the 41 crew members did get off, but there was one loss of life. The poor soul was in the infirmary, which is the ship's hospital, right near where the torpedo exploded, and he lost his life. So this is a grave site from World War II, but it's absolutely phenomenal. You know, we have incredible conditions here today. This whole project, you know, we've had current that's been up and down and every which way, but we're literally have about a, what does it say, a 0.1 knot current in the surface?
0.1 knots, which is basically none at all.
Basically none at all, and it's crystal clear here, so absolutely incredible. So what you're looking at now is the bow or the front end of the monitor, but underneath the hull. So that's actually the keel that you're seeing here, and you can see the hull sort of tapered to a V, and that's that sort of that V point. And you'll actually see there's also some damage there at the bow that's sort of blown out there. So we might be able to get a great view inside the shipwreck there, but it's just spectacular. I mean, Chris, what do you think seeing this?
Like I said, this is just the visibility today is just truly gives you the majesty and the scale of some of these ships sitting on the bottom. I mean, you could not ask for a better conditions down here to see this. And the E.M. Clark, you know, as Tane said, almost 500 feet long, and for all intents and purposes, the hull is intact, other than where she was damaged. As we move around the wreck throughout the dives today, we'll see the deck side on the opposite side of where we are now. Again, as Tane noted, we're looking at the bottom of the vessel, you know, right at the the keel and where the what you could call the cutwater, the very front of the ship right now. But we have it had forward structure, had stern structure up on the deck, several masts sticking up from it, and that will and actually one of the smokestack towards the rear a little bit, that hopefully we'll be able to, with the visibility and the conditions, we'll be able to see some of those objects that have fallen off the top deck and are now laying in the sand off to the side of this. But this is just a majestic view looking down here.
Absolutely incredible. This is one of my favorite shipwrecks off North Carolina. A lot of divers, this is their favorite wreck because it is so big. It's just incredible. What you might also be seeing here in one of your feeds, you'll see sort of what looks like a black arm or bar that's extended out from the ROV with a box at the end with spheres on it. Those are lens spheres. So this is the Boxfish 360 video camera. There's actually a camera in there that has 3 lenses. And what the idea is that after the dives that we take that out, process it, and it creates a virtual reality experience where you can play it on your computer and use your mouse to move the view around, or even better, you download it to a pair of VR goggles, and now you're in that physical space, moving around and experiencing just like we are. So it's absolutely incredible. But that's what you're seeing here. As we look at the shipwreck again, we are looking at the bow. You can see that cutwater there that Chris was describing, and there's a damage to the hull there at the bow. And we're going to approach that very slowly, but we might be able to get a good look up inside the vessel there, if it's safe, of course, for the ROV. But just spectacular conditions we have here. I mean, nearly unlimited visibility.
I'm going to say this is, and it's quite a contrast from last week when we made a visit to the EM Clark, where we had such strong currents that the pilots and the navigator for the ROVs were struggling and fighting it just to hold position while we were hiding behind the on the leeward side, the down current side of the stern, just to see some of the wreck. And today holds the prospects of we're going to see the whole thing today.
Yeah, it really is magnificent. So as we just come around, and just checking if we have anybody else on the line. We have a few more guests who are going to join us. Is anybody there? And maybe not quite yet. So we're just working through a little bit of audio things here for our guests to join us. But as we go through again, I mean, this is just a magnificent view. Again, there's a bit of a scour here. We do get tremendous currents, as Chris was just mentioning. They could be quite high, and this is such a large structure that the winds, but it's very similar to what winds do. The currents actually blow through the sediments, and when they hit the structure, it's redirected and scours underneath it. So that's what you're seeing here. It's a scour that's been forced down with the currents of the water and moving that sand away. So that's what we're seeing. And as we come a little closer, we can actually see the damage there to the bow of the hull. And the torpedo that was first struck by the U-124 was up towards the bow, so it's hard to tell if this was the actual torpedo damage or if it happened just a little bit behind it, because of course, as Murphy's Law would have it, the damage that's occurred on the shipwreck from the torpedoes are on the port side, which is now buried in the sand. But it does present us with a magnificent view of this intact vessel. And we're seeing look like some jacks that are swimming around us as well. Again, we're just getting a little bit better line of attack here. We're starting to see up that cutwater there. We're going to see part of the deck as well. So this is just a magnificent view for those of you at home here seeing this gigantic World War II tanker lying on the seafloor. And for our folks joining us in the Pacific Islands, We have friends joining us in New Zealand, Aotearoa, Kia ora. We have friends in American Samoa, Talofa. And for our friends in Hawaii, aloha. Thank you so much for joining us today on this live expedition to the seafloor off the coast of North Carolina. So we're looking at these sites, several sites during this expedition. We're looking at them historically, archaeologically, and ecologically. These shipwrecks play a major role here as habitat and with the marine species here. So it's really important we tell that entire story here. And as NOAA, as the nation's premier ocean agency, this is our mission, and we're working very closely with our partners to do that. I should mention that the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary that I work for only manages the shipwreck of the USS Monitor. It's a very small sanctuary. We like to think of it as the jewel in the sanctuary's crown, but it's only a 1 mile diameter column of water from the water's surface all the way down to the seafloor in the shipwreck. So we actually don't manage any of these other shipwrecks, but they are managed by other agencies, institutions, or governments. So it could be the U.S. Navy, it could be MIRAD, it could be the United States Coast Guard, they could be foreign flagged, so they could belong to our allies, UK Royal Navy, they could belong to the Republic of Germany, and so many others. So we respect that. This is a no-take expedition. It's literally all visual documentation, so we won't be taking any samples of the marine life. We won't be taking artifact samples. I mean, it's truly just using this incredible technology that GFOE has brought to the table here to visually document these shipwrecks and help us to monitor them over time. You know, and Chris, you know, what's it like, I think, using an ROV versus scuba diving on the site? Because we'd love to scuba dive it, but maybe what are some pros and cons between this and this technology and the more traditional scuba diving?
Like I say, well, the use of the ROV, the remote operated vehicle technology here, when we're dealing with wrecks in these conditions and at these depths, again, we're at about 260 feet. The huge benefit of the ROV is that it gives us virtually unlimited bottom time. So we can carefully move around the wreck. We can fully video document it. If it were in the mission parameters, the ROVs can be equipped to take samples and do collections. Although we're not doing that with this mission. This is a look only and photo documentation mission on this. But the key is that unlimited bottom time, because as divers working at this depth, even pushing the limits with closed circuit rebreathers, technology like that, you know, it's a very small percentage of the diving community that has that skill, and the diving community is a very small percentage of our population.
Absolutely. Right.
So, and you know, our dive time would be limited at probably at most about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And, you know, whereas, you know, we could swim around and maybe get into some of the nooks and crannies to look closer that the ROV can't. You know, we are so limited on bottom time. And it's, you know, if you will, if the conditions aren't perfect, it's literally like hitting a needle in the haystack of jumping off the boat and drifting towards the wreck and drifting downwards and hoping to hit the bottom about where the wreck is. And
absolutely.
So it's a challenging endeavor.
And I'll tell you what, I'm noticing something that I never noticed on the shipwreck before, because when you're scuba diving, it is so awe-inspiring. All you want to do is get to the shipwreck. But what it looks like now is that perhaps when the ship went down, because those torpedoes did hit towards the bow, I'm seeing what I think is damage to that bow, where it might have hit that lower bow area first and crumpled it, and then sort of laid down maybe on its port side. But that's pretty telling there. That really looks like it hit fairly hard and then rolled over there, or lay gently down on that port side was left hand. Is that what you're seeing too, Chris?
I guess say yeah, it absolutely looks like that, and we're seeing some collapse on what would have been the starboard rail, the starboard side of the deck, as the top part is beginning to fold in and collapse down a little bit. And if you're looking at is just coming into view on the main feed, but if you're looking at feed 2 with the quad feed, you can see one of the large anchors that's laying there right at the top edge of what would have been the starboard bow, ready to be deployed and dropped.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is gigantic, ladies and gentlemen. So we need to remember that not only was it about nearly 60, 65 feet of beam, which is the width, but the hold itself from the bottom of the keel up to the deck was gigantic too. So, when you look at the bow, we need to remember that. So that depth is 30 feet. So that's 30 feet when we look dead on there from the top of the bow there on the right-hand side to the bottom on the left. So for a sense of scale, that it's just gigantic. And I am seeing a little bit more of deterioration from what I've noticed on previous dives where, Chris, you mentioned looks like that upper deck work there has collapsed just after maybe the forecastle, the anchor well perhaps. But, it's such a large issue, we'd find that. So it looks like we've got some more experts on the line. Who else do we have on the line today?
Yeah, Tanya and Chris, this is Chris Taylor joining by phone. I'm happy to be here. This view on the bow is spectacular. The wreck is gigantic. The species are numerous. Very much enjoying seeing the schooling vermilion snapper, the jacks. Look forward to talking more about the species that we're encountering here.
Yeah. I'm so grateful you're here, Chris. This is an incredible view for us too. We're getting absolutely stellar conditions here. This visibility is, bar none, some of the best we've ever seen. I mean, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I've never been on this wreck. The first time I was on this wreck was on the first dive in this mission, where we were only able to view the fantail because of the really strong currents. And this is exceeding the expectations. My only other view of this wreck is from the multi-beam sonar that we collected about 5 years ago, which was just dramatic in its size on the seabed and the erosion and the sand waves that this wreck created with the dynamics of the Gulf Stream and the rapid ocean currents that sweep the sand over the site. So now to see it in person, the scale is just ginormous. It's hard to appreciate that here, being able to see the expanse of that forecastle and the view of this ROV, but recognizing that it's 60 feet from the bottom of the sand up into the water column that this feature is extending. It's one of the tallest and proudest shipwrecks we have on our coast.
Yeah, absolutely. And I should mention for the folks listening that we're viewing this in the daylight, but the exciting part of today's dive is that we're going to take it into the afternoon, into twilight and night, and perhaps see some different behavior from this marine life. Chris, is that what we're hoping to see?
Yeah, and we're encountering some wide variety of species here, which isn't very surprising given the high relief and complexity of this shipwreck. On the left was the species that was just swimming through somewhat slowly from mid to left was a red snapper, an American red snapper. We're seeing an abundance of almaco jacks. We may encounter some greater amberjacks here. There's been schools of vermilion snapper. There's another red snapper swimming from about mid-screen down towards the bottom to the left of the boxfish. So I think we'll get a good assessment of the species here, and we'll start to generate some hypotheses on what we think their behavior may do as we transition from day into night.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and then we're going to get some great views here where it looks like the ROV's going to make a little bit of an approach, but we're getting some great views of the deck works here. So as we slide along, you can see the gigantic windlass of the EM Clark. You can see here, and last time we were here, that windlass was actually still on the deck there, so it looks like that has collapsed. But just the sheer scale of the size of that is enormous. That gigantic anchor chain, and you can see both anchors still stowed away right in those hawse pipes. You can imagine if the vessel was intact, they would still be sailing there, steaming on the ocean. But those anchors are still there, and they're gigantic too, 8 feet long, just enormous.
I see. This is a really great view, Tane, because we're looking dead on at the front of the ship. To the upper part of the screen would have been the starboard side. The right, we're seeing the anchor there in place through the hawse hole as it would have been stowed, and on the lower side, the port side anchor is there with, and then that, as you're talking about, that whole expanse of anchor chain that would have been, hundreds and hundreds of feet of that heavy anchor chain for a vessel of this size and the depths that it's working from with the windlass and winch machinery there.
Absolutely. It would have been just enormous.
I mean, just so impressive here.
For those of you just joining us, we are on the World War II tanker, the E.M. Clark. We are at 260 feet on the seafloor. We're about 20 or so miles off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. And we are NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuary with our partners, and especially the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration that is making this all possible, this technology, these live feeds and the ROVs that we're seeing here, providing these just spectacular views here of this gigantic tanker. It's nearly 500 feet long. The beam, or the width of the vessel, when it was afloat, was nearly 70 feet. And from the bottom of the keel, which is the very bottom of the boat, to the top of the hull was 30 feet. So it gives you a sense of scale here. We got such great visibility here today. It's hard to judge how big the shipwreck is, but it is absolutely enormous. So we're just coming up and just kind of, the ROV pilots are coming closer and closer to the shipwreck, just being very gentle. We want to make sure we don't damage the shipwreck and the resource first off, but obviously the technology we don't want to damage as well, so we're being very gentle as we move through this wreck. Just moving along. And hopefully we have another expert on the line here with us today. Dominic Bush, are you with us?
Hey, Tony, I'm here.
Hey, Dom. Well, thanks for joining us. Dom's a PhD candidate at East Carolina University, I believe. And Dom, what do you think about this shipwreck we're seeing today?
This is, again, just like yesterday, amazing conditions. The preservation of the shipwreck is amazing. And I think one of the cool things for me personally is I wasn't aware of the World War II maritime history North Carolina had until coming to East Carolina University. So the E.M. Clark was definitely one of the shipwrecks we learned about the whole Battle of the Atlantic, and to see it in person like this has been really eye-opening, and again, it's just been just great conditions.
Yeah, well, we're happy to have you, and with your own research that you're doing for your dissertation, you're also looking at some World War II artifacts of time, right? But maybe in a different ocean and with a different material. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, Tane. I am looking at World War II aircraft wrecks in my home state of Hawaii, and those are made out of aluminum. So the biology, the ecology is a little bit different, since aluminum tends to be a little bit more of a less favorable substrate to grow on. Iron is really conducive to growth, and that's what you're seeing a lot here. It's completely encapsulated in that kind of concretion calcium matrix, and then with some of the benthic organisms growing on it. Airplanes tend to have a little less growth than that, the iron parts notwithstanding, but this is a much higher diversity of ocean life.
Yeah, thank you for that. And it's an exciting new, it's an exciting new thread of research where we're taking it beyond the old school traditional where you go down, you document the site, take pictures, do your site plans. That's all happening, of course, but now, we're looking at the site in its entirety. So we're talking about the macro level, the marine life, the fish, the habitat, the bacterial level. What's happening here? So it's really exciting. And Dom, thank you all for also bringing up where you're from, because we do have friends joining us in Hawaii today. So aloha to everybody out there on the Hawaiian Islands, as well as American Samoa, Talofa, and New Zealand. Kia ora. Wonderful to have you join us, and it's really connecting those two theaters of war, the Pacific War in World War II and the Atlantic War obviously the Atlantic. So, but what makes it wonderful when we tell those stories is that it's really the start of the war for the United States at Pearl Harbor, 1941, December 7th, and it really ended for the United States on the East Coast here when we were able to push back the German threat, which really enabled D-Day when it did, because we were able to overcome the German U-boats. And this shipwreck we're on is a victim of those German U-boats. And again, we're getting some spectacular views here of this shipwreck, and I just can't believe it as we're starting to move along the deck side of it now. It is laying on its left-hand side, the port side, and we're getting this great view looking down the hull here and just seeing the entirety of this vessel. This is amazing.
It looks like we're starting to see part of the forward mast structure laying in the sand there.
Absolutely. And in the historical accounts of the ship sinking when it got hit by a torpedo, it mentions that mast coming down and taking out the radio room as well. So, of course, these folks would have trouble notifying people that they got hit and warning other ships because the radio room was taken out.
Like I say, it's, the fact that we're able to observe those details at the distance that we are away from the wreck, the visibility. We had a comment on the chat talking about how they were really surprised at the clarity and the visibility that we've got, and how bright and wonderful blue it is out here. The folks along the Virginia shoreline and North Carolina shoreline are not used to seeing this closer in. They're used to the greenish hues that we see, and a lot more particulates and turbidity in the water. And Tana, you've been in the water yourself out here, cruising along the E.M. Clark, and why is it that we've got that wonderful clear blue water? Well, at least for today.
Oh,
and why we don't sometimes.
Yeah, so it's we have the tremendous Gulf Stream current coming from the south that comes through, bringing the beautiful blue water. It can bring incredible currents as well, but we also have the Labrador current coming down from the north. Colder water, sort of greener, and the two mix oftentimes right here off Cape Hatteras, so it makes it really challenging to work out here. It looks like we just had the stars align literally for us today, where we got that blue, beautiful water, that clarity, but not a lot of current, so this is incredible. And just to describe to folks at home what we're doing, you'll see that we have an arm, a black arm, extended away from the ROV with a camera housing at the end. That's a Boxfish 360 camera. It has 3 lenses inside, and what it's doing is capturing 3 different views of this experience we're having, and afterwards we'll process it and create sort of a virtual reality experience where we can play it back and give you a tour of the shipwreck site where you feel like you're free swimming through the water column. So you could have it on your computer, move your mouse around, and it'll move around the screen, or even more so, even more immersive, download it to a pair of VR headsets, and you can look anywhere really in that realm and feel like you're there. And it's 5K video, so it'll be absolutely high resolution. But once we do that, we pull that in, we're going to do that for a little while longer. We're going to pull that in and literally just explore the shipwreck site because it's so amazing. What we're doing is looking at it visually, working with my archaeologist compatriot on the ship, Chris Sutherley. We can look at it archaeologically, look at what the structure's doing, notice changes like we've already seen with this part of the starboard side of the bow collapsing a little bit, and that's going to happen. So that's much different than we've experienced when I was back here in, maybe 2014. So we're seeing a lot of changes here, but that's, again, this big structure, you will see that. But also, maybe more importantly, working with folks like Chris Taylor and his partner, Dr. Avery Paxton, really looking at the habitat. And, Chris, maybe you could, Taylor, you could talk a little bit about that work you've done at NCOS to look at these shipwrecks as habitat and sort of that whole 3D living shipwreck project.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Our collaboration between Monitor National Marine Sanctuary and NCOS has existed for about 5 years now, and it's been one of my favorite projects in NOAA since coming to NOAA about 12 years ago. This is a project we call Living Shipwrecks because it's exactly what you're seeing here. These shipwrecks had a tragic end of their service on the surface of the ocean, have fallen to the seabed, and are now forming an oasis and an island of sea life. They rise up and erupt from the expanse of sand, forming a very complex habitat that is constantly changing and is constantly influenced by the dynamics of oceanographic features like the Gulf Stream and the moving currents and changing water temperatures. What we're seeing here is the life that it's now supporting. Sand tiger sharks are swimming by. We're observing hundreds or thousands of fish in schooling behaviors over the top of the wreck, up in the water column. Large-bodied snappers like the American red snapper and jacks that are highly sought after by the recreational and commercial fishing industries. It's just an incredible sight. I've not been on this wreck as a diver myself. I've only observed it remotely using an ROV and cameras or our sonars that I can talk about later. But I'm excited to continue this survey through this site and learn more from you and get insights from our citizen scientists joining us through the chat window on this YouTube broadcast. So thanks for having us, and look forward to doing more observations and exploration.
Yeah, absolutely. And then maybe for the ROV pilots, when after we're set and we're able, it'd be great to maybe start moving down the hole a little bit. And it'd be great too if we could maybe to peek into some of those gigantic openings, if we could do so safely without endangering the equipment, of course. We might be able to throw some nice light in there, but it really is spectacular. Again, this is a casualty of World War II's Battle of the Atlantic. This is a fantastic example of that war. This was crewed by merchant mariners from the United States and the U.S. Merchant Marine. The U.S. Merchant Marine had the highest casualty rate of all the uniformed services in World War II, even more so than the Marines. It's a little-known fact, but 1 in 26 merchant mariners wouldn't make it back home again. They were moving these ships that were essentially the semi-trucks of the day, moving everyday goods. They're moving food, war material, anything really to help the war effort in Europe and Africa and Asia too, of course. But we just need to think of these as giant semi-trucks, and oftentimes they were unarmed and they went into harm's way anyway. So they were truly heroes. And just recently, they had the honor of receiving the gold medal, which is wonderful, from Congress. So we talk about them, we honor them, and celebrate their service too.
Well deserved for the merchant mariners of the day. And I think speaking as a historian, long overdue.
Yeah, much longer.
Because the story that goes along with that is some of these merchant ships did have U.S. Navy sailors on them, and they were standing watch and serving on these ships just the same as the merchant mariners, and the Navy sailors were recognized and had the pensions and the veterans benefits and things like that, and the men standing right next to them doing almost the exact same job did not receive that for decades after that. And I think that's one of the things that NOAA should be proud of, kind of spearheading and making everyone aware of the as this is called, the Valor in the Atlantic of the merchant mariners. So those merchant mariners, many of whom lost their lives.
Absolutely.
Along the battle in the Atlantic here, up and down, especially off of North Carolina. The E.M. Clark is one of 78 merchant vessels and 90 total vessels that went down during the early years of the war.
Right, just off North Carolina.
Right, that's just within North Carolina's waters. That's not further up or further south. So
yeah, absolutely, and it's a good point, Chris, that you make about them not being recognized till just now, because they could be on a vessel and they could have a Navy Armed Guard crew next to them who are manning a gun, and you could have a U.S. merchant mariner right next to them, and the ship goes down. That Armed Guard crew with the Navy will go off. They can get a pension. They can go to the hospital. They'll be taken care of. The merchant mariner wouldn't. They'd be lucky if they got back to shore and basically left at the pier and basically said, good luck. So it really was a huge difference back then. So when you look at those folks, those brave men and women that volunteered, they were really putting themselves out there, and I think they were heroes for doing that.
I'm going to say and it's I think that's it. We should probably mention too. This operation is aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, and while we do have the officers aboard are part of the NOAA Officer Corps, part of the uniformed service of the United States. The majority of the crew are able-bodied seamen and merchant mariners, just the same as the merchant mariners would have been in World War II, and they are what's making this ship be a super versatile platform, and really they've made our job extremely easy to do. The caliber and quality and skills of this crew, paired with the engineers from the Global Foundation of Ocean Exploration, makes us look good just standing here in the background with the commentary.
No, absolutely. And just for folks who are joining us and you're looking at your screens, we are on the shipwreck of the E.M. Clark, a World War II tanker, at about 260 feet of water, about 20 miles off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. And what you're seeing now is actually the forward part of the ship, so towards the bow. And just to the right there, that large opening, that's a large cargo hold opening. So that would have had a cover to it, which of course have blown off, and you can see in the sediment. But that is a gigantic opening for the cargo hold, and we may be able to position the ROV to get a good look in there too. But Chris, you brought a good point about the U.S. Merchant Marine in the 1940s with World War II, but also right now. So when I was walking through their ship and I was looking at people's cabins, the merchant mariners, able seamen aboard the ship, have a sticker on their doors that says licensed U.S. Merchant Mariner there, and that's that same tradition that we've had for so long in the United States, and it's still continuing today. So even if we have conflicts anywhere in the world that the United States responds to, we still get there by sea with these ships that are carrying that cargo. We might use an airplane to move personnel. Sometimes it might go on the ships too, but all those things that needs to support those efforts overseas still goes by ship, and they're still manned by U.S. Merchant Mariner crews.
I guess they absolutely is like my office with the underwater archaeology branch of the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology. We're located at just south of Curie Beach, south of Wilmington, North Carolina. Kind of sandwiched between the Cape Fear River and the Atlantic Ocean, and almost directly across from us, across the Cape Fear River, is the one of the U.S. Army installations, Military Ocean Terminal Sunny Point, or MOTSU, and it is one of the largest munitions depots for all the armed forces on the East Coast. Probably 90-95% of any munitions that are used in the Atlantic or European theater come from Matsu and travel in and out by ship.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, it's incredible. You know, as we're looking at these views, again, we need to remind folks the size of this vessel, its beam or the width of the deck was originally nearly 70 feet. So above the sediment here, the sand is probably at least 60. So this is nearly a 6-story building that you're looking at right now, and we're looking right into one of those cargo holds, and you can see sort of right through it because sort of the lower hull plates have fallen off. Again, you know, this ship's been on the seafloor for over 75 years, with really just a frame of itself, and of course you're going to see some of those plates fall off, but it's a pretty incredible view though.
It's an amazing view looking down into the forward hold area.
And for the ROV pilots, if we're able to move a little bit closer, that would be amazing. But I want to make sure we're safe, though. I don't want to.
I can say, don't
want to overstep.
Yeah, don't scratch the boxfish.
Yeah. But just because these views are so stunning, and you know, we're just so lucky today with this incredible visibility. The current is nearly nothing, and we're really getting some spectacular views here of the shipwreck. And Dom, you know, I know you're from Hawaii and done a lot of work in the Pacific. Have you ever seen a ship like this out in the Pacific, in the waters you've worked?
Hey, Tommy. So in Hawaii, I have not seen anything like this. Of course, the only World War II shipwrecks would have been in Pearl Harbor. But in Guam, I've seen a Japanese tanker in Apra Harbor that was similar in scale to this, but that was only at about 60 to 90 feet of water, so nowhere near the depth of this. And I think it's really awesome that NOAA and GFOE have decided to highlight wrecks like the E.M. Clark. And as you guys said, it shines a light on a aspect of World War II that perhaps not a lot of people are familiar with. And I know, as a graduate of the American school system, it's kind of taught that World War II happened Pearl Harbor, Midway, and then all fighting in foreign places. And you get these kind of hidden fronts here in North Carolina, in Alaska, that get forgotten about. And these kind of projects that are meant to reach the public really shines a light, and perhaps maybe will spark a new appreciation for these hidden war fronts.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. There's Japanese I-boats that were, doing things up in the Northwest and the Pacific, sort of down in California, people don't know about. But on the Atlantic War, at least, this is where the war came home, right? Some of these shipwrecks are very close to shore. The U-701, the German U-boat U-701, actually mined the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay. It sank ships 1 mile off Virginia Beach. So those of you on the eastern seaboard know that's a very famous tourist destination. And those folks living in the Outer Banks of North Carolina and up and down the eastern seaboard, they could be woken up in the middle of the night with an explosion rocking the bed, flash at sea, and then next morning you're starting to see remnants of oil and other things start to float ashore. I mean, this affected us, but maybe it's a testament to the power of the War Department, where that information was really held back and suppressed because you don't want to terrify the populace. You don't want to tell them how close the enemy is.
It's about morale.
Right.
You don't want to terrify them.
And we're getting, again, some fantastic views here, some close-ups of the bow section of the EM Clark. You can see machinery there. And I believe, if memory serves, we're seeing on the bottom of the screen there, so it looks like a blade coming out. I think that's actually a spare propeller down there, just on the seafloor. It looks like an airplane sort of propeller coming out.
Oh, yeah.
I had the opportunity with Noah to dive on this about a decade ago, and we kind of poked in through here, and I remember being so awed that I turned around, and I didn't notice it first, but it was a giant spare propeller that's stowed away in here. It's just incredible.
I'm going to say, yeah, Dom, you mentioned that you'd been on had the opportunity to dive one of the Japanese tankers over in the area of Guam, but it was considerably shallower than this, in the 60 to 90 foot range, and we're looking at the 260 feet, give or take here. We're talking about roughly the same time period. How did the preservation look over there compared to what we're seeing here? Was it in comparable shape, or more deterioration, or again, some of your research in the micro environment and looking at some of the corrosion and deterioration? Is there a notable contrast to that, or relatively similar?
That's a great question, Chris. And I think overall, it's similar in terms of deterioration, but the biggest difference that I've noticed is there's a lot less benthic growth, like corals and sponges and the likes on the EM Clark as compared to the shipwreck in Guam, the Tokai Maru, which is in Apra Harbor. It's in a tropical, reef system. Or it's a harbor, but that area of the world is very conducive, of course, to coral growth, and you're at a much shallower depth. Corals rely on sunlight for growth. So that's the main difference that I'm seeing, is that you're seeing a lot more of this concretion layer, and that's about it. Whereas a lot of the structure for the Tokai Maru was obscured by the coral growth and those more coralline algae and those bigger benthic organisms.
I guess so. Yeah, that's a interesting contrast. There is like Chris Taylor's that kind of match with what you would expect biologically and ecologically on these wrecks. Is the shallower wrecks, more sunlight, more into the photo zone, as opposed to the deeper ones.
Yeah, 240 feet is still reading a lot of ambient light coming onto this wreck, even at 240 feet, and thankful to the water clarity. It's pretty incredible. But yeah, the attached organisms, the biota, we're seeing, when we got towards the bow, we were definitely seeing some sea whips. Those are black corals or soft corals that were attaching sort of like meadows of the white strings and spirals. And I was also seeing a couple of other sponges and attached soft corals, tunicates. not as much as we may have seen on the monitor, which was only 30 feet shallower than this one.
Mm-hmm.
But we do encounter more tropical species in that, especially in the summertime, over those shallower wrecks. They get overgrown with algae very often, and are covered with the invertebrates and other attached biota.
And Chris, as we look at the screen here, we have a fish that swam by, but then there's some sort of organism that almost looks like a white and sort of wispy that's attached. Do you have any idea what that might be?
Yeah, I was waiting for a break to request. I don't know what it is, Tommy, but I'm looking at it in the quad view and on feed 2 in the 2 upper panels, and it's hard to make out what that is right now. It may be a hardcore Oculina, or it could be some other organism. But yeah, maybe if the ROV is able to zoom in, it's hard for me to tell. It looks like it's moving around in the currents. I think we'll have to get a much closer view to be able to figure that one out. But it looks like we're seeing a grouper swimming by that right now.
And there's a zoom for you, Chris. See what you think.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna put that up. I'm gonna take a screenshot of it and do a little investigating myself here.
It looks like we have a lionfish behind it too.
We do, yeah. The invasive lionfish native to the Indo-Pacific, and it's definitely made their home off the warmer waters of North Carolina. They do have a temperature limit. They don't occupy waters colder than about 62 degrees Fahrenheit. But I believe we're probably warmer than that here. Can the ROV report on the temperature at the bottom here?
Oh. See, the ROV pilots, are you able to tell us what the temperature is on the bottom? We do have that technology.
Like I say, yeah, looks like
but that organism that's in front of us right now is a puzzle.
Like I say, we've got an old reading off of Yogi. They're going to bring it up current to get a current temperature.
Oh, and Chris, we also have a new fish entering the frame, which you'll be seeing in just a moment. What is it we're looking at?
Yeah, this is a barracuda, greater barracuda. And this is a very common fish on the wrecks in these depths. Zoom in there. Yeah, the markings on the side, the bright silver scales, very long, slender body. They're also voracious piscivores and predators, and when you're scuba diving, they tend to always occupy that blind spot off one of your fins, and sometimes can get a little alarming when you turn around and see their snaggletooth grin as they're just staying off your side.
Yeah,
as you're trying to get your science done.
Well said. That's the last thing you want to see as you turn around.
Really. Like I say, Chris, it looks like we've got an update on the probe temperature off of Yogi. It's 20.8 degrees Celsius, and for those of us who were of the generation before that were told that we would be switching to metric in the 70s, and we never did. That's about 69 or 70 degrees Fahrenheit for the Americans, and the I guess we're the only ones in the world that pretty much use Fahrenheit anymore.
You got to be first in something.
Yeah.
This is great. Well, maybe for the ROV pilots, if we keep sliding to the right just to get some more views here of the rest of the hull, but we're getting some great shots. You guys are doing a fantastic job of lighting and really getting some great views here. Just moving along. But you can see how we had all the structure that was on the vessel, and of course if it's laying on its side, it's going to drop off. So that's what's happened here, is that these are actually part of the houses and the decks and things that have just sort of just sloughed off. And that's why you see what kind of looks like rubble. It's almost like a like a child's toy like an erector set where you picked it up and dropped it. It's all there, but you got to piece it all back together again.
See, I'm thinking tragic accident with Legos. as the upper structure and pieces and parts fall off and scatter nearby as it hits the floor.
Yeah, I agree with that. Every once in a while, again, Tommy and Chris, I lose perspective on the scale of this massive shipwreck. That shark that swam by pretty close to the wreck itself was probably 6 to 7 feet long, and it just looked like it was completely dwarfed by this very small part of the wreck. Again, probably towards the bow here. So it's just really impressive how much structure is laying here, and like you said, Chris, how it's collapsed and formed sort of a complex layer resting on the seabed with still superstructure rising up from the bottom, hanging from the outer hull on that starboard side.
And say, and archaeologically, and as historical archaeologists, that area of the wreck could be, or actually would be, very interesting to us were we to do a hands-on investigation to this, because that superstructure would be where the crew would have had a lot of their activity going on, where they lived and worked. So a lot of those everyday items that would tell the story of a sailor from the early 1940s and things like that are going to be intermixed with that rubble and debris from the forward superstructure there. So, those are areas that we would focus on archaeologically to get some of the clues about the people aboard. And it's interesting, Chris, to notice too, is like I'm looking at the quad feed, one of the wider angle views from the front of Yogi. We see a lot of schooling fish over top of the that debris pile. Is like, it looks like caught a flash in the light. Is that some of the smaller the vermilion snapper, maybe the schooling around there? Again, it's hard to tell with the scale too of how large they are.
Yeah, it really is, Chris. And I was just going to comment on that broad view. I just keep going back and forth, hoping that the ROV, something that's swimming in that broad view, will swim in closer proximity to that front high-res camera, that 4K camera. But yeah, that broad view on feed 2 right now is really, really spectacular. With the amount of debris that's fallen off the wreck, and the number of small fish on it, it's really hard to make out the species. I am seeing some red reflections here. There could be some squirrelfish, some vermilion snapper. We're definitely getting some vermilion snapper swimming underneath Guru as we can get that view of Yogi closer to the wreck. But I look forward to investigating that further. Actually here in the field of view now, we're seeing almaco jack, but also some angelfish. These are fish that most divers would recognize them as being abundant on tropical reefs, like we see in the Florida Keys, the Caribbean, or the Gulf of Mexico, and they find this to be suitable habitat because of the complexity, the attached organisms that provide food for the species. So yeah, so they're just left of the boxfish. It's an angelfish. Not quite sure of the species yet. And we'll get the head markings on the head to display. No, not that time. Sometimes they don't cooperate.
Well, hopefully we'll see many more of them. So just I want to remind folks that are joining us, we are on the World War II tanker, the E.M. Clark. We're in 260 feet of water, about 20 miles off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, and we're bringing these images to you live from the seafloor with a 6 to 8 second delay anywhere in the world. So we're the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, working with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, or GFOE as they're known, and they are bringing this technology, making it possible for you to see this live. So these are two remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, that are used together, and we're capturing this live footage and sharing it with you through a satellite and beaming it back down to the internet so you can see it. And I believe we have a new expert joining us. We should have Nicole Grenon from the Florida Public Archaeology Network. Are you with us, Nicole?
I am. I'm here. Hi, Tane.
Hey, well, thank you so much. We're so pleased to have you. Welcome to the seafloor at 260 feet. What do you think of what you're seeing?
This is truly incredible. I mean, these are obviously places that are inaccessible to most people in the world. I mean, there are so few divers who are certified to go that deep, but just in general, I mean, most people are not certified divers, and to be able to get a look at something like this was such an incredible part of our American heritage, but also our global heritage. I love this. This is so much fun.
Yeah, well, we're very pleased to have you, and I'll give a plug for the Florida Public Archaeology Network, or FPAN, that you guys do phenomenal work. Working with the dive industry, local businesses, basically doing everything you can to have a celebration of our nation's maritime heritage through trail signs, exhibit, websites, trainings. I mean, you guys are the national leaders, so we're very proud to have you on the phone line with us today.
Well, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Well, again, we're getting some great shots here. We're looking at the deck, which is where the crew would have walked when the ship was afloat. And we're coming in and just looking at this incredible structure. The ship was originally almost 500 feet long. The beam, or the deck width, the ship's width would have nearly been 70 feet. So when we're on the seafloor looking up, that's nearly 70 feet of deck here. And then when we kind of look through the hull of the vessel, you can see straight through it. That back end there is about 30 feet in. So this is just an enormous representation of a merchant mariner vessel from World War II. It's a U-boat victim from the Battle of the Atlantic. This ship actually went down in 1942 during the height of the Battle of the Atlantic off the eastern seaboard on March 18th. It was sunk by the U-24. The day was squally, which means it was rainy, it was windy, it was overcast, and the U-boat used that to their advantage. Were able to come up, shoot a torpedo that hit the port side, exploded, damaged the forward mast and the radio room, and then they fired another torpedo, hit a little bit further down the hull on the port side and blew it out, and the ship was going down. So unfortunately there was one loss of life. The poor soul was in the ship's infirmary, which is the hospital, and he passed because the explosion was very close to him. But the other members of the ship actually got off. So thank goodness that we had very little loss of life to that. But so 40 of the 41 crew members actually got off the ship when it went down in 1942. But again, we can't say enough about the role of the U.S. Merchant Marine in World War II and before, and even today, for everything they did. And this is a merchant mariner vessel. It was U.S. flagged, and we couldn't be happier to help share that story and celebrate it with the world. And please, maybe do a Google search and learn a little bit more about the role of the U.S. Merchant Marine in the United States and what they did around the world. It's almost hard to describe what we're seeing because there's so much here. And Chris Taylor, there's some interesting new fish entering the frame. What is it we're seeing here?
Yeah, these are red snapper. They're highly sought after by recreational and commercial fishermen. They're a relatively large-bodied snapper, and their distinctive quality is the deep body, the reddish, pinkish fins, and if you look at the bottom fin that's closest to their tail, it extends out to a longer point that distinguishes it from some other similar species. But this is a species that is distributed from about North Carolina down through Florida and into the Gulf of Mexico. Again, very highly sought after by recreational and commercial fishers.
You call them red snapper. I call them delicious snapper.
Yes, sandwich snappers.
But that's a good point that we should talk about how important these shipwrecks are for the local economies. They're fantastic diving sites. North Carolina has some of the best diving in the continental U.S. As we can see here today, this is absolutely phenomenal to see these resources literally so close to shore. We're almost just over 20 miles from the coast. But they're so important, too, for the recreational charter businesses as well. Because, as we always know, it's the fishermen that know where the shipwrecks are before anybody else. And, of course, this shipwreck would be a great spot to try your hand at fishing off North Carolina. We've also got
Yeah, you're exactly right, Tommy. I think the only challenge that those fishermen run into is exactly what you guys ran into in the early parts of this mission with uncooperative sea conditions, winds. It's really quite dynamic off this coast. In fact, there's some wrecks that have met their end, not because of wartime tragedies, but because of the dynamic sea conditions that can occur off the coast of Cape Hatteras.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we should acknowledge that we're exploring here in real time. We're exploring on the ship. We have our experts joining us on the line, but all of you are joining us around the world, seeing what we do nearly exactly the same moment. So it's a phenomenal experience to share this with you today. And please, we have a chat going that if you have questions or observations, please write in the chat. We'll be happy to answer it. And I just want to give a shout out. We got people watching in Denmark. Hello, Denmark. Thank you for joining us. We also have folks in New Zealand joining us. So kia ora, American Samoa, and Talofa, and Hawaii. So aloha to all of you. I'm so thankful you're here joining us from literally around the world, from different oceans and different continents. And that's what the power of this technology is able to do. I mean, it's incredible. And I'm just so pleased as we explore that you explore. And, this is incredible heritage and the marine life and ecology being broadcasted around the world today, too. All you need is a mobile device.
I can say absolutely. It's like you think about the technology that runs this and what's capable now. In we're here, 20 plus miles off the coast of North Carolina. We're shooting high definition and 4K video on the bottom, and through the technology provided and the tools from the Global Foundation of Ocean Exploration, we're streaming it live. We're sending it up through satellite and bouncing it back down, and anywhere in the world you're going to be seeing the same thing we're seeing in 10 seconds or less, depending on your home internet speed in a lot of cases. We had, as we were doing testing, we had some folks that were literally only about 2 or 3 seconds behind us with the uplink and coming back down, which is really amazing. Absolutely. Especially, Tana, you and I have done some projects in the past, decades back, where with microwave transmitters and relaying on radios and back and forth to boat to diver, and then this is and of course I guess we're dating ourselves. That's about 20 years ago with some of those early projects, but it's a tremendous change in technology, and it makes me really wonder where we're going to be in the next 10 years.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right, Chris. And just for the folks watching at home, you were seeing some valves and things here. This was a tanker, so you're seeing a lot of that structure that would have helped in moving some of those materials around. Some different valves and things and tanks. But we're looking through here, and it looks like the whole thing is opened up. We can see through the other side. So even though it was a tanker, I'm not even seeing an intact hold here at all.
No, not anymore.
No. So, but it's a really good observation we're making using this 4K camera system. Those are some of the things that we're noting and monitoring as we look at this. Is not only how the ship has changed over the years, and this is a fantastic baseline for that, but also if it were to be carrying any kind of oil or anything, where would that be? Is it even possible with the collapse now? And this site has never reported about losing oil, never reported seeing oil there. That's not to say it's not there, but no one's ever seen it. And just seeing what we're seeing now, with the hull being so opened up, it seems
it would have had to have gone somewhere,
right?
Because according to the cargo manifest, the E.M. Clark was carrying over 118,000 barrels worth of heating oil, fuel oil,
right?
When she was torpedoed and went down. So
there's some openings for some hatches here. Looks like we got some engine machinery coming up and some more valve work. And again, you're seeing all this debris and the sediment there, and that's really because the ship's on its side, so all that structure would have been there, those cabins, is now sloughed off, and that's the remnants of the cabin. So if we were on land, you could probably pick it up and sort of try to piece it back together and have a rickety house, but that's what you're seeing here. It's sort of a build-it-yourself kit.
I guess that I'm not overly familiar with 20th century ship architecture. I focus on the earlier stuff, but that looks to be a personnel hatch there that maybe would have gone down between the fuel holding areas, with the deck valves on either side, maybe for transferring and shifting.
Yeah, and look, there's a little platform there with a ladder going down lower. again, more valve work. And again, this was a tanker, and that's why you're seeing so much piping and the valves and everything to move that oil and around in that fuel. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, in that field of view right there, there's looks like a butterfly fish that's swimming upside down underneath that hatch. But inside the perimeter of that hatch, folks will see the purplish color, and that's been visible on the wrecks in this depth, and most likely soft corals. And we're not sure the species now. Maybe we'll get some zoom. We'll capture some images of it, and then be able to take that back to our coral experts to get an identification.
Yeah, Chris, it's interesting to note that we're seeing the soft corals and some of the things kind of a little bit more in the shelter of the wreck, maybe not so exposed to the potential of the high currents that can move through this area.
Yeah, I was noting that too. Even on the first visit when we came here, and the currents were moving so quickly, it kept us to the stern of the vessel, and we noticed the same thing, that even the sea whips were down very close to the seabed, and in structure that was maybe sheltered from the rapid currents here. Same phenomenon here. The soft corals are tucked away a little bit, still getting some current. They're relying on being attached organisms. They're relying on the current bringing food to them. The plankton that's being swept across the screen here now, the flecks that are reflecting light.
We have another expert that has joined us on the line. I believe we have Dr. Carol Price, the state of North Carolina's North Carolina Aquarium System. Are you with us, Carol?
Hi, Tommy. I sure am. I've been sitting here just enthralled again, watching all these amazing fish and organisms swimming around on this. We keep saying it, or y'all keep saying it. This vast structure underwater. It's like an underwater city. It's just amazing to see all these little nooks and crannies and spaces for different organisms to take advantage of, little tiny fish, big fish. And I've seen my favorite, sand tiger sharks. I've seen a couple of those since I've been watching today. So I'm definitely excited to get a closer look at them and see how they're using this shipwreck as habitat.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for joining us today, Carol.
It is my pleasure.
And maybe for the ROV pilots, if we're able to maybe peek inside that cargo hold, that might be pretty cool for the audience. If we're able to do that safely. And, as we're moving the ROV, Carol, can you tell us a little bit about the project you work on called Spotty Shark? Because I think this audience today would find that pretty interesting and maybe keep their eyes peeled as we see the sharks today.
Yeah, thanks. I'd be happy to. So Spotty Shark USA is a research project headed by the North Carolina Aquariums, and coincidentally, one of the other NOAA scientists who's often on these calls, Dr. Avery Paxton. She and I have that project in common. She worked on it a few years ago. And so the idea is that we are trying to understand how sand tiger sharks are using shipwreck habitat, mostly shipwreck habitat, off North Carolina as part of their social networking, as part of their migratory behaviors and routes, possibly places where they get together for mating, and then also maybe places where pregnant females are hanging out over the winter waiting to give birth to their pups. And so we do this in kind of a unique way. We do this by asking divers, citizen divers, just the average person who's got a scuba certification and is going out with a camera on their adventures, to take photographs of the sand tiger sharks that they see. And they can upload those photos to a website when they get back to land. And then we can use special software and artificial intelligence approaches to map the spots that are on the side of these sharks. So if we get a really good view of a sand tiger shark later, everybody will be able to see those spot patterns on the side of the shark. They look like big freckles. And much like the fingerprints on humans are unique to each individual, the spot patterns on the sides of sand tiger sharks are also unique to each sand tiger shark. So we're able to use those to assign sharks that we have submitted photos of to individual IDs. And then over time, as those sharks are resighted by other divers, we're getting information about how these sharks are traveling between wrecks. Are they staying on one wreck for a long period of time? Do they move between the wrecks? We know they migrate in and out of North Carolina waters, but we're trying to figure out, do they come back to the same wreck? Does the same shark come back to the same wreck year after year? Things like that. So that's the research project that I'm in charge of, and so I am just super thrilled to be on the EM Clark today because we don't have a lot of records from this location. One of your previous guests mentioned it's very deep, it's a technical dive, and even most scuba divers don't have the advanced technical skills to get down to this wreck, and so this is going to be really great information for my research on this species.
Yeah, well, thank you, Carol. And that's a good point, is that, this project has so many different facets to it, and through the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, that's how we're looking at the shipwreck. So I should mention we do not manage the shipwreck. NOAA only manages the USS Monitor at the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, but these vessels are overseen by other federal agencies that have authority over them, most of them. So we have the U.S. Navy, MARAD, the Coast Guard. If they're foreign flagged, it will still belong to that country. So if there was a war wreck, it could be the U.K. Royal Navy. If it was one of the aggressors, the U-boats, it still belongs to the government of Germany through several acts and laws and things. So our role, I think, in NOAA as the premier ocean agency is that we can do these types of projects and share this data with those agencies to really kind of help them be more informed about their resources. So again, the ecological story, the sharks, the marine life, that's all part of this too that we recognize and celebrate. And also with our changing climate, what is climate doing to these sites? Are these sites, can they be early indicators of climate change in the region with things happening to the hull? Maybe species are changing. We don't know. So that's part of what we're doing now, is to get a baseline to understand what's happening here as a habitat, what's happening as a shipwreck. And it's really, this is the way forward if we're going to look at these shipwrecks. It's not just one-dimensional, let's take a photograph and draw it archaeologically like we might have done 30 years ago with archaeology. It's so much more to it now. These are islands of life, as we've been saying. And I believe, do we have another expert online? Do we have Dr. Avery Paxton? Has she joined us? Maybe not quite yet.
I can say, Tony,
Not quite yet.
we've had a comment in the chat saying, great engineering details being shown here, and I'd say, kudos to the pilots here for getting us those shots. But they also note that this is a fairly old tanker when it was sunk, more of a World War I era than World War II, and that's a good eye. Because the EM Clark was originally the Victolite, and she was built in 1921, so just after the end of World War I. And the Victolite operated for the Imperial Oil Company for about 5 years, and then was transferred over to the Standard Oil Company out of New York, and was one of their tankers that plied the waters in the 30s, and then up until World War II, when it was pressed into the merchant service to support the war efforts. So good eyes there for somebody looking at the engineering details. This is an older ship, and it also speaks to the longevity of some of these ships. This particular vessel sailed for over 20 years. Before it met its demise here in the Turkey Chute off of Cape Hatteras with the German U-boats preying on the merchant vessels.
Absolutely. And I believe we do have one of our ecological experts have just joined us. Dr. Avery Paxton, are you with us today?
Hi, Tony. Yes, I am. I'm Avery Paxton from NOAA's National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. This is really incredible. I'm seeing a lot of fish on feed one just a little bit ago. Looks like a grouper hunkered down by the base of the wreck. And Chris Taylor, what sorts of fish have you all been seeing so far today? Is it consistent with observations from earlier in the mission?
This is, we've seen quite a few more red snapper on the site and grouper, so I think that may have been a gag that we just passed over. I think there was a scamp that swam by earlier, a large school of vermilion that I think they're still probably hovering over the top of the wreck, and it's hard to get that perspective here because of the massive size of this ship now laying on its side, and it's rising 50 to 60 feet up off the sand into the water column, so it's hard, even on the full zoom out, to get that appreciation for that perspective and the size. But yeah, other fish species, we're looking forward to seeing more of the tropical species that are more closely tied. So we have seen a few butterfly fish. I think we're conducting the boxfish 360 video surveys now, and have gotten a few zooms, and I think we'll probably continue to do some of those explorations as we move down the deck of the ship.
Excellent. And I just saw what looked to be either one, possibly two reef butterfly fish at the bottom of the screen. And I am seeing the school of vermilion snapper pretty far above us in the water column on feed 2.
And it sounds like we were just joined by Joe Schwarzer of the North Carolina Maritime Museum System. He's the director. Joe, have you joined us?
Yes, I finally made it. Thank you, Tommy.
Well, we're glad to have you here. We are on the shipwreck of the EM Clark. Joe, what's it like seeing this for the first time?
And what a visibility. This is terrific. I mean, this is much better than last time we were here.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. We're just to tell folks a little bit of the history. We're here for 2 other days. You know, we tried to get around out of the current. The current was very strong. We couldn't do it, so we were just around the rudder, which still gave us some phenomenal views, the rudder and the propeller.
Oh, yeah.
At the stern. But now, today, we have a 0.1 to 0.2 knot current, unlimited visibility. So North Carolina is really presenting its best self here today for us.
Well, it really is. It's great.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. Maybe I got a good question for Nicole Grenon from FPAN down in Florida. How does this shipwreck maybe compare to some of the ones that you've interpreted down in Florida State?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We talked a little bit about this yesterday, the nature of some of our wrecks in offshore Florida. Obviously, the environment is slightly different. We have a lot of subtropical waters, tropical water, especially you get down into South Florida and the Florida Keys. Most of our shipwrecks are slightly shallower than this, at least the ones that we interpret primarily. But, you know, we do have some fairly deep water wrecks off of the northern Gulf of Mexico coast of Florida, which is where I'm located in Pensacola. And, you know, in some of our deeper parts of the Gulf, we have other ships that have been sunk by U-boats as well. There was trying to think, the name Gulf Pen was also a fuel oil freighter that was carrying oil when it was sunk by a U-boat. And, you know, most of these are places that people can't visit. So what we try to do as archaeologists who try to engage the public in outreach and education is try to bring these sites to them in ways that they can get an idea of what it's like to be diving on some of these deeper wrecks. Obviously, the ones we have here in the Gulf Pen included, are almost 2,000 feet deep. So definitely a place that we can't go as divers. But some of the things we do include, you know, virtual dives when we can get ROVs on site, kind of like what you're doing here, creating 3D models and printing them so that people can kind of touch and feel these sites. So there's a lot of really interesting ways that we can engage people on similar sites here in Florida and in North Carolina without actually having to get them to dive on them, which I think is fantastic. It's making underwater heritage available to everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We're seeing some amazing things here. Again, we are on the World War II tanker, the E.M. Clark, at 260 feet on the seafloor. Just to remind people, this ship is gigantic. It's nearly 500 feet long. The width of the beam, which is the width of the deck of the ship, what we're looking at now is like a wall, maybe a building in front of us. It's nearly 60, 65 feet tall, so it's nearly a 6-story building, which is the height of this. And the depth of the hold, which is the depth of basically from the deck all the way down to the bottom of the keel, is about 30 feet. So this is just an enormous World War II vessel manned by the members of the U.S. Merchant Marine. This is a merchant tanker as part of World War II's Battle of the Atlantic in 1942. And we're getting some phenomenal views here. Looks like we've got some machinery here that's spilled out. Folks are seeing that's possibly a boiler. Chris, what do you think?
I'm going to say, look, it's looking like it.
Yeah. As a fellow archaeologist, Nicole, what do you think that is we're about to see here on the quad feed? Sort of this round structure.
Yeah, it certainly looks like a boiler to me there. I think I'm about 5 or 6 seconds behind you all, but yes, it looks like a boiler. We see similar structures on a lot of a lot of similarly aged wrecks, and they're very unique, kind of in their shape and style. They stand out certainly when you're on a wreck like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially from those ones from the early 1900s, mid 1900s. They've got that classic look to them there. It looks like maybe just spilled out. I'm sorry, Chris. Were you about to say something? So I'm going to assume where we are here in the vessel, we've moved down quite a bit. We probably are near the engine spaces. As we move down, we're nearing the stern of the vessel, but it's just a great view, and it just shows you how some of the interior workings of framework give way. These more solid structure like boilers, which are sometimes some of the only parts of a ship that are left at the end, are quite solid because they had to hold that pressure from the boilers. They would stay intact, and maybe it's broken through and it literally rolls right out of the shipwreck.
I'm going to say absolutely, and this was the E.M. Clark was a steel-hulled vessel, but again, boilers have been used since the machinery was put on board. So you have a lot of those show up on a lot of the wood-hulled vessels. So they are the boilers and the fireboxes and the steam machinery. Lots of times are some of the key things that you can find with the survey that are remnants of the late 19th, early 20th century vessels that were a combination of wood and iron or steel construction.
Wow. Yeah. No, absolutely.
Connie, can you orient me a little bit? I know she lies on her port side, so where are we looking? Are we looking from the deck down or what?
Yeah, no, absolutely, Joe. So the vessel's laying on its port side, as you said. We're approaching the stern, so I believe we're in the engine area, which is why we'd be seeing the boilers spill out here. And it looks like the deck is buckled a little bit. And we're heading towards the stern. So if you're looking in the quad view to some of those lighter screened views with the camera, you see the hull is starting to taper. And I will also point out, especially for Dr. Carol Price, if you look at the top right of the screen, we're seeing lots of sand tiger sharks up there along the hull. So that might be a fun thing that once we finish this glide down the hull, the deck side, if we come up maybe with the ROV pilots and we go back down the hull, but just on top there, we might get some fantastic views of those sand tiger sharks swimming in the water column and in the current along the top of the hull. If that works for you, Carol.
Hey, if it works for you, it works for me. It's really interesting because, we've been seeing sand tiger sharks around so many wrecks, and, we see them all over. There's one coming into view right now on my screen on feed 2. Who's hanging, looks like he's a little bit lower, just, still in the top part of the wreck structure, but then looks like there's several that are higher up in the water column. But, what we've seen is these sharks can be anywhere. They can be down on the seafloor, tucked right up against the vessel in some cases, and in other cases they're swimming away from the wreck a little bit on the side or even above, like we're seeing now. So it's just really interesting to see, the diversity of behavior of these sharks. And as you can imagine, I am super, super excited to see how that changes when the lights go out later tonight.
We also did some fun experiments last night by turning the lights on and off, which I'm sure we could replicate this evening, but it was interesting. Maybe, Chris Taylor, if you could maybe tell folks a little bit what we noticed when we turned the lights on and off at the USS Monitor last night.
Man, I'm not sure if I want to give that story up yet.
All right, we can hold it close. We can hold it close.
Yeah, I think let's hold that one a little bit close. Yeah. but I will give a preview that one of the other sensors that we have on board, the ROV, is an imaging sonar that is using high frequency sound operating at 700 or 900 kilohertz, so very high frequency, sending pulses more than 10 times a second out away from the ROV in a very wide fan. And we can see, well, today we have very, very good visibility. But as we get into the nighttime, there we go. Thanks ROV. Thanks, Roland. And now we're seeing this view from the acoustics. So we're transmitting sound in a fan that's about 140 degrees wide, and we're looking out. It appears to be about 5 meters, maybe 6 meters away from the ROV. And ROV, can you zoom out on the blue view? The sensor is called a Blue View imaging sonar, and it's a great tool for ROV pilots to be able to navigate in low visibility conditions. You can see the structure of the wreck there, like you are on the camera. But this is ideal for situations where the visibility isn't great or when you don't have ambient light. And we can actually see fish swimming through this and make some really interesting observations of fish swimming speeds, trajectories. There we go. So we can use this to image out as far as about 50 meters. So this is a really great tool to get a very broad perspective for navigating the ROV and to make observations on fish occupying and using this wrecks and other habitats.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to put this more fully into effect a little bit later this evening when we start losing the light. Oh, and on the quad view, we're getting some great views from Guru here, seeing the sharks on top. So maybe for our ROV pilots, if we're able to raise up and skim along that edge and really kind of fly right through, hugging the wreck, going forward, that would be a spectacular view for everybody. Yes, please.
Well, it's a great view from Guru right now, showing the sharks hugging the top, I guess it's the starboard side, the high side of the wreck. And 1, 2, 3, count 4. Can't make much more out as the water gets a little blue and milky.
Here, we'll just wait for the Yogi ROV to rise up gently. But we should get some spectacular views of a whole other level of marine life up here. We can see basically almost in a big cloud. Looking from on the quad view, you can see on those upper views. Get some fantastic shots there.
Oh, wow. And you can see the schooling fish up over top of them in the one view on the quad view.
Yeah, moving up and down.
Up and down in the water column and circling.
And we're almost in a way that, we've had these fantastic views of the length and breadth of the E.M. Clark looking at the structure, but it's almost like we're turning the page here to the new chapter, and now this is some great move into these schools of fish for you guys. Now we're almost opening a new chapter here. We're going to look at the marine life, and they are presenting themselves. We're very well here, ladies and gentlemen. If you're looking at these feeds in the quad view, there are sharks everywhere.
Oh, and is that a grouper over there?
Yeah, this is what I hear about when I listen to divers going down on this wreck. It's just loaded with sand tiger sharks.
It looks
really impressive. And the small shimmery fish, I'm not sure if we can get a species on them from this distance, but that's remarkable. And I believe that's a Goliath Grouper in front of us right now.
Goliath Grouper, right. They're huge, aren't they, Chris, sometimes?
They could get to be 6 feet long, and they're much more common in Nicole's home waters in Florida. It's not common that we're going to see them in these waters here, but it's warm enough. That's beautiful coloration on it too.
Yeah, beautiful.
Tony, can we please request 4K on this if we're not already doing it?
Roger that. 4K is being recorded.
And Sean, can we get some lasers on that possibly to maybe get a measurement on it while he's broadside to us?
I think he's trying right now.
Yeah, I think he's trying to maneuver. Looks like, yeah.
And I'll say in the 4K view, which might be feed 1, we're seeing, of course, the sand tiger sharks, the Goliath Grouper, and multiple lionfish too. Is that right, ecologist?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
seeing,
that's exactly
there's
right.
like a dozen lionfish in there. That's impressive. Actually, if it's feasible to capture some of the images from the blue view in this case too, we could also get some length measurements on that Goliath using that blue view.
Roger that. We got a thumbs up.
And we're seeing a bunch of different schooling fish here. This has become very complicated and really difficult to follow and be able to track. So it's going to take the ecologists a bit. We may have to divvy up and divide and conquer on this one. Yeah, the school.
Some of
small
those little,
fishes.
yeah, I was going to say some of those smaller fish might be scad. That's a species of scad. That's one of the fish that we often, small, tiny bait fish that we often see associated closely with sand tiger sharks. They sometimes seem to almost make a cloud around them, possibly to protect them from larger predators like jacks, which is something a sand tiger shark might eat. And so so those smaller fish, when there's a lot of jacks around, tend to congregate very closely around those sand tigers, and that is just a massive amount of sand tiger sharks there. I mean, I'm seeing many, many of them and going off into the distance. So that looks like a male. It's looking like several male sand tiger sharks, perhaps, kind of hard to see, but this is just fantastic.
So for the audience at home, we're actually kind of going to settle out right here and then slowly get close to the hull and move forward this whole length. So we're going to go through this entire mass here very slowly and watch everything. And we're almost on the main feed. I feel like we're swimming with the sand tigers at the same time. I feel like we're watching a Jacques Cousteau documentary from the 1960s or 70s.
Oh, absolutely. It's like, and this is the for Chris Taylor, the blue view image that we've got here is absolutely amazing as well. Literally looking down the side of the ship and seeing the swirling schooling fish off to the left, which would have been the up on deck or the deck level originally, and then some of the structural features is just it's an amazing view here.
And for those of you just joining us,
Thanks for that. Totally.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say, for those joining us, we're on the tanker E.M. Clark. We're 260 feet of water. This is a victim of the World War II's Battle of the Atlantic. It was a merchant marine tanker, U.S. flagged. And as we're looking at just for size and scale, the ship is nearly 500 feet long, nearly 70-foot beam, which is the width of the hull, and the depth of the hold, which is the keel to the deck, was about 30 feet for a sense of scale. As we start moving from the stern, the area where the propellers and rudder are, slowly forward to the bow, which is the front of the ship, just to orientate folks what we're seeing. Chris, what do you think about all this?
This is amazing to get this view from the ROV. I have lost track of how many sand tigers are here, mostly because I've run out of fingers and toes. So I think we're going to have to team up Avery to get and Carol to get the full count on these. And it's going to be hard. Yeah, I think if we could capture some of the imagery on a zoomed out blue view, we may be able to get some counts using that technology too. I can imagine it just looks awesome. But this quad view is really incredible too.
Honestly, look at the amount of lionfish we have here too. It's incredible. They're everywhere.
Yeah, there's just a dozen. There's got to be 24 lionfish just in the field of view between these first three sand tigers. Oh no, there's more than that. Holy cow! One.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, they just keep coming out the field for view.
It's like lionfish versus sand tiger shark. Who brought more to the party?
Holy cow!
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Wow.
We've really changed the species composition up here too. You know, there's some other species around here that maybe we didn't see on the lower parts, although we're seeing, you know, some of the butterfly fish and obviously lionfish. But Chris, what were those fish that had the bright yellow line right down the lateral area there and the yellow tail? Did you see those?
I did. I think Avery got a better sight. I was distracted by the swarms of baitfish here. So Avery, what do you think they are?
So I think there's actually two different species. One of the bigger ones that we were seeing that had yellow on its lower tail fin and some other spots, that was a yellow jack, but there is either possibly some juvenile yellow jacks mixed in or maybe another species that we can get a better look at. But I think this is just such an incredible view of this shipwreck. It's really showing that it is an island of habitat that is forming a home for such a diversity of species. We're looking at, again, a Goliath Grouper, multiple sand tiger sharks, and jacks, which are these big predators that we see on these shipwrecks. And we're seeing them mixed in with invasive lionfish, baitfish, including vermilion snapper and scad. And we're also seeing a lot of interesting behaviors. We're seeing some of the baitfish form bait balls, as we call them. There's one going across the screen right now, moving in a coordinated fashion. And it looks as if they're trying to move away from the almaco jacks or amberjacks that are trying to maybe get a meal out of them.
And I want to make sure people...
I agree that the number of lionfish here is really, really stunning, actually.
If you look at feed 1 right now, there's like a herd of them, and I encourage people to have feed 2 up too, because you can see them in water column. I mean, this is absolutely incredible.
This is like what any aquarium in the world would have as a goal for a large tank to show off the variety of species and everything. This is just phenomenal.
I mean...
There aren't words for this.
It is going to take a full analysis of this video to get accurate counts of the number of lionfish here. There's no way, even working as a team of 3, we're going to have to call on the archaeologists. We know you're not fully trained yet, Tanya and Chris, but maybe you can help us too to get the accurate counts of these fish.
I have a plastic badge and a little ring. Yeah. I can do it.
Yeah, you're in that about halfway through the mission, Tanya. We appreciate it. Yes, congratulations.
Well, and Chris,
and there's also a fish that I'm not sure if you all have seen yet that's in the field of view right now. It's an angelfish. It's near the opening in the starboard side, kind of off to the right-hand side of the screen on feed 1.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you're right, Avery. It's a deeper-bodied fish, somewhat rounded on its snout. It's got long filamentous top and bottom fins that there's a few species that it could be, so maybe we'll get a closer look at it and get some markings on its head to distinguish it from other species.
I guess, yeah, Chris, the quantity and variety of species that we're seeing here, how does having the benefit of the ROV here, shooting the video, and in effect doing a video transect for sampling and counting compared to the challenge that you would have if you were a diver in the water trying to do an appropriate count of what you're swimming through?
Yeah, as a scuba diver, this is just dizzying. I mean, it almost causes vertigo when you're swimming along the wreck here and trying to make counts, and then the fish are moving around you. This is a great view here. So, and this is one of the challenges we have as scuba divers. We're swimming without lights often, relying on ambient light. Some of the jacks are swimming through these schools of scad and vermilion snapper. So the redfish and pinkish fish, I'm going to start talking very fast because the fish are moving very fast. I blame them. The vermilions are swimming by and they're capturing some of the light, which is just reflecting their pinkish and red colors. That's helping us distinguish them from another species like tomtates. And when they're swimming in these massive schools, they can mix up in species. And when they're all just silver and gray, it's really hard for us to distinguish them when we're diving. And to be honest, we just count them by the thousands, mark down hash marks by the thousands, and we know that that's not very precise, but it's the best we can do given the approach we're taking here. So having these ROV videos here, being able to do these transects, we'll be able to take sequential frames from this and even use artificial intelligence and machine learning using computer algorithms to automatically detect the fish, to make some counts that are much more precise than divers can do it. So yeah, it's a game changer for us, along with computers and artificial intelligence technology.
Well, I'll also point out that we're still recording with our boxfish camera, that 360 camera. So just imagine now being able to be immersed in this space you're seeing here, but feeling unencumbered with the virtual reality goggles and being in the middle of this lionfish. heard. I don't even know what you call it. I sent like an emergency email to Dr. Steve Giddings with the Office of Natural Marine Sanctuaries, who's done a lot of research on lionfish, and I hope he's able to tune in because this is insane. I don't know what to say.
This is crazy.
That's the only word, and that's a scientific and technical and quantitative term. This is insane, the number of lionfish on this wreck. I mean, I could see like the number of that we saw at the beginning sort of moving with us, but those fish are staying still. The ROV continues to move along this wreck that is 500 feet long, and every square foot of it is covered with the lionfish. I've never seen anything like this.
Now, Avery and Chris.
When this is,
go ahead, Joe.
When this is made, I was just going to say, when this is made available to the public in 3D, we're going to have to provide a padded room for them to view it because they're going to be bouncing all.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's the best of North Carolina, right? It's the best of it. Where you got this incredible marine life, incredible shipwrecks, the history, the biology, the ecology. I mean, we're getting a fantastic view here for folks at home. The sand tiger shark just gliding by us on the quad view. I don't have any words.
I think the only thing we're missing would be megalodon teeth on this site. Chris and Avery, do you think the population of lionfish that we're seeing here just everywhere, in conditions where the current would kick up, or would they drop down and just be hanging out inside the structure of the wreck, do you think, and really not migrating too far from the wreck? I mean, we've talked about how these wrecks form an oasis in a desert with the expanse of sand out from them, and wrecks like this are so large and so much structure, it's almost like you could kind of think of it, this is the big city right here, and then as you go further out, you got a little bit of debris off to the one side, which could be like the suburbs, with the single-story homes, and then literally out to the country. So is this the high-rise that the lionfish would probably live in and stay around?
1,242, 1,243, 1,000. Avery, you're going to have to take that one.
Well, either that or the word went out, and everyone's come in here to make sure they're part of the documentary.
It's like, hey, look, we can get on TV.
That's right.
Oh, my word.
So, Chris, I think it's a good hypothesis if the current does pick up. One of the things we've seen with other types of fish is that there's often a threshold. If the current's minimal, or perhaps bringing food particles in the water towards a particular wreck, then some fish that'll eat those moving food particles, like plankton, will sit there and wait almost like a buffet line. But then when the current gets too strong, some fish have trouble holding their position. And so I would assume if the current's too strong, fish like lionfish that we are seeing right now on the top of the wreck structure would probably move down into the open spaces inside of the wreck where they would be more sheltered. And that's one reason that these shipwrecks are such valuable habitat, is because they do have a lot of three-dimensional complexity that provides places for sometimes the big sharks to go inside. Other times we'll get down and see really close-up looks of small fish using some of that complexity as well. So really just a vibrant habitat out here.
And I think one of the audience members in the YouTube chat made an important point here where we're talking about these lionfish as if it's so great to see them in these numbers, and it's not. They are invasive species from the Indo-Pacific. They were first sighted off of North Carolina in about the year 2000, actually by divers from the NOAA Beaufort Lab, and have since expanded and have been sighted and have become very numerous throughout the coral reefs and throughout the Caribbean, South and Central America, Gulf of Mexico, and the Florida Keys. And there's it's a high suspicion that they are having a very negative impact to our native fish populations, and researchers and scientists are still trying to understand how the magnitude of that impact. We see sometimes fewer of them on shallow reefs because they are sought after by divers that can use spears to capture them. They don't capture very well on hook and line, and they don't capture well in nets or traps. And so there's also active research being conducted to try to captured them using other methods to support the fishing trade. They're very delicious. They're good in ceviche. They're good in tacos. They're good in a nice cream sauce. And so they're delicious fish. They're venomous, not poisonous. But again, the fact that they're difficult to capture using traditional fishing methods means that in these depths where you're not going to have scuba divers using spears very often, they're going to become quite numerous. And that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I want to reinforce, too, that wasn't joy seeing them. It was more shock and awe of seeing so many of these invasive lionfish. I've just never seen that many in one place. It was jarring and unexpected.
Yes, definitely.
And just, of course, so amazing.
But look how it's just shut off now. Now there's none.
Right.
Unless we move over to that other side of the high side, I guess, of the wreck here. But yeah, it's just interesting how even these little microhabitats along the ship are creating this patchiness.
Yeah, they were all congregated near the stern of the vessel, which was interesting.
I'll just add, as far as, kind of a perspective from Florida, what you've just said about lionfish on our shipwreck sites and our artificial reef sites is largely what we see here as well. Most of the lionfish have been fished, kind of in that 0 to 130 foot range. But once we get on some of our deeper wrecks and our less visited sites, like aircraft wreckages, because they're smaller, generally people don't go visit them as frequently, we see a ton of lionfish. So either we've done a really good job of fishing them out of our recreational spaces, or they've gotten smart and moved a little bit deeper where people can't get at them quite as easily.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Nicole. Florida is very well known, and I think North Carolina and other states are trying to get better about it. But you guys are very well known for having your lionfish derbies. They just had a couple of them recently in the Panhandle there that thousands of lionfish end up on the docks, which is great. It's a great effort by a community of divers.
So for the ROV pilots, maybe we'll just slowly, once you're set, we'll just slowly move forward again, but they're just kind of resetting at the moment. And I believe we have another new partner joining us today. We have Stephanie Gandula calling in from the Thunder Bay National Marine Sanctuary and the Great Lakes Maritime Heritage Center up in Alpena, Michigan. Are you there with us, Steph?
Yes, I am. I'm from beautiful Michigan here right on the shores of Lake Huron.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today, and welcome to 260 feet on the seafloor off Cape Hatteras.
Oh, I kind of wish I was there. It looks like a beautiful shipwreck dive.
Yeah, well, so we are on the tanker, the E.M. Clark, lost during, of course, World War II's Battle of the Atlantic here off North Carolina, and lost on March 18th of 1942, sunk by the U-124 with 2 hits from a torpedo, one hit up by the bow area, knocking down the foremast and damaging the radio room on the port side. Was quickly followed by a second torpedo just after that exploded. And sadly, one crew member was lost in the infirmary in the hospital, but 40 of the other crew members got off safely on March 18th of 1942. And we're so proud to be able to bring this World War II heritage to you all the way up in the Great Lakes in northeastern Michigan.
Yes, we have a pretty full audience here today that is very excited to be seeing what it's like live on the bottom here in the Atlantic. And they're used to shipwrecks up here, too, but we don't have any of the wartime vessels like you have at Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. Entirely all of the shipwrecks, and as you know, Tane, very well, we have 100 shipwrecks that are known. Our vessels are all commercial vessels, so the schooners and steamers that were working the Great Lakes to build up our American economy back in the turn of the shipwreck century.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are on a commercial vessel as well, just pull into service of war with this tanker here. But yeah, we've been talking about the U.S. Merchant Marine and their role, and of course all those the able seamen and merchant mariners all over the United States and around the world. So, looks like you can see us here. We're actually aboard the ship Nancy Foster. Hello, everybody in Alpena. So if you're on your feed too, you can see that. But it's so wonderful to have you. I had the privilege of working in the Thunder Bay Sanctuary for about 8 years with Steph and the team, so I know it well. And I'm so happy to be able to share the story with all our experts we have on the line. And maybe just for an introduction for those in Alpena who have joined us, so this is the Valor in the Atlantic Telepresence Project. It's a cooperative agreement between NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. So the NOAA has brought the science into it, where we're looking at the shipwreck historically, archaeologically. We're looking at it as a historical landmark in certain ways, especially with the USS Monitor. It's telling that World War II story. But GFOE here, you can see this incredible room we're in. They brought the technology to it. So what we're seeing here on the seafloor is an ROV footage. So they actually have two ROVs, a two-body system. We have one that's lower, that's the 4K camera, and that is Yogi. And above it is another one, sort of acting like a lighting chandelier with more cameras, and that's Guru above it. And you can actually see it on feed 2. That's a view from Guru looking down at Yogi on the shipwreck side to give you a sense of scale here. So what they do at GFOE is that they design these ROVs, they build them, they have all this infrastructure, they pilot the ROVs, they also have a satellite capability out on the aft deck of the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. So we're bringing these stories to you from the sea floor all the way up to outer space and beam right back to you again. And you can see the back deck on feed 2 of the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. So it's an incredible thing, and we're really only just getting a lag of about 6 to 8 seconds from what's happening in real time here behind us on the seafloor to what you see all the way in the Great Lakes. So it really is incredible. We're just so happy to share this real-world exploration with you. We're exploring, our experts on the line exploring just like you, and back in the quad view you can see what's happening. And then, of course, all the audience members around the world. So we have people literally around the world tuning in. So thank you, Alpena, for being there. And as we go on, if you guys have any questions in the Great Lakes stuff, please ask them. We're happy to. We've got many experts on the line. So I'm Tane Casserly with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. On the ship, we also have Chris Southerly, underwater archaeologist with North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology. And we have several experts on the line. I think we actually just came to a close almost with Dominic Bush from East Carolina University, but it was wonderful hearing his voice. We have Nicole Grenon from the Florida Public Archaeology Network. We have got Joe Schwarzer on the line from the North Carolina Maritime Museum System and the Graveyard at the Atlantic Museum. And then we have our ecological team as well. And maybe I'll pass it to Avery Paxton with the National Center for Coastal Ocean Science, our science partner on the project, and you can introduce our special guests that's with you and maybe what the ecological aspects that we're looking at the shipwreck site with.
Sure. So we have Dr. Chris Taylor with NOAA's National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science on the line as well, and our colleague, Dr. Carol Price from the North Carolina Aquariums. And what we're looking at today is this really unique fusion of history and ecology. And we're finding that this shipwreck, while it is big in terms of the ship size, is really a small island of habitat on the seafloor. And on this shipwreck, we're finding tons of different species. I've counted about 20 different fish species so far today, ranging from small silvery baitfish to Goliath Grouper and sand tiger sharks and other large predators. And we're really looking forward to being able to see the transition in fish behavior as we move from daytime towards dusk and into the night this evening. I think viewers are in for a really special treat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, in fact, what we saw coming through the camera right there was a school of yellowjacks. We have some vermilion snappers swimming through the field here. Those are fish that are pinkish reddish color, somewhat slender-bodied. And we've also seen some larger-bodied snapper that will also appear pinkish and red, but they'll have a deeper body and different fin shapes. And when they swim through the field of view, we'll be sure to interrupt and let you know. They're a American red snapper and highly sought after by recreational and commercial fishers. And a sand tiger shark here, of course, the charismatic megafauna. We've heard stories about the prevalence of these sharks on this wreck, and they did not disappoint today. We encountered dozens of them earlier towards the stern of the vessel, and along with the hundreds upon thousands of lionfish that were associated with the hull.
Yeah, it's an incredible view that we're having. So we're just to orientate people. We are on the starboard side of the tanker. The tanker is laying on its port side, the left-hand side, so the starboard side is the right side. And to the left-hand side of the screen is going to be the deck that's going to drop down literally about 65 feet or so. So a 6-story building straight down to the sediment. So it just gives you an idea how gigantic this ship is. Maybe a little bit different than what you see in Thunder Bay, because we are not salt-free or shark-free. This is salt water. We have sharks, and the bottom temperature here was around 70 degrees. So a little more comfortable, but of course we've got to deal with the currents and all sorts of other things. So it's a pro and con, I guess, if you will. But still, we're at a spectacular shipwreck site today.
Tane, I do have a question from the audience here, and you may have already covered it, but they want to know a little bit more about the EM Clark and what was it carrying when it sank and where was it going?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The EM Clark was heading, I'm not actually sure where it was going, where it was from, but it was heading towards New York when it was torpedoed, and it was actually carrying 118,725 barrels of heating oil. So then when it was attacked on March 18th in 1942, again, it went down very quickly after 2 torpedo hits. There was one loss of life. The poor individual was in the hospital, the ship's infirmary, when the explosion happened, and he passed. But the other of the 41 total crew members, 40 other ones got off safely in 2 lifeboats. So that's, thank goodness. But it was sunk by the U-124 in 1942. And we've, earlier in the day, we went down the deck side. We're taking a good look at the cargo holds. And there's a lot of openings, a lot of collapse, and you can actually see straight through the hull at certain points, which is pretty interesting. And we're making some observations here too of the marine life. But yeah, this is the EM Clark. It's a very special shipwreck. It's one of the only, if not the only, most intact World War II tanker in the nearshore environment on the eastern seaboard.
It is really interesting to compare. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I was just going to, this is Stephanie here in Thunder Bay, and I was just thinking about the comparison to the ship's hull that we're seeing. Tane is talking about peering into the holes in the hull, and as Tane probably remembers very well, the shipwrecks here in Thunder Bay, they don't erode and corrode the same way that they do in the ocean, which makes our shipwrecks pretty special as well.
And for those of you,
I was just going to point out that the EM Clark, you keep in mind, it's one of 78 merchant vessels that were sunk during this period, and on March 18th, it's one of 3 tankers that were sunk by U-boats. The Papoose, which was fortunately in ballast, the EM Clark, and the W.E. Hutton, which was carrying, its bunkers were full of bunker C fuel oil. And 13 men were lost on that wreck. So they said this is one of 3 sunk on the same day, and that was by any measure a disaster during a wartime.
yeah, absolutely. So the ROV pilots are just sort of resetting, and then we'll keep moving down the hull. But yeah, it's incredible. Oh, and Stephanie, because we're talking about Thunder Bay. 2 days ago, we had the privilege of diving on the U-576 in the Bluefields, and if we know our history, we know the Bluefields used to be the Ormondale that actually collided with one of your shipwrecks in Thunder Bay, the Viator, which I was able to dive to. So now I can say I've virtually dove one, but been on one of the vessels that sunk it, and actually the vessel that was sunk in Thunder Bay with the Viator there in the Thunder Bay National Marine Sanctuary.
That is a pretty amazing connection when you think about how far away we really are. We might be a few seconds apart, but we really are miles and miles away. And I'm looking at a picture on my own laptop here of what the Viator looks like, almost 200 feet below the surface of Lake Huron. And how fascinating that, like you just said, the Ormondale sunk it in a heavy fog, actually on Halloween in 1935.
Sounds haunting. So we're just getting reset. This is actually the bottom of the hull, so you can actually see the keel there. So there's a sharp V of the hull. That's the bottom of the EM Clark. And we're just resetting here. There's the sand tiger shark. It is fascinating that we had so much life going on at the start of the stern, the end of the vessel, and as we move forward, it's really changed here.
Yeah, it has, Tony. I do want to point out those two fish there that are paired up towards that hole. The RV got a great zoom and a great laser shot on them. They're looks like a queen angelfish, and then maybe a hybrid species between a queen and a blue angel. Is that what you think they are? Avery, I know the one is probably a queen angel because it has that the round and yellow crown on its forehead. Or the blue and yellow crown on its forehead,
Yeah.
but the more muted one, it's hard to tell.
Right. So the one that's now on the right, it has those kind of spots in the middle of its crown on its forehead, and that would indicate a queen. The other one could be a queen, but I think it looks closer to a hybrid. Like you said, it's a hybrid between usually a queen and a blue angelfish. And now we're getting a shark poking into the field of view and also a lionfish. And so one of the things that we do tend to see is that artificial habitats like shipwrecks tend to host a high number of large predators and tropical fish, both of which we've been seeing today. We've found that by comparing the types of fish that we see on shipwrecks and intentionally deployed artificial reefs to the types of fish we see on nearby rocky reefs in the area. And now we're getting a nice glimpse down into a part of the ship structure, and it's, again, conveying this point that there's so many different areas on the ship that fish can use for their home. We see some fish hunkering down in small portions. We see others, like the sharks, that are, in this particular scenario, largely gliding around the tallest part of the ship, and then we see this angelfish, this lionfish on screen going into a space inside that is a little bit more protected. And so this is this idea that even within a habitat like a large ship, there are different areas or microhabitats that we call them that certain species sometimes select to use for their homes.
This is Stephanie, all the way up in Thunder Bay. Another question from our audience up here. They're keen to understand a little more about the science of how those ships deteriorate in the ocean salt water compared to my audience up here. I will tell you they are experts in Great Lakes shipwrecks, but they do want to know more about how this wreck is deteriorating. How long can we expect the EM Clark to be at the bottom of the Atlantic here?
Stephanie, that's actually a really good question, and the part of the answer is we still don't know in terms of the longevity. We do know that since about 10 years ago, when the last time divers and visual reconnaissance was done on this wreck, that it has started to break down the part of the deck, the side. As we get closer to the bow, moving this direction again, we'll be able to see where part of the bow has now started to collapse and the plates are coming off. But the preservation in the marine environment, the salt water, is very different than what you all have in the Great Lakes with the fresh water. The salt, the sodium chloride in the seawater, the chlorides from that react with the degrading iron of, in this case, a steel vessel, and form a couple different varieties of iron chlorides, and that causes, as part of the corrosion product, that you get some calcium carbonate formation with that with the iron corrosion product. It grabs in sand and shell and anything, and in some cases artifacts that may be around it, and forms this concretion or the incrustation that we're seeing on top of the wreck structure here. And that corrosion product then becomes a really nice textured substrate for the marine organisms to grow on. But that concretion layer actually serves kind of like a Band-Aid. It helps to protect the iron inside. It encapsulates it and slows the corrosion process down. So the ships are always degrading, but they do kind of reach a point of almost equilibrium where they're slowly degrading rather than rapidly degrading with the corrosion product and the concretion on the outside. Now that said, if something happens, an anchor knocks into it, part of that incrustation gets knocked off, or if as the ship starts to degrade, if pieces start to collapse and collapse in or fall off, it's like tearing a scab off of a wound. It's going to start to bleed again, and that's in effect what the iron does. It starts to rapidly corrode again and speed that degradation process up again. So that's one of the important things that we have here with being able to have, rather than the challenge of putting divers on this site, to have the ROV capability and get extensive long-term video, long-duration video, because we could be out here indefinitely with the conditions allowing with the ROVs, rather than having a 25 or 30-minute bottom time as a diver. And we can study this over time, and that really works towards the management and understanding of these wrecks as to how long they're going to last. But no, we're not going to have a wreck looking so pristine that you would expect to see the captain slumped over the wheel like you guys get up in the Great Lakes sometimes.
And Chris, it's interesting too to think about concretions with smaller objects. Eventually, the object rusts away altogether, but it leaves a perfect negative mold of whatever it was in the concretion. And I'm wondering if that's eventually going to happen to some of these ships. If there'll be nothing left of the metal, but the concretion will be there indefinitely.
I guess so, yeah, Joe. In some cases, that's these are such large pieces that where we probably only have, say, again, to use kind of the human body analogy, we'd have the scab left. Wouldn't be a complete perfect mold like we would have on a smaller object, where a conservator in the lab could actually find that void in the concretion where the nail or a fastener or the object was, and shoot epoxy into it and create a perfect mold of the original object. But yeah, we could still get some details off of it, kind of like sticking clay to the outside of something and looking at the reverse mold of that surface.
Yeah, absolutely. And, maybe we bring in our friends from Florida from FPAN. And Nicole, I know you guys are doing a lot of work with artifacts, and you've found a pretty innovative way to share those artifacts in a way with the public where they can actually handle them, but not actually damage the actual item itself. Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good segue, too. We're talking a little bit about how we, artifacts and even large features like a shipwreck, when they're in underwater environments for a really long time, and then you bring them to the surface, in some cases, they're subject almost immediately to deterioration. And there's, oftentimes a very long process of conservation. It's a science unto itself. It's almost a field distinct from archaeology or underwater archaeology. But it can be very expensive, and it takes a lot of time. And so one of the things that we do, after the process of conservation, once these artifacts have been stabilized, they're still very fragile. And what we are able to do now, because of technology, is to create 3D models of those artifacts. And we can do that in a couple of different ways. We can do it through 3D laser scanning, or we can even do it through a process called photogrammetry, which is basically taking photos or video of an object, two-dimensional, and then compiling it together, processing it to create a 3D model. And once we have those models created, we're able to print them out using 3D printers. And of course, there's all kinds of different materials we can use on a 3D printer, but in large part, we can print them out, we can paint them to look like the objects, and that allows us to travel them around, to bring them to people so that they can kind of get hands-on with them, touch them, get an idea for what are on these sites. And it's really an incredible way to make these things more accessible, which is something I feel like I always talk about, but it's so important in doing public archaeology and getting people engaged with their maritime heritage. And, these shipwreck sites and artifacts that are on them, they're tangible pieces of our history, and, people want to touch them. So being able to produce 3D models is really incredible. It's a great use of technology, and it's something we're doing quite a bit of now.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, because we recently partnered with you. You helped guide us to the University of West Florida and their 3D print lab, and we did some monitor artifact replicas there to very great effect. So, I'm excited to do more, and to be able to put those replicas, those one-to-one replicas, in people's hands. That's a pretty special thing, and maybe from some of the work we're doing here and the photogrammetry we did at USS Monitor, we'll be able to 3D print that too one day. So, it's the amount of technology we're able to bring for education outreach is truly stunning how fast it's moving.
And I think, it's funny, people tend to think of archaeologists as kind of, behind the times and kind of dusty and older and kind of out of touch with reality. But I think, for those of us who are doing this kind of work, there is a lot of really cool technology and opportunity being integrated into what we do. And it's really an exciting time to do this kind of work.
Yeah, absolutely. I use the inner Googles all the time. No, that's exactly right, though. So let me ask our ecologists, as we're looking here now, we're moving towards the bow, and we're seeing some different species. But would you like to stay in this region, or would you like to gently glide back to where we were before with all that, I'm going to use the word biomass, was located? What's your preference?
The technical term. Appreciate the effort there, Tony. Proceeding along towards the end of the bow would be most useful to us. We could consider this a complete transect of the length of the vessel. It'd be good to capture this on the video, and then we can make our way back towards the stern.
Okay, roger that. I got the affirmation from the ROV pilot, so we'll take this slowly all the way to the bow area, and then maybe turn around and glide back again, but see all that species. And we are on the East Coast here. We're at about almost 5:22, 5:23. So it might be interesting, being that we're in that late afternoon. Maybe we'll see some change of behavior. And
it could be. I think those that are in eastern North Carolina will notice that it's still quite light outside. Still a couple of hours away from twilight, but that is going to be very different and much more advanced darkening as we're on the bottom here at 260 feet.
And Chris and Avery, what is the?
Avery,
Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
I was going to ask, it seems like this is about the time that we started seeing, in some of our other dives, the jacks really sort of come alive, and seeing some of those fish kind of come up out of the wreck and things like that. So I'm hoping we get another look at that. Is that kind of what you recall, that this is sort of about the time that we start to see the switch?
It seems like it, and but we have very clear water, so I'm hoping we'll get to the bow, and then we'll be able to turn around and with those wide-angle cameras on feed 2, start to capture some of those changes in behavior.
It is really fascinating.
Are those reef butterfly fish?
What did you say, Chris? I couldn't quite hear.
Are those reef butterfly fish there in feed 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
And
we have been looking at those beautifully.
Yeah. The little puffers, the puffers started to show up. Those little, I think they're sharp-nosed puffers, right? Started to show up.
Yeah, there's
So there towards
sharp-nosed
the end.
puffers. And we're also looking at multiple spot-fin hogfish, which have the yellow tail side. The one we're looking at right now has red and white colorations on it as well.
I'd love to see all the life on the shipwreck, and it really does demonstrate how it is, the shipwreck itself is a real integral part of the ecosystem, and that is something we do talk about here in the Great Lakes, although, and I do think we have some of the best shipwreck diving in the Great Lakes, but we don't have the colorful life, the colorful biomass around the wreck sites, but we do have many fish and many mussels and microscopic critters, but not cute little puffers like that guy. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, is that a puffer? What is that we're looking at there?
That looks
That
like
might
a
be
sea cucumber to me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess my eyes aren't so good. I see that better now. See, I'm used to Great Lakes. But a lovely. I do have another, just to change the subject real quick, because my audience is chomping at the bit here in Alpena. They want to know if there are any barrels left on the EM Clark, any of that heating oil left.
We honestly don't know. There could be.
And as it deteriorates, I suppose that could be a potential hazard.
I could say, yes,
Well, yeah,
Stephanie, as we...
Generally speaking, the oil would be noticeable. I mean, we have a lot of fishing going on there, and we do have some wrecks that have leaked fuel or oil in the past. This one has not been leaking at all.
I could say, yes, Stephanie, the wreck of the Clark had a little over 118,000 118,000 barrels of fuel heating oil aboard when she went down, and there was no, to our knowledge, no report, no indication of fire or leakage or anything at that time. But as Joe said, there have not, over the years. This is a popular fishing location along the shelf here, and there hasn't been any indication of oil or anything on the surface here. Nothing reported, and in earlier reconnaissance as we were going past the wreck lower down, the ship here looks pretty well wide open. So anything that would have been in here is gone, and it may have happened at the initial sinking event. We don't know for certain, but I don't think there's any petroleum products left on the ship. But that is a good point to discuss with our marine ecologists. We have a bunch of these wrecks out here that are still full of diesel fuel oil, various potential environmental hazard materials that, as they continue to degrade, could become environmental issues and harmful to the habitat. Chris or Avery, could you speak to the NOAA response, or the I can't recall the group that's doing that's studying and profiling the wrecks and marking ones of potential concern?
Yeah, I believe our NOAA's Office of Restoration and Response are in close coordination with the U.S. Coast Guard on all of these wrecks, and have tried to monitor. They receive reports from fishermen and have on their awareness wrecks that may still be holding oil. And I think it's well known on some of these wrecks, and I think they stand by ready to respond to any of the catastrophic leaks that may occur.
I can say, yeah, I think from speaking with Tane earlier, he's on a brief walk with dinner, but coming back, I think we have on the list that they've compiled. I think we have about 3 wrecks along the shelf here in North Carolina that are on the close watch list for potential environmental.
Understood, Chris.
Yeah.
Thanks. Meanwhile, I appreciate those of us ecologists are really appreciating the zoom in and great capture of that gag grouper. I'm wondering if the ROV could get lasers on it. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, we got great footage of that one. A gag grouper, another one of the highly sought after species for recreational and commercial fishers. And it's just they're a heavily managed species. In fact, they close the species to any harvest at all from December through May, and that's to protect them during their reported spawning season. So we're outside that season now, so fishermen are out plying the waters, targeting those species, probably on days like today.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and just to maybe build on a little bit what Chris Sutherland was saying, that yeah, we took advantage out here to do additional surveys of some of these vessels, and science never sleeps on the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. So in the daytime we do these ROV dives, these broadcasts to share with the world, but at nighttime we're multi-beam surveying the entire time. So NOAA has put together a list of potentially polluting shipwrecks. That's just looking at their cargo manifests and what they might have been carrying. So these are known shipwreck sites off North Carolina. They're well fished. So we just took the time now to go through and actually do targeted multi-beam surveys on that to be able to share with folks like the United States Coast Guard, who are the lead in case of any sort of oil leaking event. So in case something ever happened in the future, which we haven't seen yet, we'll have the most up-to-date data to share with them, and then they'll have that new science and that information to help make decisions on what to do next. So we're very happy to do that and share that information with them. And just another example of how NOAA is our premier ocean agency of the United States. So it looks like we're just going to make the turn here, and so we are actually on the bow section of the tanker EM Clark. You can see how that's starting to taper behind the ROV that would go down the bow. We saw the anchors there, and there's been a little bit of collapse here where we had sort of the turn to the bow. So you have the hull is still intact, but the structure on top and deck has collapsed a little bit. And we're going to head back towards the stern, towards where we saw all that marine life. So it'll be really exciting to see. And maybe the folks at home can help us to do fish counts as well, as we're surrounded by the thousands and thousands of fish as we move down the hull of the tanker EM Clark, 260 feet on the seafloor in North Carolina. Oh, we've got some lasers on this grouper.
Can we request 4K, please, Tony?
4K video. Roger, thumbs up.
So this is maybe that same individual gag grouper. I lost it in the field of view for a little bit, but this is a bottom-associated predator that is usually very in close proximity to structured habitats like the shipwreck. And those lasers were about 10 centimeters apart, and I didn't get a good glimpse, but we can use that to then extrapolate how long the fish is. And we're also seeing some sharp-nosed pufferfish. We're seeing some Peranthius. And the pink that we're seeing on the shipwreck structure itself, that is likely crustacous coral and algae. We're also seeing some corals growing on the wreck structure and likely tunicates and sponges.
Avery, for our friends in the Great Lakes, could you make sure you point out all the pufferfish that you see? I know they're big fans of it there in Alpena.
It's funny, Shani.
Poor thing. I don't see any right now, but next time we do see them, we'll point them out.
Roger that. Thank you.
I will say, in my defense, we have a big feeder and it's full, and the screen's a little far away from me right now, but...
No, good. Well, and it's good to point out that these are wildly different environments between the freshwater Great Lakes and Lake Huron, where the Thunder Bay National Sanctuary is, but also protects shipwrecks and is a maritime heritage site. to North Carolina and the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, where we're not in the sanctuary now, but very close to it, and much different saltwater environment, completely different species, and it's a whole different world. So they really are apples and oranges.
That's true, Tane. They really are. But then something that Nicole was talking about earlier, and just bringing these people want to touch these artifacts and actually connect with them. And I think this program is such a magical way to do that for audiences from around the world. And in Thunder Bay, we are very fortunate to have a number of our shipwrecks, not quite as deep as the E.M. Clark, but very accessible, very shallow. In fact, you can take a glass-bottom boat out to see some shipwrecks that are maybe 15 feet deep. And what a powerful way for folks to connect to our rich maritime history.
Yeah, that's true. It's a lot what we're doing here now, where you don't have to be a scuba diver. You don't need to have advanced training or techniques. You don't have to have all these things. And just like that glass bottom boat, where you're providing access to share the history and heritage and the marine life with the world. And we're doing the same thing here with this telepresence, where all you need is a mobile device, and you can literally connect and learn and interact with us in this real-time exploration anywhere with a simple cell phone or a computer, or even a computer at a school or a library or friends. I mean, you can do this real-world exploration from your couch. So we're very, very happy to do that. And it doesn't take anything at all. But it's breaking down barriers for folks that you don't need to have a boat or necessarily transportation to the seashore, the lake shore. You can do this from your couch, and that's why we're so happy to partner with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration to provide this real-world satellite capability, where literally we're conducting surveys and observations on the ocean's floor in real time and sharing it to people all around the world. Looks like we've gotten on the main feed here some great-looking fish. Well, what is it we're looking at?
Yeah, that's looks like an almacajak and a type of angelfish that we think may be a hybrid between a queen angel and a blue angel, and we see those more often in tropical reefs, and that's something that we noted in our previous research on these shipwrecks, that these very high relief, complex structures mimic in some ways some of the complex coral reefs that we find in tropical waters far to our south, but because of the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, they carry and transport these tropical species up to these areas, and they find these as suitable habitats supporting their feeding and resting.
Oh, fantastic. So again, we're just getting reset with the ROVs, and then we'll start slowly gliding back towards the stern, where we saw all that activity a little bit earlier. We're being greeted by a couple sand tiger sharks here if you're watching the quad view. And for Dr. Carol Price, hopefully when we get down a little further down the hole, we'll get some nice side views of the sharks for you.
That would be great. Looking forward to seeing them again. I'm kind of been missing them, so it'll be good to see them again here in just a few.
And again, to orientate people, we are on the starboard side of the hole, which is the right-hand side. You can see to the right-hand side of your screen, that's actually the deck. Since the vessel's laying on its side, you're actually seeing a little bit of a house there, a little bit of a cabin. So that's still attached to the side of the vessel, and it's metal. A lot of this is sloughed off. A little further on, you can see davits for the lifeboats there. That's telling part of that story where the sailors on the ship were thankfully able to escape, those merchant mariners. Only one was lost, so out of the 41 crew members, 40 of these sailors got off, which is very good in terms of a U-boat attack. And so we're the bow of the vessel is behind us, and we're going to slowly start moving along this top part of the hull, the high point, now towards the stern or the end of the vessel. And we hope to see a whole entourage of marine life as we keep moving down the hull. And maybe for those folks that are
You know-
on the line with us, you might want to mute yourselves because I can hear somebody typing, just to make sure we mute that. I'm sorry, there was a question?
You mentioned yes, honey, I was just thinking about, you mentioned the lifeboats, and it brings an image to me of some of the beautiful photo mosaics and photo models that you had a hand in helping create here in Thunder Bay, and how some of our schooners have those lifeboats sitting right by the upright schooner as it sits on the lake bottom, very tragically never used. And just another reminder that these are powerful stories that are telling us about the everyday people that worked in the Great Lakes, that worked in the during wartime, that worked out there on the Atlantic seaboard, that you don't read about in the history books. And just another testament to how important these artifacts really are.
Yeah, it's a good point, Stephanie. And another opportunity to talk about the U.S. Merchant Marine and their role in all of our armed conflicts and wars, especially World War II. This was a merchant mariner vessel, a merchant tanker. It was crewed by U.S. merchant mariners, and their contributions to the war effort, can't be lauded enough. They had a 1 in 26 rate of being killed in the line of duty, in action. They're often on these merchant vessels that were, in most instances, unarmed, not always. But they were moving that material of war, whether it be blankets or medicine or guns or tanks or even like on the blue fields, unexpected items like a cargo full of toilets. Who would have thought? But they're the semi trucks of the day, and they volunteered for service. And a lot of them, many of them, more than anybody else, even more than the U.S. Marines in World War II, pay the ultimate price for that. So part of this is, of course, honoring that heritage and history and celebrating what they did for this nation. So, and that extends all the way to the Great Lakes, where a lot of that ore that was used, that iron ore that was refined down to build these ships and these plates of the steel and the iron, that all came from the Great Lakes region, shipped through the locks and St. Lawrence and to all these different places, but that's oftentimes where this metal originated. So great views of sharks here.
Yeah, interesting. Carol, could you talk about some of the characteristics of those two sharks that just swam by?
So I saw one swim by. There's two of them now coming into my view. Those both look like sand tiger sharks. That's a very common shark that we see here on these wrecks. You can see the nice spots on the side that we can use to identify individuals. You can also tell that that's a male sand tiger shark, the one in the front, and I believe the one in the back. You can see those two appendages on the bottom side, sort of towards the back there. Those are the external reproductive organs of the male, and that's one way we can tell that that's a male sand tiger shark. Interestingly, I did see a few female sand tiger sharks earlier, I think, and so that's pretty exciting that this is a mixed group of this shark. This is a time of year when we expect they might be mating, and so it would be really interesting to catch something like that going on, although I don't think we'll see it, but that would be kind of interesting. We do sort of hypothesize that mating probably happens at night, so if we were going to see it, this might be the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks for that, Carol. It looked like in feed one, the early part of the passing of those sharks, I thought I saw a male and a female swimming side by side. So I didn't realize that this was the time of year where they may reproduce.
Yeah, in the spring is when we think, and so I don't really know when the exact months are. We sort of hypothesize spring, so anytime from April, May, June is highly likely. It's about when we see them starting to come together on these big aggregations. And one thing I haven't really seen on the female sand tiger sharks that I've seen is those pectoral scars that do indicate mating has occurred. So a lot of times you'll see female sharks have a lot of wounding up near the pectoral fins, which are the ones just behind the gills, sort of towards the back of the body. And so females that have mated often have really extensive wounding in that area from the males, and that's definitely indication that mating is happening. But I haven't really seen those. Avery, have you noticed any of that kind of wounding on any of the female sand tigers that you might have seen?
So I haven't, Carol, been able to match up the genders with the wounds. In some of the angles, we've been seeing the wounds from the head on, and I haven't been able to get a good look for figuring out what sex the sharks are. But I will keep my eyes peeled for that. Lots of intriguing mysteries still remain.
And I really appreciate the lasers on the side of that shark. That'll be really helpful in estimating the size of these animals. As Chris said earlier, these sharks are 6 to 8 feet long, typically when they're adults, when you see them. And that certainly seems to be the size range that we're looking at here today. So really exciting. You can see some other scarring on the snout of this shark. You can see some of those scrapes perhaps on the pectoral fin of this one, but this is a male shark, so probably not mating scars. But, life is tough out on the reef, and so it's not surprising we see a lot of sharks, sand tiger sharks with scrapes and scratches and wounds all over their bodies, on their heads, their bodies, on their tails. So it's, even though they're, high-level predators, they are not safe from sustaining damage from while they're out there hunting and interacting with other animals, and perhaps even while they're trying to feed on the shipwreck. So some of that wounding may be, perhaps, we don't know for sure, but may be resulting from, feeding attempts, foraging attempts.
That is so impressive how close you can zoom into those sharks. Have you found at all that they don't seem to be bothered at all by anything else in the water, any cameras or anything? Is that they're just not afraid?
One of the greatest things about that particular species of shark is that it's one of the reasons that many divers come to North Carolina is just to go and see these sharks. They're common at the shipwrecks, and divers can go, and unlike many sharks that will tend to sort of leave the wreck if they see divers come in the water, the sand tiger sharks are really very accepting of human presence, which is why we can ask divers to safely approach these sharks and take pictures of them while they're diving, and we can then use those to analyze the spot patterns. So we do find that for whatever reason, sand tiger sharks are very accommodating. They come right up to the camera. They don't seem to be shying away from the ROVs as they're going down, and that's consistent with what we see with how they behave around divers as well. They're just a very calm shark, and do not pose any threat to divers as long as divers are maintaining a safe and respectful distance.
And maybe for our ROV pilots, if we just keep slowly gliding towards the stern, or maybe we can pause when we see a really big congregation of sharks. Looks like we're just starting to enter that area where they're back again.
Yeah, I really like that broad view on feed 2, showing the sharks in the distance, the schools of fish up above the wreck.
for reference, where are we on the wreck right now? I'm sorry, I get so engrossed in looking at the fish, I forget where we are. I keep losing my space.
No,
so I'm kind of like
you're not the only one, Carol.
So we
There we are.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for that view.
So we are in the center of the vessel. Feed 2 shows you the multi-beam sonar navigation screen. So you're getting a sense we're almost directly in the center of the vessel on that high side, and we're just slowly moving towards the stern, which is in front of us, or to the sort of northeast if you're looking at the multi-beam image. And I should point out too,
Thank you.
this multi-beam image was collected by the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. So not only are we doing the ROV exercises and these dives with it, but also at nighttime we can go and get real-time multi-beam sonar survey data that we can then pass on to the ROV crew, and they can look at it, get a sense of what's happening down at the site, and making sure there's no snags or overhangs or nets as well. So it really provides them a safe environment, and it's fantastic to navigate. But it's all due to the expertise aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster with their survey techs, and of course the officers and crew that are first-rate and very professional. So we're just sort of resetting before we head down again.
Really neat to see that little jack hanging out with that big male sand tiger shark there. It's very interesting to watch the fish that just really seem to accept the presence of these large predators. So perhaps it'll be interesting to see if that changes once we get a little bit even later into the evening. It's thought that this shark species is probably not feeding typically during the day, but rather that it's a shark that feeds more either maybe at dawn or dusk or perhaps into the night. And so to me it's always fascinating to watch these large sharks just surrounded by fish that could potentially be prey, but somehow those fish are aware. And this is a female, and you can see that very distinctive scarring there on that pectoral fin. So that is perhaps an indication, maybe, that this might be a site where there is some mating happening. And again, we think that happens at night. So maybe we'll get, like I said, maybe we'll get really, really lucky and observe some of these very rare behaviors. Wow, that is amazing. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a fantastic shot, isn't it?
Oh.
I agree. Both of those shots, the one that's close up of the shark, and then feed 2, just seeing the 3 sharks with the massive schools of fish swimming around. It does look like the sort of pace of everything is slowing down a bit from when we were conducting the survey just an hour or so earlier.
I think Avery and Chris backed me up. I think we might have been seeing some parasitic copepods hanging right off of the snout area of that sand tiger shark when we had that close up. What do you think?
Yeah, I would agree with that. And also some injury that I don't know if it's related to interactions between sharks or maybe a hooking injury. It was hard to tell on that one. But yeah, I agree. I definitely saw some of those filaments of the parasitic copepods hanging off.
It's interesting, as we move to the stern, we're starting to see all that life come back to us now, almost like that sort of a fish giant parade and celebration as we've got sand tiger sharks gliding in from everywhere now.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting species. The North Carolina aquariums, like many aquariums in the United States, feature these sharks in many of our exhibits, and they're always really popular with visitors. You can get right up to the big windows and see these guys swimming slowly through the water. And they're just really impressive with those big toothy grins. And they make, really good sharks because of their sort of relatively docile nature. And they're always a big hit. And we're really excited about that at the aquariums because, we care about sharks and rays, and we really want to promote their conservation and really try to inform and educate people about how amazing they are and how important they are in healthy marine ecosystems. There's so much negative press about sharks, and we do everything we can to kind of combat that. And I think this kind of video where you can see sharks just hanging out and doing their thing, and it is just so important. And I can't wait to share this video that comes out as part of our overall shark conservation messaging at the North Carolina Aquariums, and specifically for our research project. So again, we keep saying fantastic, amazing, but it really just is.
Yeah, well, this is wonderful. And maybe
what you just said there was fantastic and amazing, Carol. That the image. Thanks for ROV for switching over to this imaging sonar. This is exactly what I was hoping you'd show here. And you can see the sharks swimming through the field of view. We'll be able to get measurements from those from the blue view data. It's giving us a good perspective of how many sharks are actually out there. You can see them just on the periphery and about just beyond 10 meters, which is beyond the view of the lights. You can see some of those sharks that are beyond the structure of the wreck too that are being picked up in the imaging sonar. And big schools of fish swimming around like flies.
Also, I'll point people's attention to feed 2. You can see the Goliath Grouper sort of way in the distance, and of course the Lionfish safari. And maybe for the ROV pilots, this is a good place to sort of hang out at because it's so interesting. But for our ecologists, could you describe to our audience in Alpena, Michigan, that Great Lakes Maritime Heritage Center, could you describe exactly what we're seeing in here and why this is very unique? I mean, we're getting an incredible view of this invasive lionfish here. Can you talk to that a little bit to help these folks understand how incredible the scene is? So that might be for you, Chris Taylor, if you're able to describe what we're seeing here for the audience in Alpena, Michigan, because this is insane.
Oh, sorry.
What we're seeing here.
Yeah, absolutely
sorry about
insane.
That. You broke up at the... Yeah. Go ahead, Chris Taylor.
Oh, no, that was for you, Chris Taylor.
It's confusing, I know. There's so many lionfish and so many Chris's on this broadcast. Yeah, the lionfish here, it's shocking how many lionfish we're seeing here. We came over this earlier. I actually thought we may see a different pattern because the lighting has changed, and we're not. This is the greatest number of lionfish I've seen in a site on a shipwreck off of North Carolina. Likely attributed to the fact that we're deep, so we're beyond the depths of recreational divers that often hunt these lionfish using spears, and they're not caught very well at using any other method. So here they are, and we don't think that they have very many predators. Even these sharks here, we're not sure if these sharks, sand tigers and other sharks, are actively feeding on lionfish. They're not feeding on a lot of these ones because look at all of them. It's hard to keep track, hard to count, but looking forward to analyzing the video that we're capturing here, and you get some counts here, and they're really patching. So we were up at the bow of the ship, we didn't see any of them, or maybe one or two. Now we're back here by the stern, and there's just hundreds. I mean, it really is hundreds, probably thousands of these.
And the lionfish is invasive. They're not good for the environment. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because folks in Alpena might not quite realize what looks like a very pretty fish doesn't belong here, and it can cause havoc.
Yeah, that's right. They are invasive species. There's actually 2 species that we have in our region, North Carolina and elsewhere in the South Atlantic. They're introduced from the Indo-Pacific. They're from a tropical reach there, and they were likely introduced through the aquarium trade. There's several hypotheses on how they escaped from the aquarium trade, but here they are. Divers from the NOAA Beaufort Lab and the dive shops in the area saw them first back in about 2000. and then unfortunately they spread throughout the tropical reefs in the Caribbean. Actually, arriving in the Caribbean or being spotted in the Caribbean last, they showed up. We spotted them in the Flower Gardens coral reefs in the northwest Gulf of Mexico in 2012. So, and in the Florida Keys before that, and then throughout the Caribbean. Now they're on every reef, and with active measures trying to eradicate them from those reefs because of the suspicion that they are cause significant impacts to the natural fish populations in those areas. And research is being conducted on methods to capture them, to catch them, especially in deep water like this. We'll observe them all the way down to at least 1,000 feet in the tropical reefs of the Caribbean, and so they're definitely able to escape our measures, where man can do a very good job of catching a lot of fish. We're not very good at catching these lionfish in deep water. The site here this is incredible. This is what we were hoping to see on this very large wreck, but this is a school of bait fish, maybe some scads, some small tomtates swarming around. They're swarming around the sand tiger sharks. The jacks here are starting to get a little bit more aggressive and swimming around in circles. We may start to observe some predation here, but this is just a great site on the E.M. Clark, at about 260 feet below the surface of the ocean.
Question here from Alpina about those lionfish. Since they are beyond recreational diving depths, what sort of efforts? Are there any efforts to control their populations at these depths?
Yeah, there are, Stephanie, in certain areas. And in Florida, there's several lionfish rodeos where scuba divers and free divers will gather together over a particular reef or particular artificial reefs or wrecks and try to catch as many and have contests for how many they can catch. There's no measures or there's no limits to the number of lionfish a fisherman can capture in a day, and divers in North Carolina will also have some rodeos, and so that there's active measures by research groups, by conservation groups to send divers out and encourage them to capture them and capture them safely. One of the challenges is that at the base of the fins, the fins that go to the side, the fillet fins that go towards the top, we call those dorsal fins and pectoral fins, there are spines in them that are venomous. So again, these are not poisonous; they're venomous. So they produce a sting that can, depending on your tolerance, can be like a bee sting or become very, very painful and sometimes cause temporary paralysis on limbs. But if you handle them carefully, spear them and handle them carefully, it's a heat denatured toxin. So applying heat to it rapidly can usually denature the toxin and reduce the impact of the sting. But once you get past that, the fish fillet is very delicious. They pushed it to become a food fare for some of the white tablecloth restaurants in the Caribbean, and it's in the southern U.S. And I think they're just trying to do everything they can to eradicate them from the reefs where they're invasive.
And I really feel like we're in an alien landscape here, where we're zoomed in and we're looking at the invasive lionfish with their fins out fanning. We've got the sharks being sentinels swimming around. And it's not until we're getting some fantastic views here on the quad view. You folks will see in about 3 seconds. But as we back up, we realize we're actually on a shipwreck in a World War II tanker, and that history as well. And that's such a perfect example of what the resources we have here off North Carolina. Oh, and beautiful bait balls of fish moving around. You know, you have one single resource on the seafloor that's both historical, archaeological, and ecological, this island of life, and we're getting some gorgeous views of the marine life.
Tommy, one of the questions that I get about lionfish sometimes is they don't look like lions. Why do people call them lionfish? And, I'm not exactly sure what the answer is, but one hypothesis is that when you're seeing them face on, as we've been seeing many of them face into this current here, that when they spread their fins out, especially sort of around their head, that it looks very much like the mane of a lion. But those stripes are, not something obviously that lions have on them, more like tigers. But it is a question that I've gotten a lot, so I don't know. Maybe Chris or Avery have you heard anything about about how they got that name lionfish as opposed to tigerfish?
Yeah, I've heard the same, Carol. It's the frilly fins that when they open up to make themselves look bigger or to intimidate other predators, I think that may be interpreted as a lion's mane. But it's a good question. They are pretty fish. I say that cautiously because of their impacts to our local ecosystem here. But they're an impressive fish to observe, and especially in the numbers that we're seeing here as the RLV continues to move down, and it's almost, besides the shark, it is the only thing that you're seeing against the shipwreck. It is shocking. Absolutely shocking.
And Chris, as we're watching, it looks like we've got the schools of fish, these balls that are inundating, moving. I'm seeing other fish darting in and out. What's happening here?
Yes, so this is a coordinated schooling behavior, swarming behavior by fish of this size. It's hard to tell what these are. If they're small snappers or if they're scads. But they're swimming a coordinated behavior in order to evade some of the predators here. They're surrounded by these jacks, and so in some cases they're going to swarm around these sand tiger sharks. We observe this somewhat regularly on the shipwrecks like this. That they'll swarm around sand tiger sharks. Dr. Paxton says this is my go-to phrase, like flies on a pig, and it seems counterintuitive that small fish that look like tasty morsels would be attracted to it in such close proximity to such a large predator, but we think that may actually be a refuge from other predators. So the small schooling silvery fish that we just saw swarming around the sand tiger shark are actually using the shark itself as a refuge, because that sand tiger shark may go after some of these jacks that we now see up and feed to the larger bodied fish that are swimming around also in schools. We also see that same phenomenon with the fish that's coming into view now, the Goliath Grouper, which is one of the largest groupers that we have in our region. We see this fish a lot more commonly in Florida and in the Caribbean, and so to see it up here is unusual, but not unexpected given the water temperatures that we're seeing here that are 70 degrees, only getting warmer in the summertime.
Chris, this is Carol. I have a question about the Goliath. Are those? I've seen pictures of these on our wrecks for a long time, and as you mentioned, they're more common in Florida and the Caribbean. But are these a native species to North Carolina waters, or would you consider these perhaps as a species that's undergoing range expansion?
We've noted Goliath groupers in our waters for a number of years, probably several decades, and taking those from the records from our scuba divers from NOAA and from fishermen that have fished the wrecks. And even inside, we'll observe smaller Goliaths have been observed in our estuarine waters too. So I think it's our close proximity to the Gulf Stream, the fact that in the summertime we'll have our waters can get quite warm. We're at sort of the edge of the range of the sort of subtropical species that use habitats from, say, Hatteras or Cape Lookout down to Florida and the Florida Keys. So I think I think technically we're within the range of the Goliaths based on the historical records. Whether they may become more numerous with the warming ocean and given the management measures that are currently in place for them, which is mostly a moratorium on their capture of any kind, we'll have to wait and see. And I'm not sure if there's been an analysis of their trends in abundance in North Carolina and off the reefs in recent years.
Thanks, Chris. I actually had a diver ask me about it a few days ago, and was asked me if we would consider that an invasive species, and I told her I wasn't really 100% sure, that I didn't think so, but thanks for clearing that up, and I'll send her to you next time.
Happy to help, and I'll probably send her to the Goliath Grouper experts down in Florida, like Chris Koenig and Chris Stalling.
Sounds like a plan.
I should remind
we do
folks.
Have a.
Oh, I'm sorry, Steph. Do you have a question?
Yes, actually, we have an audience member who's 3 years old who's very interested in the sharks that we were just seeing. And Ira from Alpena And maybe she'll grow up to be a shark biologist. I'd like to think so, but she's super excited about seeing those sharks and wants to know what do they eat and why. And we talked about that a little bit. But if you could help Ira understand why all those sharks were swimming so peacefully with all the fish and why weren't they eating them?
Well, that's a
Carol,
great
you want to start off on that
question.
one?
Yeah, that's a great question, Ira. And you know, sharks like to eat fish. They eat all kinds of fish. They eat fish that are about the size of a lot of the fish that we see swimming around this wreck right now. They also eat other sharks. They eat stingrays, and they will even eat hard-bodied animals like crabs and things like that. So they'll really kind of eat a lot of different kinds of foods. But we think that these sharks mostly don't eat during the day, that they only eat at night. And so we think that because the other fish somehow know that sharks are not going to eat them that this species of shark is not going to eat them during the day, that they feel relatively safe around these large sharks. And in some cases, like in the case of those little tiny fish, they might even be safer close to the shark than they would be if they were swimming away from the shark. So that's a really great observation, and I really hope you grow up to be a shark biologist, if that's what you want to be. Chris, you want to add to that?
Yeah, shark behavior and shark feeding biology is not my expertise. I'm happy that you're able to step in there, Carol. I think Avery may be back on, so I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Avery, in your other studies of sand tiger sharks and other sharks.
Sure. So one of the things that I think Carol said nicely is that we're excited to be able to try to see what these sharks are up to at night. So as the dive progresses this evening, it'll be interesting to see, since we do have so many sand tiger sharks here, what sort of behavior they exhibit. The other thing I'd like to add in is that we do know that by having these large predators like sharks on the shipwreck, that can actually make it so there's a higher variety of fish on the shipwreck. We see that relationship on shipwrecks throughout the area, and it'll be interesting to use tonight's footage to see if that is holding true here as well. Carol, we're getting some comments in the chat that some of the viewers noticed a shark with a possible hook either in its mouth or hook damage. Did you see that?
I'm not sure if I caught the same one, but I did see one earlier that that injury did seem to be consistent with that kind of an interaction with fishing gear. I actually see that in quite a few photographs. Sometimes it looks like fishing gear that the hooks are really small, and so probably somebody that was not trying to catch a shark, but the shark went for the bait. Other times we do see rather large hooks. So that maybe indicates that people were fishing either for really big fish or maybe even targeting sharks. This is a species that you're not allowed to target for fishing or to keep if you do catch it. So you're required to release this shark if you do accidentally catch it. It does seem that sharks can often recover quite well from those kinds of injuries. Often the hooks will either fall out or disintegrate over time. So it's not something I see a lot of in my shark images, but I do see it from time to time. Another common occurrence with an interaction with fishing gear is entanglement in line. So sometimes sharks show up with rope around them or parts of other kinds of fishing gear attached to their bodies. Wow, that's oh man, that close-up is really phenomenal. You can see some sort of scrapes and scarring there around that fin. Not sure what that's from, but very interesting. You can see on a lot of our sharks, there's injuries and scratches and scrapes, and you can see damage to their fins, nicks on the edge. And so it's really fascinating. You know, we think about these as being just really big fish and maybe even the biggest fish in many of the places that they are, but life is still pretty uncertain for these guys. They face a lot of injuries and opportunities for getting wounded, either maybe during mating or during feeding activities. So even though this is a really social shark, you know, there's a lot of them around each other, which is kind of interesting. They do still show up with injuries on all different parts of their bodies from time to time.
Thanks, Carol. And Tani, we have some viewers who are wondering if you can reorient us. What is the name of the wreck we're on? How far off the coast of North Carolina are we? And how deep are we?
Yeah, absolutely, Avery. And, you know, we were having such a good discussion before I didn't get to do our introductions for those that are just joining us. So, everyone far and wide, thank you for being here. For those in the far Pacific joining us today, in Aotearoa, New Zealand, kia ora, in American Samoa, talofa, and in Hawaii, aloha. We are the Valor in the Atlantic Telepresence Project. This is a cooperative agreement between NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. So NOAA and NOAA Sanctuaries is bringing the science objectives, and the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, GFOE, is providing the science in terms of the technology and engineering. So they're making these live views you're seeing here on the seafloor possible, where literally with a 6 to 8 second lag, you're seeing exactly what we're seeing live off the coast of North Carolina. So it's incredible. We've got a satellite dish on the aft deck of the ship we're on, beaming it up to outer space and then to you all over the world. So we are on the World War II tanker, the E.M. Clark, a victim of World War II's Battle of the Atlantic. It was actually sunk by a German U-boat, the U-124. On March 18th, 1942, it was hit by 2 torpedoes and went down very quickly. There was 1 loss of life, so this is a war grave, but luckily 40 members of the crew did get off. And we're seeing some spectacular views here on the seafloor here of the tanker, the E.M. Clark. This is a gigantic shipwreck, 260 feet long on the seafloor, about 20 miles off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. The vessel is laying on its side, so we're actually on the starboard side, which is the right-hand side of the ship. The bow, the front, is in front of us. The stern or the end is behind us. And off to the left-hand side of your screen, dropping straight down, is the deck. So the deck is where they used to work and walk, and that's nearly 65 feet off the seafloor, so almost 6-story building. So it's incredible. Almost 500 feet long, this ship. And the depth of hold, which is the bottom of the keel all the way up to the deck, is about 30 feet. So this is an enormous shipwreck. So we're looking at it historically, archaeologically, but of course, we're getting literally smacked in the face with marine life, and we're looking at it ecologically because this transport of war has truly turned into an island of life, and we're excited to tell you that whole story. So my name is Tani Casserly. I'm a maritime archaeologist with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, and aboard the ship with me, I also have Chris Southerly. He's with the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology, and he's our underwater archaeologist and leads our underwater archaeology branch. And on the line, we've got several experts with us. Notably, Joe Schwarzer, he's the director of North Carolina's Maritime Museum System. We've got Steph Gandula, of course, Resource Protection Coordinator at the Thunder Bay National Marine Sanctuary, and a whole host of ecological experts from our other office with NOAA's National Center for Coastal Ocean Science, Dr. Avery Paxton and Dr. Chris Taylor. And Dr. Paxton, I believe you also have a special guest, also from North Carolina?
We do. Dr. Carol Price from the North Carolina Aquariums is also on the line. And Tane, can we please request 4K imagery of what we're seeing right now?
Roger that.
And there has been some chatter in the chat about lionfish. One of our colleagues, Dr. Steve Giddings, has weighed in that in Florida they're testing new lionfish traps for commercial use so that hopefully those traps can start removing lionfish from deep habitats, which would in turn protect native wildlife while creating supplemental income for the fishing community. So thank you so much, Steve, for weighing in with that information. On the screen right now, we're seeing, sand tiger sharks We're seeing a very shockingly high number of lionfish. We're seeing lots of jacks. I was seeing a tattler bass in there a second ago. And this wreck is just so alive with marine life, and it'll be interesting to see what behaviors these animals exhibit as we transition more fully into the dusk and nighttime period here tonight on the EM Clark 260 feet underwater. And Chris Taylor, what are you observing today?
Yes, Tony, can we ask the ROV to switch the feed 2 to the wide-angle view from Yogi?
Roger that. Are we able to switch to... Okay, here we go. Roger, it's up.
There we go. Yeah, that view is really capturing the broader extent of what we're seeing on Yogi's 4K camera. And we're still getting some ambient light and some light from Guru here, which is showing the jacks swimming up in the water column, these very large schools of swarming schools of what appear to be scads swimming through the water column, and then they just keep coming like rivers of biomass. Schools of jacks, those are the predators, and maybe we'll see some behaviors and behavioral response from these schools of small fish as they evade the predation of these jacks. We have krill fish that are actually swimming close to the wreck, and some vermilion snapper also schooling around. Those are larger bodied but slender snapper species. And here we go. This is just a great time of night to observe those biological interactions and the behavior of these different species.
And Chris, I do have an update from Dr. Steve Giddings, who studies lionfish. Steve has weighed in that it is a rare treat, he says, to see this many lionfish on a shipwreck like this. In his work, he has seen these types of numbers of lionfish on a few artificial reefs in the northeastern Gulf of Mexico. And just to reiterate for those who are joining us, lionfish are an invasive species in the area, and they can influence the types of fish that are on these sites as they're voracious predators. And goodness gracious, this is just absolutely stunning, seeing this mixture of small bait fish with the jack starting through, and then the slow-moving sand tiger sharks and the lionfish in the foreground. Carol Price is on the line from the North Carolina Aquariums, where she is the conservation research coordinator for the aquarium system. And Carol, what are your thoughts on the number of sharks we're seeing today?
Well, this is just truly just a treat for me to see these animals. I can't wait to look at this video for hours and hours and try to figure out what's going on in these sharks' minds. Disturbing to see so many lionfish, as many others have pointed out, and I hope that the traps that Steve Giddings mentioned in his chat are available soon to take some of the pressure off of our fish that these lionfish forage on. But it's great to see this many sand tiger sharks. This is a species that is still doing okay. Populations are still okay, but they've declined by 75 to 80% in the last few decades. So it's really important that they have habitat that they can aggregate at in these sort of social groups that they seem to form. You can see that these sharks really like to hang out with each other. Sometimes we do see them alone on wrecks, but often we see them in groups, and that can be anywhere from a two or a handful of sharks together to dozens like we're seeing tonight, and perhaps even up to hundreds. But it's just really important for the persistence of this species that they have places like this in the ocean, these islands, where they can, as you've called them, Avery, so aptly, these islands where they can really get together and do what they need to do to make sure that we have sand tiger sharks here for a long time for people to watch and enjoy.
Exactly, Carol. And one of the reasons that we think sand tigers like these shipwrecks so much is that they may be using them as rest stops along their migration routes. They take long migrations up and then back down the east coast of the United States. And it may be that they're able to use these wrecks as places to rest, as places to eat. And the North Carolina aquariums with Carol and her colleagues are looking into other components and reasons why sand tiger sharks may use these shipwrecks. And Carol, would you be able to elaborate a little bit on that?
I'm sorry, Avery, can you repeat that? My phone glitched out there for a minute.
No worries. So I was saying that we think that sand tiger sharks likely use these shipwrecks as rest stops. We know that the same sharks can come back to the same or nearby shipwrecks over time, and was asking if you could elaborate on some of the other hypotheses that the aquariums are looking into regarding why sand tiger sharks might be using these sites. Are they perhaps places where they're mating, etc.?
Thanks, Avery. Sorry, you came through clear that time. So we know that these sharks, and we've known for a long time from divers have told us that sharks are around these shipwrecks. And, it's one thing to hear the stories and, but, really science is based on data. And so the point of my research project on this species is to really collect data to start to test some of these hypotheses. And as Avery mentioned, we hypothesize that sharks are aggregating at these wrecks for a couple of different reasons. Definitely they provide places to stopovers for their migrations, which are quite long. So maybe a place, if the food is aggregated, that makes logical sense that the sharks would show up there and hang out as well, maybe have a few meals before going on the next leg of their journey. We also have reason to believe that this species of shark is mating at these wrecks. We do see evidence of mating on the female sharks. They have these very distinctive wounding patterns that indicate that they are mating, and those tend to show up about this time of year, April, May, June. And then the other hypothesis that we have is that while some of these sharks will migrate out of North Carolina, either moving further south into Florida or back up north into cooler waters, maybe up in Delaware Bay, for example. We do see some places where female sand tiger sharks will remain in North Carolina waters throughout the winter. These are often females that appear to be gravid or pregnant. And so they really change shape. They go from this sort of more sleek body shape to being very, very round. And while we can't necessarily prove that they're pregnant, they certainly do seem to look like pregnant sharks a lot of the times. And so we have a few places that we're monitoring really closely for further evidence that those are important sites for pregnant overwintering females. And so, as you mentioned, Avery, these shipwrecks seem to support all three of those hypotheses, as a resting place for migration, as mating sites, and as overwintering sites for pregnant females. So the more we can learn from missions like this about the importance of these shipwrecks for this species and others, the more we really come to appreciate the role that these structures are playing. They've sort of completed their service for human activities, many years ago, and but they're still doing a really, really important job.
Thanks, Carol. That's really fascinating. And Tani, it looks like we are starting to move back down the deck of the wreck, maybe towards the sand. Can you update on viewers on what we're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we saw some amazing scenes up on the high side there on the starboard side of the vessel. Now we're going to start moving down the hull, so we're going to get some good looks at the archaeological features of the shipwreck with these powerful lights. But also, maybe we'll also see some different fish interactions and activity here at the lower level. So it's kind of a 2-for-1, as these projects always are, looking historically, archaeologically, and of course ecologically at these sites. So we're going to move down towards the seafloor and gently start gliding down the wreck. And just to orientate people, we are on the stern section of the tanker E.M. Clark. To the right, of us is actually the stern, and the other side of this is the deck here, and the other side, of course, would be the rudder and propellers. And then we're going to gently, once we get to the seafloor, gently glide to the left, which is towards the bow, and we'll be able to see all sorts of different features. Hopefully we'll see some new critters and all sorts of things that are coming to life here at night on the seafloor at 260 feet off North Carolina. And just again for scale, I've said this several times, but this deck of the vessel, the width of it here as we go down, is almost 6 stories tall. It's about 60 to 65 feet. So it doesn't seem like it on the screen, but this is a gigantic shipwreck. It's also nearly 500 feet long. So just tremendous. And we're getting some great views inside the cargo holds as well here. The holds of the vessel, the lids, the caps of these holds have popped off, and now we're actually looking right into it. And I believe we're actually maybe by the boilers too, so you can actually see that circular structure there originally held the boiler that has since rolled out and is probably to the right of the ROV.
You say, yeah, Tony, I think the one boiler is in the quad view just barely to the right in the kind of the shadowed area.
And there it is coming into view for you folks at home on the quad view. You can see that boiler there that is literally, the insides, the decks have collapsed of this tanker, and it's literally rolled out on the seafloor. So those folks in Thunder Bay, if you've been on the glass bottom boats or you've been on some of those shallow water wrecks, you've seen boilers, you've seen how big they are. There's one that appears very small, but I guarantee you that is a gigantic boiler.
It is pretty exciting for passengers on the glass bottom boat and viewers on these live streams to be able to see, characteristics of that they can recognize. Those the stern and the portholes and then the boilers. It makes it really so human. And like Tane said, we definitely have our share of boilers up here. We don't have very many wrecks that are the size of the E.M. Clark. Probably the closest would be the German freighter Nordmeer, which sank after the E.M. Clark. It ran aground here in Thunder Bay in 1966, and it's about 500 feet long, much more shallow. In fact, it's only about 30 feet deep. So imagine a wreck about this length sitting in 30 feet of water. So it's real near the surface of Lake Huron. But getting a sneak peek and an insight into how these ships were built is just another one of the ways students and the public can really learn from these sites.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. And for our archaeologists, if you see something you'd like us to focus on as we move down, please call out and we'll make sure we document it or zoom in if you like that too.
We do have a request, which is that if we can get some lasers on several lionfish, that would help our scientists understand what size lionfish we're seeing on these wrecks, and help answer questions about if the larger ones are predominantly in deeper water versus shallow water. And then the other thing that our colleague, Dr. Steve Giddings, has passed along for viewers is that each of these lionfish is estimated to eat up to 5,000 fish per year. So again, each of these lionfish is estimated to eat up to 5,000 fish per year. So keep that in mind. We're not seeing a lionfish in the frame right now, but we were seeing a lot of them higher up in the water column directly on that wreck structure. And we are now seeing one lionfish in the bottom middle of the screen right now. So if there's an opportunity to get those laser beams on there, that would be really helpful. And for those who haven't yet seen the laser beams in action, it's 2 red laser points of light that'll be illuminating the side of the fish. And we know that those 2 points of light are 10 centimeters apart. And so we can use that to help estimate the length of the fish. And it's really helpful if the fish cooperate exactly like this lionfish is starting to do and turn towards us so their side is facing us. Ideally, the lionfish would swim a little bit further out so we could see its whole body size from its snout to its tail.
Oh, stand by, Avery. And Avery, there is an audio function with the laser. Would you like us to activate that too?
An audio function with the lasers? What do you mean, Tony?
Pew, pew, pew.
I thought that's perhaps what you meant. Yes, please do activate the audio function with the lasers each time they are used.
Roger that. I might do that off mic. Well, there's a fantastic view in the 4K of that, right in the eyes of that lionfish.
And so our lionfish expert on the line says that typically in shallower water, the lionfish are about 12 inches long or so. And so a little bit hard for me to tell, but looks like this one is certainly bigger than 10 centimeters, and hard to get that exact measurement with its angle. Chris Taylor, any estimates on your part as to how long this lionfish might be?
Sorry, Adrian, I was watching the other feeds and I missed the lasers getting on that fish. I'll check it in the video analysis.
There's a perfect time for the lasers. There we go.
Yeah, perfect. So I would estimate that this lionfish is maybe about 20 centimeters long, and if that's the case, it's close to about 8 inches. But,
cool. Thank you, RV pilots. We can probably start moving slowly down the hole.
Honey, what are some of these structures that we're looking at, like the one that beautiful grouper just swam out of on the right-hand side of the screen?
It's a little hard to tell. I know we're seeing some valves and things. Again, this was a tanker, so you're going to see lots of piping and valve work and things to move sort of those petroleum products and gases and oils around. But Chris Sutherland, what do you think we're seeing?
I guess I think, Tana, you're exactly right. We're seeing some of the cross piping that would have been on top of the deck in the main feed, that large pipe that appears to be going up and down, and then to its left, some of the valves to control the flow. And of course below that, behind the that cross pipe, we're seeing some of the deck reinforcements where the actual plates on the deck have fallen off there in that area.
And we have a viewer wondering what that line is, if folks may think that's fishing line or any other ideas.
Oh, it looks like modern line. You know, these shipwrecks off North Carolina are very popular spots for fishing. You know, they can also be traps sometimes for gear or line that's sort of floating in the water column or rolling on the seafloor. And just like the marine life are attracted to it, they can sort of attract as well, you know, different kind of debris. So I would hazard a guess that it's probably modern. But Chris, what do you think, Chris Sutherland?
I guess, Tani, I think again you're right on that. That's probably some fishing gear that's come down here, or one of the things that is being looked at a lot more closely, environmentally and ecologically as well, is what they're calling ghost gear, which is exactly that. There's pieces and parts that are lost off of fishing vessels and just literally cruise around, floating around, going with currents in the ocean until it encounters something. You know, in some cases, in this case, it looks like it got snagged on the wreck here. You know, in other cases, it can actually affect the wildlife.
Absolutely. I mean, it can cause utter havoc with the wildlife and the fish population. So NOAA has even a whole program that goes around atolls and things, the different monuments and preserves, refuges, and they actually recover that safely. But it is a very big problem, though.
Going back to the lionfish, our audience here in Alpena is pretty interested in when did we first start to see them invading this area in particular?
That's a great question for Chris Taylor. Chris, would you like to answer that for the audience in Alpena?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, the lionfish was first observed by divers in North Carolina in about the year 2000. And then observations, we were conducting an assessment of the frog arm banks, National Marine Sanctuary, in 2012, and maybe had the first sighting of lionfish in that region. That's in the northwest Gulf of Mexico. and over the time since is spread throughout the Caribbean, Central and South America.
So, Chris, another question here: Do we suspect a single point of origin? Is there a recreational aquarium zero where somebody turned their lionfish that got too big for their saltwater tank loose? Have you all or the researchers been able to trace it back to a geographical spot that they think it started radiating out from?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'm hoping our colleague Dr. Steve Giddings may type a better response than I'll give to that, because I'm not sure if there's a single point of origin or multiple. We know that there are two species that occur off of North Carolina, but I don't know for sure with that. Avery, do you know?
Steve says that most scientists now believe that lionfish began appearing in this area when people dumped them from their home aquariums. They were pets, they had voracious appetites, and folks likely dumped them into the ocean.
Well, in Avery, that's a great example of, we've heard stories of folks that have bought an exotic foreign animal, whether it be a fish or something else, and they thought they would love it as a pet. It ended up not working for a variety of reasons, or they had to move. And what do people do? Oh, we'll just let it free, right? We'll just flush it. Well, what harm could it do? Well, this is a fantastic example of the harm that it can do with this lionfish invasion that's now all over the eastern seaboard.
And pythons in southern Florida come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
The species of iguana in the Cayman Islands. Invasive and just completely taking over.
Yeah. So
we've got land counterparts too to what's going on.
Absolutely.
Here in the oceans.
Oh, we're looking at a fish that we haven't seen yet tonight, I believe, on the left-hand side. At least while I've been on the line, I haven't seen it. A jackknife fish is what it looked like. Is that correct? No, maybe not. Looks like it. Can anybody get a good idea on that fish?
The one in the lower left looks like a margate, a black margate. It has a sort of soft, a high sloping forehead and a mottled black band, a vertical band, so it's really thick, that's just behind the eye. Or did you see a stark contrast sort of?
I thought I saw a different body shape that was more reminiscent of a jackknife.
Could be.
But you may be right. It looks maybe like a... Oh, yeah, you're correct.
It's a jackknife.
So this is one of the benefits of telepresence, right?
Yeah.
Is that we can bring multiple experts to the table to have these interactive discussions on air. And we can also do it with folks contributing, like we have our colleagues contributing right now in the chat box. And it's really a way of making sure that we can get the most expertise at the table so that we can learn as much as possible from this footage that we're able to get using the remotely operated vehicle technology. And Chris Southerly, can you share a little bit about the benefits of using a remotely operated vehicle from the archaeological perspective?
I can say absolutely. The biggest benefit is these ROVs give us pretty much unlimited bottom time out here, and that's critical on making observations, detailed observations on shipwrecks like this, like the E.M. Clark, which is sitting in 260 feet of water. If we were to use manned or personed diving operations on this wreck, we would be dropping down in teams, and it would be a large logistic project, and basically we'd be getting probably about 30 minutes of bottom time on the wreck site with the divers. So as opposed to what we're doing now, leisurely moving around the wreck, looking at all the nooks and crannies, getting detailed images on the marine life. As archaeologists, being able to get these images that can then be put together into a photo mosaic for photogrammetry, taking measurements and details off the photos. This is a huge benefit to us when we're working this deep.
Well, we also wouldn't be able to do these nighttime observations, which could be quite dangerous doing technical dives at night when you pop up in the open ocean, to be able to find your buddies, to find the dive boat. So that's the other part of it, that we could be down here any time of day to make these observations. So I think for the historians and archaeologists, the lights that are thrown by the ROV is really making the features come alive, maybe more so in the daytime because they get a little monochromatic.
Yeah, absolutely.
But at nighttime here with these lights, everything pops. And, of course, the marine life, too, obviously, is wonderful to see. But, yeah, it's fantastic.
Speaking of which,
Yes.
there is a fish we haven't seen yet today. It's an oyster toadfish. So if the ROV pilots are able to angle down from those white corals towards the base of the seafloor, there's a few little fish swimming around, and there's an oyster toadfish back directly underneath the white coral that we're looking at right now. If we follow that white coral down with that rope or object at an angle, there's an oyster toadfish right under there.
Zoom
and we
again.
can see its kind of fleshy projections coming out from its lips. And we've just been joined by Dr. Brendan Rundy from the Nature Conservancy. Brendan, can you tell us a little bit about this curious-looking fish we're seeing?
Yeah, sure, Avery, and hi everybody. Good evening. This is a great dive. Another great evening with looks like great visibility, and I'm guessing pretty low current. So toadfishes, like the one we're seeing right here, have extremely powerful jaws that can be used to crush invertebrates like oysters, hence the name. Sometimes they're caught. They're rarely caught as the target species, but sometimes they're caught as bycatch by people fishing with hook and line. And I always warn people on my boat when there's one on board to keep your fingers clear of its mouth, because it can easily crush your thumb if you get it too close to the mouth. So interesting and great eyes, Avery, to spot that cryptic species with that excellent camouflage coloration pattern there on this wreck.
And may we request 4K, please, GFOE?
Roger that. Roger that. And we've got some. If we look at the quad cam too, we're getting some fantastic shots, just sort of a little bit down the hole in the distance, and then we get this feature, this piece of structure here in front of us, as well, of course, with the marine life. But we're getting some really great views of the shipwreck as well. So maybe once we're able.
What is that structure in the center of that wide-angle view, Tommy?
I'm unclear. Maybe some sort of... I'm not sure. Chris, what do you think?
It almost, it's hard to tell, but it almost looks like it may be some type of deck machinery, or a windlass, or it doesn't look exactly like that. But
or something?
Yeah,
except it's on its side.
Yeah,
it's still bolted.
Which would be in kind with a windlass going horizontal rather than a capstan going vertically, but it's still, it doesn't look quite right.
And the architecture and construction of these tankers have different equipment and configurations than freighters, so it could be something associated with the it being an oil tanker too.
It could be some type of pumping.
Yeah, some pumping
or filtering mechanism or something like that.
It's right on the edge of a hold. It's right near the edge of the hull, so that would seem to make sense.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the power of this technology, is that we can now study this for hours and go to all the construction features and plans and really figure this out. I should note that these are all historic vessels. In often cases, there are plans for these ships that can be found. So they really help with the identification. We can start looking at features like something just like that, which appears pretty unique. And if you see that on the ship's plans, or for a type of vessel, they can help sort of narrow down what you might actually have if it hasn't been identified yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's a little bit different than, sort of a history looking before Columbus or the Columbian period, where a lot of those ships were more built by artisans. Sort of the shipwright would add his own touches to it, where this is a very standard design, so you can go to the plans and be like, oh, all right, I know exactly what that is. So it's a different time period, a different way of studying and researching, but another part of our maritime heritage throughout the United States and the world.
I guess we have actually on some of the wrecks that we've looked at in North Carolina have found variations from what would be the standard plans or the builder's plans on some of the vessels that were constructed. I'm thinking specifically of some of the one of the Civil War vessels that was constructed. Its rigging and some of the standing rigging that was incorporated with it was completely different than the ship's class design and the builder's plans that should have been done. So that's kind of Tane, that gets back to the people. Was the change that was made from the official design due to the supplies that were available at the shipyard when they were building this, or was it a tradition of shipbuilding? Because at that point in time, there was still a very strong legacy of family shipbuilding tradition or regional shipbuilding traditions, where the shipwright looked at it and said, well, that doesn't make sense. There's a better way to do it. I'm going to do it this way.
Absolutely.
And just did it that way. So, it's one of those, even with the standard plans and standard ships like that, you can still see those customized elements, that human element that changes from the cookie cutter mold, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of these vessels that make each one of these a little bit unique.
And talking about a construction feature, now that's the center mast or boom of the EM Clark. So we're near the center of the vessel, but that's laying there in the debris field that's fallen off. As we look forward, you can see an open hold here, and it looks like another sort of smaller mast or boom that's fallen off next to it. These would have been helpful in sort of moving equipment around, running a radio antenna up, all sorts of different uses. Large piece of machinery, you can see here it's fallen off the deck. There's a framework for maybe a hatch opening, more of a personnel opening to the left. And of course the ubiquitous lionfish.
Like I say, and actually from the historic account where the U-124 torpedoed the vessel, the first torpedo hit near the port side in the forward vicinity and knocked out that forward mast,
right,
which was where their primary radio antenna was. So that went down, and the crew went about trying to rig up and reroute for an emergency radio to call the incident in. And in that span of time, the U-boat let loose another torpedo that sent the EM Clark to the bottom within 10 minutes. So it was a very rapid sinking after that. The second one was kind of a catastrophic explosion that sent her to the bottom. And there was a loss of life on this vessel. One of the crew members, who was believed to be in the ship's infirmary down below decks, asleep, he was killed, they believe, in the initial torpedo hit, the concussion of that. But the 40 other sailors, so 40 of the 41 sailors, did successfully get off of this vessel into the lifeboats, and were able to be picked up later, or made their way. I believe one of the boats actually made its way to the shore on its own, if I recall.
And as we talked about lifeboats and rowing away from the ship, there's some modern debris for you.
Guys, that's about an 8-ounce butterfly jig right there with 2 7/0 J hooks on it.
We need to say goodbye to a very good friend up in Thunder Bay. Stephanie Gondola time has come to an end, and before she turns into a pumpkin, or I'm not sure what the equivalent would be in the Great Lakes, I just want to say, Steph, thank you for joining us, lending your expertise to the narration here, and to join us on the seafloor here off North Carolina to, the good work that's happening in the Thunder Bay National Marine Sanctuary, and of course you at the Great Lakes Maritime Heritage Center. Thank you so much for being here today and sharing our story with the Great Lakes community in Alpena.
Oh, thank you, Tane. The crowd here has been just thrilled to be connected to the powerful stories, and it's so exciting to have the ecology and the history and the archaeology and the science and the biology, all of this blended together. Excellent job, and we can't wait to get Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration up in the Great Lakes to check out some of our shipwrecks.
Absolutely. Well, we're having the time of our lives here with them off North Carolina, so you'll also love it in the Great Lakes. They're working with sanctuaries. We've got a cooperative agreement, so absolutely, let's get our discussions going. All right, so we're moving down the hull. We see some hatchwork here. You can actually look down to the inner framing, the lower hull. What do you think we're seeing, Chris Edley?
I guess so. Since this is a personnel hatch on the deck, this would be probably going down in between, either into the cargo deck or the personnel spaces that would have been in between the fuel bunkers where the liquid bulk fuel would have been carried on board this ship. So yeah, we can see down there to a ladder well, and access that's going to go further down into the ship as well.
For our ecologists on the line, it's fascinating to me. We're seeing a completely different level of activity here lower down.
It is indeed, Tane, and that's one of the things that can happen on larger habitats like this. While the shipwreck still is an island, it is bigger than many of the ones that we've seen so far during the mission. And when that happens, you have different areas of the habitat that are used differently by particular fish and other organisms. One of the things that I'm noticing is that the animals that are growing on the wreck structure differ between these lower vertical portions than the animals that we were seeing on the really tall sections of the wreck that were horizontal relative to the sea floor. And so we do see that in a lot of other systems. We see that in rocky reef systems, both in the Atlantic and Pacific and Mediterranean and other locations. And that pattern where there can be different organisms on horizontal versus vertical surfaces is one that we're seeing here. Chris Taylor, maybe you can talk a little bit about why you might hypothesize that we're seeing differences in the types of fish at those shallower depths than the deeper depths close to the sand.
Yeah, it's a great question, Avery, and I'm just captured by this crab here. I'm taking a screenshot of it to see if we can get at least get some sort of ID, and maybe someone on the YouTube audience will be able to chat in what they think it might be. Yeah, I think the fish that we were seeing up in the top of the wreck are, it's all, the fish are going to be where they need to find food or where they need to find rest or refuge from predation. And what I'm surprised that we're not seeing are some more of the smaller reef-associated species down here towards the bottom in this really complicated structure and around these attached organisms, the invertebrates that we're seeing here, the jellies, the attached sponges, and soft corals. We are seeing this crab here, which is great footage provided by the ROV. Whereas up top, we were seeing the schooling fish, and that where the current is sweeping plankton across the top of this wreck, that's providing food for the smaller silverfish, the prey fish that we were observing, the scad, the scattered food for the jacks. And so there's a food web that's occurring up there with those different trophic levels. And down here, it's a different habitat. We're seeing fish that may be associated more closely with the structure of the wreck and these microhabitats or these biological habitats that are made up of these attached animals.
And Tani, we do have a comment/question coming in the chat. The viewer asks, he says, if I remember correctly, some tankers would carry top deck cargo once upon a time as well. Some of the early Sealand containers, for example, were shipped that way to avoid an empty backhaul. Can you comment on that as it pertains to the EM Clark?
You know, that's difficult. I haven't seen that in the photography that I've seen of these ships in World War II. You know, they were really kind of racing around. They wouldn't have wanted them to transit in ballast, which means empty. Sometimes they're carrying water or something else, but I can't speak to actually cargo on top because these ships weren't built for that. I don't know if they'd have that structural support to take the weight. But I'm not an expert on it too. I don't want
I guess I don't know either. That would actually be an ideal question to one of Tani and I's or my colleagues, and for me a former classmate who was a merchant mariner and is now a professor of maritime history and commerce at one of the universities in North Carolina. Dr. Sal Mercogliano, if you're hanging around or might be listening, maybe you could weigh in on that.
And I think he's at Campbell University?
Yes. Sal is at Campbell University.
North Carolina.
Yeah, go Camels, as Sal would say.
Okay, and again, we're just moving down the hull here. We're at the top of the hour, so I want to make sure we introduce ourselves. If you're just joining us, we are the Valor in the Atlantic Telepresence Expedition. This is a cooperative agreement between NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, or GFOE. So the NOAA Sanctuaries and the NOAA Office of, National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science have brought the science to what we're doing today, the objectives of what we want to capture during this project, and that's made possible by GFOE and the remotely operated vehicles, or ROVs, these robots on the seafloor. So there's actually two of them working together, two ROVs, one below the other, and one is providing these beautiful 4K footage you can see here, and lighting, and then there's one above it called Guru. This actually has lighting, and it has another camera platform and helps the two move together. So it's a very complex dance with the ship that we have here too, the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. But the GFOE engineers have designed these ROVs, they've built them, they're piloting them right now. They brought a satellite system that's on the back deck of our ship. So we're beaming these live images from the seafloor all the way up to outer space and then back down to you through a satellite so you could share it on your mobile device or your computer and explore live with us on the seafloor from the comfort of your own couch around the world. That being said, I want to say hi to the folks in the Pacific that are joining us. So in Aotearoa, New Zealand, kia ora. In American Samoa, talofa. And in Hawaii, aloha. And to everybody else in between, thank you for joining us. We are aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, one of NOAA's White Fleet Survey and Research vessels. We like to think of it as the pride of the fleet, as the ship can do it all, and their very experienced officers and crew have enabled us to move off Cape Hatteras, pretty adventurous, dynamic waters out here. We've been battling wind, waves, and seas. The ship is compensated for it all on the surface, and now the underwater team here with GFOE is now compensated with different currents, different speeds, different visibilities to bring this live footage here to you. So we couldn't be happier with what we're looking. We're actually on a World War II tanker today from World War II's Battle of the Atlantic. This is the E.M. Clark, sunk by the U-boat 124 on March 18th of 1942. It actually was hit by two torpedoes. It went down quite quickly. There was one loss of life. Unfortunately, the sailor was in the infirmary, the ship's hospital. The explosions from the torpedo killed him instantly, and the other 40 members of the crew got off safely. Thank goodness. But we are on the seafloor at 260 feet down. We're about 20 or so miles off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. And again, we are on this World War II shipwreck. We're looking at it as an archaeological site, an historical site, but also as an ecological site because it's incredibly important to recognize this shipwreck is now an important habitat for all this marine life we've been seeing. So my name is Tane Casserly. I'm with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. I'm also with Chris Southerly with North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology. And we have our ecological experts on hand, too, from our National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science with Dr. Avery Paxton, Dr. Chris Taylor, and we also have special guests. Would you mind introducing them, please, Avery?
Yes, we also have on the line Dr. Brendan Rundy from the Nature Conservancy and Dr. Carol Price from the North Carolina Aquariums. And Brendan, I'm looking at a grouper on my screen right now. Can you identify that for the audience?
Sure can, Avery. I think we just saw a gag grouper, and then that jack came rolling into view and spooked a bunch of the other smaller fish that are on this piece of structure here. But I do think the grouper we saw was a fairly nice-sized gag. One of the most popular recreational and commercial species of grouper that we have here off North Carolina, and one of a couple that we've seen on this wreck today. We've also seen scant grouper, and hoping we'll see some more groupers as the night goes on. And we're looking at just a tremendous diversity of smaller fish here in this structure, and a couple of lionfish there, 2 different size lionfish. This might be another good opportunity for that handy-dandy 10-centimeter apart pair of lasers that this ROV carries. Yeah, thanks, guys. Yep, I see we're maybe seeing a small tang or other reef fish just slitted in and out of view. What are your thoughts on these fish, Avery?
So I agree that we are seeing a diversity of fish. There's also a lot of animals that are growing on the structure or moving over it, like the sea cucumber that we saw just a second ago. When we zoom back out, we'll be able to see that to the bottom left of the lionfish. But going to turn it over to Chris Southerly. Chris, these lionfish and some of the other small reef fish are in areas of the wreck that seem to have a lot of lines or pipes in them. What are we looking at?
You say, Avery, that would be part of the ship's superstructure, or basically the cabin area that would have been in the forward area of the ship, would have been sitting up on deck. Would have, since this was a tanker, that's where the crew quarters and living spaces would have been. So as it wrecked and heeled over and came to rest on its port side, eventually the structural integrity of the lighter built upper works has collapsed down and is now laying in a jumbled pile on the seafloor adjacent to the wreck. So this would have been, piping and electrical conduit and things like that would have been within the living areas of the ship. And that's one of the things archaeologically. This would be a very interesting area for us to get a glimpse into the people, because the artifacts, the material culture, the things that they used every day would be presumably or should be buried and incorporated into this debris. So if this were an archaeological mission where we were actually going to do some minimal disturbance, some test excavations and explorations in that regard, this would be one of those areas that we would probably target to get a snapshot into the life of the sailors that were aboard.
And as we talk about structure, we are moving towards the bow now, to our left, as we're skimming down the hull. So we're actually looking at the deck of the E.M. Clark, the tanker. The tanker is actually laying on its side. It's 500 feet long and nearly 6.5 stories tall at about 65 feet. And we're just gliding down now. So what you're seeing, this debris is, again, as Chris mentioned, it's a lot of that hull structure, the cabins and things that have sloughed off and now fallen to the seafloor, sort of broken apart. But that's what we're seeing here. As we move a little further to the left, we're going to start seeing the anchor and deck machinery, which will be pretty interesting for the anchors. So we got some blow-ups and some different fish here. So what kind of fish are we seeing here, guys, on the main feed?
So these are 2 fish that I actually hadn't seen. Some of our viewers had spotted them earlier today. These are called bank butterfly fish. So earlier we'd seen some reef butterfly fish, and now we see these 2, this pair of bank butterfly fish. And if we could
Yeah, I really
request
like
4K now, please.
4K.
Yeah, I agree with that. These are really cute fish, and it's really common that we'll see butterfly fish, either the reef butterfly fish or these bank butterfly fish, swimming in pairs like this. It's likely related to spawning behavior or mating behavior or mating courtship in it. But it's almost all the time that when I'm conducting a scuba survey for fish counts that those hash marks on the data sheet come in twos.
You know, I think it's fascinating that we're in the Gulf Stream current right now with those warmer, clear waters, and I always find it fascinating. I feel like we're looking at a shipwreck that might be in, 1 to 2,000 feet of depth, but we're seeing these beautiful fish that you might see at an aquarium. So for me, it's a strange back and forth, but just a reminder of how special the resources are off coastal North Carolina. Fantastic marine life and species, fantastic shipwrecks. It's great world-class scuba diving. If you're an enthusiast of fish or history, it's all here. And these wrecks are so important to the lifeblood of the coastal economies too, of course, right? All the businesses, the restaurants, the scuba divers, the charter fishermen. The fishermen know where the shipwrecks are, often more often so than the researchers. So we work with them to learn more, and here's just a beautiful example of these resources. It's phenomenal. We can actually see through the lower decks here. You can see girders and framework in the hold of the ship, and this is a great view on the HD screens on the quad view.
Like I say, yeah, Tana, as we talk about the human story, we actually had a great comment in the chat. Jason in Michigan made note that the U-124, the U-boat that sank the E.M. Clark, actually sank 46 merchant ships. Wow. And 2 warships during its. It actually had 11 patrols between mid-June 1940 and April of 1943. So that's 46 ships sunk, 2 warships sunk, and 4 ships damaged. So we've talked earlier about when we were looking at the Bluefields and the U-576, how this period in the early 1940s, 41 and up, especially up into 1942. This was kind of was referred to as the turkey shoot. We talked about how the encounter between the Bluefields and the 576 actually kind of marked the turn in tactics. Absolutely. With effective convoys and things like that. But that's a good. We've been looking at the Clark, but we kind of turn around like we did with the Bluefields and look at the aggressor.
I got a great question for Chris Taylor. On the quad view, it looks like there's some interesting sort of growth inside the cargo hold. Maybe can you help us out what we're seeing there? Or maybe that structure, it just looks really interesting.
And you're talking about on the quad feed on the upper right?
Yeah.
Image, or?
Maybe that's just some structure. It looked like it was some sort of sponge or something. We are seeing.
That's a good question. I think I might have missed it or not seeing what you're looking at in that view. But there's a variety of attached organisms here. There's probably some hydroids. There's the white spirals. I think we identified those on previous missions as being a form of black coral or sea whips, and probably some encrusting sponges as well.
Nice. We are seeing some more lionfish here too that we've seen. Oh. Just had a fish dart through. So we're just adjusting here a little bit. So we're
it's kind of handy on that. I've got feed 2 up, and I've got just enough of a delay in feed 2 that if I happen to miss it on feed 1, I can see it again in the broad screen, wide angle on feed 2. That was a
good. Well, we're getting some
startle response.
We're getting some great views here inside the vessel itself. We're going to see the anchor windlass and sort of that deck machinery that would help to bring the windlass up and down here very shortly. Those gigantic anchors. For our ecologists, we've gotten some great archaeological shots here, but I think we have to bring the ROV up probably about 8:45 or so. So we've got some time here. But what are some features of the shipwreck we could focus on for you to get some more ecological knowledge? I know we talked about testing the lights on and off. Well, where would be your preferred location to do some of that once we get some shots of the bow?
Yeah, I would. I guess if we're going to be pulling up at 8:45, I would like to repeat the imaging sonar and lights off observation that we made last night here on this wreck with what I think is a higher abundance of fish around some parts of the structure. I'm not sure if I have a preference if we do it here within the structure, lower to the seabed, or if we wait until we're up on top.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure, because I know up top there was a lot more going on. This one's a little bit different here, so we still got some time to think about it.
Yeah, this is Carol. I mean, I'd love to see the lights off thing again. I mean, that was just such a cool party trick, and also just great, information about what's going on. So. Yeah, I think that would be kind of the most fascinating thing to see again, because we just saw that huge impact last night. So trying to get that perspective, maybe see some of the sharks in there, see if they do something different this time around. But if I have a vote, that's my vote.
In 4K, please, Tony.
4K, please. Oh, I've been told we're running almost constant 4K with this great landscape that we're enjoying here tonight.
Fantastic. I really love the perspective that we're able to see in feed 2, the quad view. We're able to have this beautiful soft coral illuminated right in front of us, but we're able to get a perspective of how tall this ship is. As Tane mentioned, it rises about 60 feet off the seafloor. And in the scale of tall habitats in this area of the ocean, that's pretty tall. And we do know that oftentimes the taller the habitat, the higher number of fish and often a greater variety of fish we'll have there. And Chris, would you like to weigh in on that?
No, I was thinking that was a very quantitative term, pretty tall. Yeah, it is. I think when we mapped it, Avery, when we mapped the site, I guess 6 years ago now, it really does just erupt from the seabed. It's a massive shipwreck compared to many of the other ones that we have off of our coast, and I think it really matched some of our hypotheses from our previous papers that the relief can lead you to some expectations of the quantity and types of fish that you see with massive schools of small planktivorous fishes and sort of mid-trophic level fishes that are feeding on both plankton and vertebrates, and then the large schooling predators like the jacks, and then the demersal predators like the grouper. I guess, Avery, I was a bit surprised when getting your opinion on this, a bit surprised that we were seeing both the large body grouper and the sand tiger sharks and on this wreck at the same time. I wanted to see if you had any insights on that.
So I might just jump in really.
Yeah,
I just want to jump in really quick here because I want to point out we can actually see the spare propeller in this frame. So on the main feed, you see sort of a structure right in front of you that almost looks like an axle that goes to the right, and behind that, it looks like there's a blade that comes up. Actually, one of the blades of the spare propeller that's in there, which is a gigantic. Each blade itself is like 6 feet long, so the whole width of two of them. Either side's about 12 feet, so it's very hard to see, but that's what you're seeing right there is the spare propeller for the E.M. Clark.
Tommy, is that a power windlass that we're looking at?
It looks that way. It's a little hard to tell now that things are sort of jumbled, but yeah, I believe it looks that way. Let's say that.
It does.
Yeah.
Still connected to its engine, which is interesting.
Yeah. So we're getting some great archaeological views here. And I'm sorry, Avery, I didn't mean to jump in. I just want to make sure we shared that with the audience.
Oh, no, that's perfect.
We had an interesting snapper species there. If that fish comes back, that larger bodied redfish, it'd be great to zoom in. Right there at the bottom of the screen, it's probably moving too quickly for a zoom, but I think we have a silk snapper there. I think it's gone from our area at this point, but the tail on that animal was almost bright yellow, much more so than an American red snapper, which we saw a couple of earlier. So that was an interesting, a little bit deeper water snapper species coming right through there.
Oh, there it is again. Yeah.
No, that'll be your friendly neighborhood Atlantic Creole fish. The snapper, if you back up, maybe 30 seconds or so, you'll see a much larger bodied redfish swim through the screen. That was a silk snapper.
Again, here's some more views of that deck machinery that have spilled off the deck now that that deck itself has collapsed and sort of crashed into the seafloor here. Again, everything is there, but it's basically like dropping an erector set from a 6.5-story building, and it's just crashed down to the bottom here. Again, getting some great views as we come up to the tip of the bow of the E.M. Clark, and I feel confident we're going to get some fantastic views of that bow shot here. It's going to be gorgeous. So, Joe Schwarzer, I know you're putting together a Battle of the Atlantic exhibit at the Graveyard of the Atlantic Museum in Hatteras, North Carolina. And do you think some of this footage we're capturing here now will help tell that story?
Oh, absolutely. This is terrific. The footage really helps tell the story, not only the loss of the ship, but the experience of those on board. And I think it'd be a wonderful addition, especially if you can create a 3D experience for the visitor.
Right. Well, what Joe's referring to is when we started the dive today, well, every dive day, we shoot something called the Boxfish 360 camera. It's a 3-lens camera system that's on an arm that extends out. In fact, in the quad view, the top left square of the quad view, you'll see it looks like a black box with a bar code on it. That's actually it, and it extends out in front of the ROV about 7 feet. And with those 3 lenses, it captures a 360 environment. So when we take it home and it's processed, we'll put it online so you can download it and experience it for free. Oh, there's some great views of the bow coming up too, folks, on the quad view. You'll be able to feel like you're there in that physical space. So on the computer, you can use your cursor and move it around and look at anywhere. But even more so, you put on the virtual reality goggles, you download it to that, and now you're in that physical space, essentially free swimming like a fish through the video. And you can look at any direction. So we're really excited to bring some of these products to you through the upcoming months. It'll take a little while to do it, but to share these first-person experiences at our outreach events and share at schools and festivals is a core objective of this project, to share this story, this amazing story of the World War II, the Merchant Mariners, and the Battle of the Atlantic, and all the maritime heritage off the coast of North Carolina of the world. And here's some fantastic views again. Maybe I don't need to say it, but if this is in 4K, this is pretty amazing.
It really is.
It's a gorgeous, gorgeous shot.
We're seeing a very large gag grouper right there on the bow of the ship here. Great to see that. Yep, nice shot, guys. Great, big, large-bodied gag grouper. Everybody's favorite relatively shallow water grouper.
And I got a report from the ship that they believe it's the same one that was sitting up on the top that we saw before. Maybe it's in residence here. Who knows? Yeah, again, here's some fantastic views here. Now we can see, this is a great view of, we're starting to see the partial collapse of the shipwreck. So that is going to happen. You know, the structure of these ships were not meant to be load-bearing on its side. You know, it was an old vessel built in 1921 when it went down in 1942. It was old already, and now here we are 75 plus years later, and we're starting to see those effects of time happen. So we're getting a little bit of hull collapse. So we're seeing the bow is intact, but just behind it has dropped to the seafloor, and the deck that was holding the windlasses and everything had actually peeled off, and that's on the seafloor too. But you can still see those gigantic anchors there. Each one probably 6-7 feet long with that fluke, which is the long part going through there. I mean, it's just amazing. And again, don't forget, from tip to tip of that cutwater you see there, which is the very tip of the bow, is probably 30 feet. So this is an enormous vessel we're looking at here. It's nearly 500 feet long. And of course, there's another lionfish in residence by that anchor too, on top of the bow. Oh, we're getting some great views as we back up here of that deck work. That gigantic anchor chain. Look at that, Chris.
Like I said, that's just crazy.
Yeah, it's enormous. The two anchors still stowed away. There's that lower one right there, the upper one. And look at that gigantic anchor. And the windlass. Good Lord.
You've got you have a whole run of the anchor chain.
Yeah, absolutely. Good Lord. So that area, for the folks at home, is the chain locker, where all of this chain would have been sort of piled up, ready to be deployed if they needed to drop the anchor. But you can see how large it is, though. It's massive.
Like I say, Tane is just flipping back through some of our information on the E.M. Clark. That front winch, the mooring equipment consisted of it was a Hyde steam windlass and 300 fathoms, so 1,800 feet of 2 5/8 inch diameter chain, along with 3 bower anchors. So you see 2 of them. Actually, you see two of them hanging from the hawsers, and look like there's a third one stowed. If I haven't gotten disoriented here, a third one stowed vertically on the top.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah,
with the shank down in.
That's what I thought. I saw that too. But
yeah,
I thought I was I was hallucinating.
Yeah, so all 3 of those huge anchors. I think they're Trotman anchors, maybe. I'm not up to speed on some of my modern anchors.
You're not up to speed on your 1942 anchors used in the
exactly
petroleum industry. Chris, we expect more from you.
I'm sorry. It's like, hey, ships of discovery. That was me. Give me the 18th century. I'll talk your ear off. But this is new territory, but extremely fascinating. All aspects of maritime history and the nautical archaeology, the ship construction, and how these vessels were built and used is just amazing.
Well, it's another plug. How useful this project is and how we're running it, where everything's been recorded. We're sharing it with the world, so we don't know at sea, and that's okay. But we'll play the tape back at home or in the office and be able to really pinpoint what some of these features were, because as we've been going through, it was difficult to identify what they might be. So again, that's the beauty of telepresence, where somebody online around the world might see a feature and they might be an enthusiast of 1920s era tankers, and they can share that, or maybe from the 40s. So this is
same thing we've already heard our colleague Chris Taylor doing is catching screenshots and saving them and sharing them to. Because none of us can be expert enough to identify everything right away when we see it. So that's why, again, this project is so valuable, that we can share it almost immediately, almost real time, even with colleagues that aren't watching live.
Absolutely.
And get an opinion, get a professional opinion from someone who might be an expert.
Absolutely. And for our ecologists, so we're going to come up here on the top of the deck and start sliding down towards the stern. So if you see an area that you'd like us to pause, happy to do so. Anything to focus on, happy to do so. And if you'd like to do the experiment too of the lights on, lights off, and sonar, please say so. We'd be happy to pause for you. Dr. Chris Taylor, this is probably for you. Would you like to take the lead on that?
Pardon me. Yes, I'm happy to do that. It would be interesting to get into, so from the bow, make our way down the hull if there's time. And, it'd be interesting to see. We saw it. There's still ambient light. At least it's not quite sunset here in Eastern North.
Has almost wedged himself in there. Is that right? Is that typical behavior? Just resting there?
It doesn't look like that. You know, it's sort of resting its tail in that crevice, and the coloration has changed completely. It was very brightly striped, dark to white, and now it's taken on what I'm more familiar with, just that sort of mottled pattern.
And
it's a great fish. Yeah.
And it looks like the fins on its back are straight up now too. Is that any indication of something, or is it like that all the time?
It's a fair question. It may not appreciate the ROV in front of it, but maybe that's anthropomorphizing a little bit too much.
And what do you think the size is of this particular animal, Chris? Seems pretty big.
Good question again. I think we had some lasers on it in one of the first passes, and possibly the ROV can get it the right orientation to do that again here.
It's a magnificent animal. I love Goliath Groupers.
Yeah, it's absolutely something when you're down further south and you encounter one and look over and realize that it's pretty much as big as you are in the water swimming next to you.
As we're looking at it, I can share when I was down in the Florida Keys off Isla Mirada. I was working on a deep water shipwreck called the Queen of Nassau that had recently been found, and we were working on it trying to figure out what it was. And it has these intact hallways. You can swim down on the exterior of the ship. So I was swimming down this hallway with all my technical gear on and giant tanks, and I look down 100 feet down, and it's crystal clear, and I see what appears to be, at the very end, a very small goldfish that's swimming at me. And it kept getting bigger, and I kept getting closer, and it kept getting bigger until it filled up the entire space. And that was my first experience with a Goliath Grouper, where I thought I had nitrogen narcosis or some sort of bad gas mix, and it was literally, 5 feet long. It was enormous, and it was thumping at me too. And it does something with its gills, yeah. Chris? Is that what they do? Do they thump?
No, it vibrates the muscle on its swim bladder. It's like a drum. Yeah, so it makes a loud, a booming sound that can be quite startling. It uses that as an alarm sound, like you experienced, but it also uses it in courtship behavior with females.
Oh, fascinating. Yeah. Well, I could say it was powerful enough I could feel it in my chest.
Yeah, so we'll have to look at some comparisons of eye width to fish length measurements, because those eyes are about 10 centimeters wide.
I'm sure there's multiple reference material for that type of study.
What's your eye width to total length, Tommy?
Oh, I don't know. Is it like a warship, like a 10-to-1 length to width ratio? I'm not really sure. I can answer that for something from the early 1900s naval ship construction. That's my area, and I could extrapolate that to Goliath Grouper if you like, but it might not mix. I don't know. Might be crossing the streams there.
So while we contemplate that, there have been a lot of really interesting questions in the chat and comments.
Thanks for breaking this up.
So,
I guess, yeah, thanks Avery for bringing us back on track, maybe?
So,
focus, everybody. Focus.
So some viewers from France have just tuned off. Thank you so much for joining us if you're still on. We have some viewers wondering if we've seen any octopus during the mission so far, and I have not seen any, but we will continue to keep our eyes peeled for those. We have another factoid from Dr. Steve Giddings that when we're thinking about the size of the lionfish we're seeing here this evening, that the largest lionfish ever taken with a spear was 46 centimeters. And let's see, we do have a few others about shark diets. Carol, there's one for you that I think you've answered in the chat, but hoping you can answer it on air. It's about whether it's possible that we saw a shark with a sea urchin in its mouth earlier, and if sand tigers can in fact eat sea urchins or not.
Yeah, so I did answer that in the chat for the people not following that. I did not see the potential sea urchin in the shark's mouth. That's not what I would typically think of as a typical part of this shark's diet, which they tend to eat larger fish and squid and other sharks and even rays off the bottom. Maybe we'll learn something new about sand tiger shark diet if we can, once I can go back and look at this video and see what Keith saw there. I'll definitely be keeping my eyes open for that. Sea urchins are very prickly, and those spines do a really good job of protecting them from predation from large animals with big toothy mouths like sand tiger sharks.
Thank you, Carol. And then we have a question for maybe Tane, but possibly also for the Global Foundation of Ocean Exploration, which is how can viewers sign up for future live videos on ocean and other scientific-related exploration?
Well, that's a good question for GFOE. Do we have maybe a pilot wants to answer that? Can we repeat the question, please, Avery?
Sure. The question is, how can viewers tune in to other opportunities for future live videos on ocean exploration?
Oh, yeah. So all these products that you see today, everything will be available at our website, engineeringfordiscovery.org. There's a lot of great resources there, and you can follow along and learn more about all the technology that we incorporate into our systems. Just a ton of resources there, and then it can also point you in a lot of other directions if you want to learn more. So it's a great place to start. If you're interested in any of the items you're viewing today.
And Avery, I want to point out too that the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries has a whole host of live interactions that we do, from undersea exploration to things we do with the outreach events. So please also go to the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries website, sanctuaries.noaa.gov, to learn more. Do you have any other questions for us, Avery?
I think we've tackled them all. The viewers are doing a really wonderful job posing thought-provoking questions, and please keep them coming. It's a great way to make sure that we're interacting. And I did just see a sea cucumber in the bottom of the screen. We're looking at an angelfish off to the left, and some jacks in the background. And Brendan, Rundy, what are some of the redfish that we're looking at right now, the red-colored fish?
Looks like we're seeing some vermilion snapper as we move along the wreck here. We were chasing a scamp grouper down the side of this ship a couple of minutes ago. I'm wondering if we'll see that fish come back in. They're kind of reclusive, and that animal, the scamp grouper, was just hanging out on the edge of the light on feed one, so I don't know if we'll get a really good look here this time of day of that animal, but nonetheless, an interesting fish to see, even if it's just a glimpse. And this is a nice shot we're looking down into. Tane, would this have been this would not have been open when the ship was in its youth, correct? This is now caved in, this hole we're looking at?
I guess so, yeah. This is Chris. It looks like, this would not have been an active hatchway. It looks like it's eroded away, although there does seem to be maybe some type of it looks to be some type of ladder well in there, but I don't think this was an active personnel hatch. Now, we're probably just seeing down into the ship. Joe, do you?
You are. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Chris. That's not a hatch. You're looking at you're looking sideways down into into the hull. And what that structure is, it's not a ladder. It probably has something to do with the bulkhead construction.
I guess so. Yeah.
And you have to remember, this is built in 1927.
I can say, and thank you, Judge. Like I'm just getting lost in the video and forgot for a minute that we're actually looking at the side of the vessel. We're looking at the starboard side of the vessel.
Yeah.
So absolutely would not have been a personnel hatch on the side. We are working our way aft. The bottom of the boat, the keel, is to our left. The top deck is to the right, and you can see kind of the edge of that if you look at the quad view. And the main deck is the main deck in this case, when it's laying over on its left side, the port side, is the vertical surface that we were coming down that is off to our right. So this is the curvature of the starboard side of the hull as it curves down to the bottom and the keel just to our left.
But it raises some interesting questions. The hull seems remarkably intact, except for here and there are these openings, and it's not the result of an explosion or battle damage. It just seems to have deteriorated that way.
I guess yeah, we may be seeing some type of differential corrosion, or possibly just as it started to deteriorate in spots, where the bulkheads and such within the ship are actually focusing the currents. As you have a large opening on one side, and the current comes in and it gets channeled, kind of like, if you think of it kind of like a wind tunnel or a funnel. It's
exactly good point.
It's increasing the water flow and the pressure at certain areas, which may make it promote the corrosion maybe a little bit faster, or possibly be the added stress to blow it out sooner than you would see elsewhere.
I wonder if anyone else on the call saw that Jack swim through with the jig hanging out of its mouth. The ROV pilots, or whoever was controlling the camera, definitely saw it, because they very keenly turned the camera upward and followed that fish for a minute. So just another example of some it's not quite ghost fishing gear just yet, because it's still attached to an animal. And then they did a really nice job zooming in on that gag grouper, guys. That was great. Thank you.
I can see there's a lot of talent sitting here on the front row with GFOE, both from the engineering standpoint and the observation and observation skills and the piloting skills with these ROVs. It's a real pleasure to work with this crew.
And just to orient.
Yeah, you guys make this look easy, but this is Carol. I'm just so amazed and impressed with the skill that you guys have exhibited over all of this huge mission. Just being able to navigate around these wrecks and keep everybody, all the equipment safe and the wreck safe and the animals safe. I mean, it's just really, really just astounding to see the level of skill and talent.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Carol. It's a no-touch, no-take expedition. We're being very careful not to impact the shipwrecks, touch them, set down on them. We've got give everything, including the animals, lots of space. No artifacts are being taken, so it really is just visual observations. And for visually at home, just to give you a sense of where we are on the World War II tanker, the E.M. Clark. We're 260 feet down on the seafloor, about 20 miles off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. The Clark is laying on its side, its orientation. On its left-hand side, the port side, we are actually on the starboard side, which is the high side of the vessel, the one that's facing the surface of the water. And it's intact from bow to stern. So it's just an incredible shipwreck site. It's 500 feet long, nearly 6.5 stories tall off the seafloor. It's about 65 feet thereabouts, and it's just enormous. So we're seeing all sorts of marine life, incredible historical investigation, archaeological investigation, visually recording what we're seeing and take it back home and really study these aspects of the ship itself. where we equally look at the ship through the lens of the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and NOAA in its role historically, archaeologically, and ecologically in how this wreck is interacting with the environment, how the environment's interacting with it. Maybe we're seeing some signs of changing climate that's happening on the shipwreck. The ocean acidification, the oxygen levels being depleted, warming waters, storms. That's all part of what we're doing here today, is documenting the site and making note of what we see, then come back periodically and see if there's changes and what caused those changes. But this is the baseline for that here now. And I'm with the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. We only protect the shipwreck. The USS Monitor, it's a very small sanctuary, the nation's smallest sanctuary, but we think it's the best sanctuary. It's the first one. It's only a 1 mile diameter column of water just protecting the shipwreck of the iconic Civil War ironclad USS Monitor. These shipwrecks we've been visiting around it are part of the region's maritime cultural landscape, and that's the surrounding heritage. And for offshore North Carolina, that's the shipwrecks. So we're partnered with so many people to help tell the story, because they're not our resources. They don't belong to NOAA, but they are managed and overseen by other agencies, U.S. Navy, the Coast Guard, MIRAD, foreign governments. And that's why we also work very closely with the state of North Carolina, where this is beyond their waters, but it's part of their heritage too. So on board, we've got Chris Sutherly, the underwater archaeologist with the Office of State Archaeology with North Carolina, to help tell that story. And what is this? The maritime cultural landscape we've been exploring around Monitor. What does that mean to you, Chris?
I guess so. Well, North Carolina has a tremendous maritime heritage. We don't really have a deep water, a major deep water port, say like Charleston or Norfolk or further up in New York. But yet the maritime culture was so critical to North Carolina, and we actually in the early sail period, we had the naval stores industry. Pine and tar and pitch was a huge commodity that all ships needed, and North Carolina supplied a lot of that with a longleaf pine in eastern North Carolina. But it's also what we've been experiencing here with the project the last almost 2 weeks now. Is the hugely variable conditions as the Labrador Current comes down from the north, bringing cold water, and the Gulf Stream brings the warm water up from the south. They meet right about where we are out here off of Cape Hatteras, anywhere from 10 to 30 miles out, depending on the season, and makes the weather very unpredictable. And because of that, because of the trade winds that they have to work with, historically shipping had to come very close to the shoreline here, to the three capes of North Carolina, and we became the graveyard of the Atlantic. In our historic records, we have over 5,000 known shipwreck losses in North Carolina waters. And over the 60 years that our office has been in place, we have about 1,000, a little over 1,000, almost 1,100 underwater archaeological sites identified within the state, both inland and along the shoreline. Wow. This is a huge story for everyone, and one that's often overlooked, especially with the Battle of the Atlantic and how close. North Carolina was where the European War, World War II, came closest to the United States, was right along the shoreline here.
Yeah, absolutely. And up in Virginia, German U-boats, U-701, mined the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay and sank ships with those mines. It was, some of those ships sank a mile off Virginia Beach, a major tourism spot. It's incredible. And, of course, the coastal communities were affected by being woken up in the middle of the night with the explosions, the bed shaking, the lights, and, of course, all that to try to washing ashore, the next following morning that you would see on the beach.
Yeah, absolutely. And the coastal communities would be blacked out. They would black out the coastal towns and cities, so that there was no or minimal points of reference for the enemy ships moving up and down to figure out where they were along the coast, because of course no satellite positioning back then.
All right, so we're just getting reorientated with the ROVs, and then shortly we will keep moving down the hull to where we saw all that activity a little bit earlier. You can see the schools of fish in the quad view there, just out of sight. See the silvery sides shimmering.
Tommy, I wonder if it's possible for to ask the ROV to cut the lights on Guru. See how that changes the lighting on the ship from the wide-angle views.
Sure. I think we're just doing a maneuver, so maybe once we're done with that maneuver, we can get that done. And for the folks at home to understand how we move, again, this is a two-body system that GFOE is operating, but the ship also has to move. So it's a coordinated dance between the ship and the ROV. So the ship is moving slightly down towards the stern of the EM Clark, and that allows the ROVs to then go with it. So every time we move down the hull of the shipwreck, both the ship and the ROVs have to coordinate with one another. Oh, got some activity there. And then for the ROV pilots, when we're able just to keep sliding down the hull just like we are, we're getting some great shots. There we go, we're moving. And Chris Taylor, would now be the time you want us to shut off the light? Do you want us to get a little bit more to where all the sharks are here, or what's your thoughts? All right. Chris Taylor, is this a great place for us to stop to do the light test?
I can answer that.
I have a mute on. Sorry about that, everyone. I was having a great conversation. Yeah, I think this would be a good spot. I think we have some of the sharks here and some of the other jacks, and I think it'd be helpful to cut the lights on Guru first, and then cut the lights on Yogi and see how the behavior might change in that imaging sonar, and if it's feasible to zoom out just a little bit on that imaging sonar, maybe one more shot to get maybe 15 meters out. And then, yeah, that's great.
Okay. So for the ROV pilots, are we able to zoom out a little bit on the blue view? Stand by. Okay. How's that for blue view, Chris? Are you able to see that?
Yeah, it's good. And if we could shut the lights off on Guru, those overhead lights of the chandelier, if it hasn't been secured yet. Yeah, we're getting to a good spot here.
All right. So we're getting set. So ROV pilots, when you're able, can we turn off the lights on Guru? Roger that. Okay. Did you guys hear that on the line? Did you hear that, Chris?
I did not.
Okay. They're just getting settled with the ship. When they do, then they will turn off Guru's lights.
I might change my mind and have them zoom back in on the imaging sonar. It looks like the incidence against the hull of the ship may be closer than about 10 meters, and so zooming into that 10 to 12 meters may be better.
Okay, so you want us to zoom in a little bit on the blue view. Okay, stand by just a second here. There's a side conversation happening.
For anybody who's just joining us, we're seeing quite a few sand tiger sharks here on this wreck, some of which have smaller fish associated with them. Looks like some yellow jacks are on that one. We've been seeing some vermilion snapper on this part of the wreck as well. We're not seeing that great abundance of lionfish that we saw in this area earlier. Wonder what happened to them. Maybe we'll see them in a minute.
We have a great question coming in for Carol Price in the chat. Carol, the question is, if we're using spot patterns along the sides of sand tiger sharks to identify individuals, how do we make sure we're not double counting a shark based on which side of its body is presented?
Yeah, that is a wonderful question, Avery, and as you know, one that we actually can't guarantee. that we aren't double counting sharks. The spot patterns on the left and right side of the shark do not match, so they're not like a mirror image on either side. And so most of our images are either a left side or a right side of a shark when we get them. You know, when we have an opportunity like this where we have video images and we can maybe follow a shark around, then we can get the spot map pattern on both sides for one shark. But in general, we can't definitively say that they are different sharks, and that's one of the challenges with this citizen science project, is just having to get the data that we can and do the best that we can with that information. But things like this, and we're a lot more able to get positive IDs on both sides. This gives us that opportunity. Sorry.
So,
and I'm going to turn it back to Chris for imaging sonar.
Yeah, I was going to say, just to share, we've turned off the lights for Guru. And how is the imaging sonar looking for you?
Yeah, it's looking great, and I didn't notice. Even if you would have told me that the moment that you turned the lights off, I'm not sure if I noticed any pattern change on Yogi and on the imaging sonar. So I guess when it's safe to do so, ROV, if it's feasible to turn off the main lights on the ROV and see if we observe any changes in behavior on the imaging sonar.
Yeah, if we could record this action on the blue view, sometimes it's interesting. All right, stand by. All right, here we go. Oh.
Well, we're still seeing a good bit of ambient light coming down from the surface, even though the sun's on its way down.
Yeah, there's a definite change in the behavior of those schooling fish that are moving through.
Yeah, for sure, a huge change in the smaller schooling fish that are hanging out on both sides and above the wreck.
We're here too in eastern North Carolina. We're still probably a half hour away from twilight. I know last time we conducted this experiment and this observation quite a bit later, maybe closer to 10 o'clock. I know we're not going to be able to stay on the bottom that long this time, but maybe as it gets a little bit darker before we have to rise, we can do this one more time. Thanks, ROV. Thanks, Tommy.
Sure. Lights back on. Yeah. ROV, when you're ready, if we get the lights back on, once you're set.
Or just move along with this ambient light. I kind of like this approach if the ROV operators and pilots can navigate safely.
Wait for it.
Startled a barracuda with those lights.
Yeah, if you saw that interaction when the lights came on. Well, that could be an experiment, Chris. Would you? We'll have to ask the ROV pilots, but would you like to ask if we can move forward with the lights off and just the blue view?
Yeah, it'd be great to just observe the fish if we were able to move forward without the extra lights from the ROV and just use ambient light.
Okay. Well, let me ask the ROV pilots, is that something possible we could do safely? Okay. Looks like we got an affirmation. We're going to give it a shot. So we're going to go lights out again. The hull, we're lucky to be up here on the high side where it's very smooth and flat. There's no obstructions. And we'll use the blue view and the ambient light to move forward, and we'll see what kind of behavior we see. Okay, we're turning the lights off, ladies and gentlemen. So on your quad view, you can actually see the ambient light on those two top screens, and as well as maybe on feed 2, if you're able to see the blue view, you can see the structure of the shipwreck itself and the marine life as we slowly move forward. And
that blue view is transmitting pulses over 10 times a second. It's basically an acoustic camera, and giving us that field of view. It's reflecting sound off of the fish right in front of it, so you'll see the bright colors, so the bright shapes in front of the fish that are getting hit by high and reflecting a lot of sound. And this is a very high frequency, so the fish likely can't even feel it or hear it. Definitely they can't hear it. But this school of fish right now swimming around is just being fully captured by the imaging sonar. And even sometimes they're casting acoustic shadows on the background of the shipwreck. So those dark images that you're seeing moving around on the surface of the ship's hull, those are actually shadows from the fish that are in closer proximity and reflecting the sound back.
There's a very large shark approaching us now too in the camera. But so, Chris, all those things that we see on the blue view, that shimmering and moving, those are all fish, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah, and we can use computer algorithms and machine learning and artificial intelligence to detect those individual targets and provide us with some counts and estimates of the density of fish in the field of view.
Would it be possible on feed 1?
Sorry, go ahead, Brendan.
Thanks, Chris. Sorry to interrupt you. I just was wondering if it would be possible on feed 1 to blow up what I'm currently seeing in the upper right-hand corner of the quad view and make that the full view on feed 1.
Stand by. That should be on feed 1 right now.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks. And the second request I have is to zoom in to maybe 10 to 12 meter range on the blue view, please.
Roger that. They're doing that for you. Make a slight adjustment. How's that, Chris? Oh, he didn't. Nope. Oh, the fish life is incredible. Look at that. All
See
right.
the toggle. There we go.
Roger that.
Yeah, those slides on that blue view software is very sensitive with the mouse action. Thanks, ROV. That's great. So now we're looking out 10 meters away, so 30 feet away from the ROV, much further than we're able to see with this ambient light in the camera.
So it almost looks
We're
like
picking up the schools of fish that are up in the water column, the sharks swimming towards.
it almost looks like, Chris, that the fish is sort of pulsing and moving as we're moving towards it through the water column on the blue view.
Yeah, this is just incredible. So the behavior that we're probably seeing here, some of these fish are trying to avoid predation, but you'll notice that the small fish are not always swimming in that very tight coordinated pattern, except right now. Every once in a while it cuts back and forth to coordinated swimming and swarming to swimming in sort of a chaotic way, and it's likely that these fish are being very vigilant with the predator risk around them, but also trying to capture plankton that are in that water column.
Chris, Avery, Brendan, any of the fish people, what do you think about what the sharks were doing when the lights went off? Any sort of thoughts about that?
Carol, I'm not sure if I noticed a change in their swimming pattern, or if there's like a startle response. Maybe when we turn the lights back on, but I'm not sure if I noticed anything in the imaging sonar when we turned them off.
Yeah, I was just wondering if
It seems
anybody
like
else
their
got a
movement-
first impression. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It
Avery.
almost seemed like they slowed down a little bit when we turned the lights off, but I would also vote to see, well, now maybe I take that back. And we also do have another ecologist who has just joined us on the line, Zach Harrison from the North Carolina Division of Marine Fisheries. is here. And Zach, what do you make of this? We're looking just using ambient light right now on feed 1, and we have the blue view imaging sonar going on feed 2. We're just seeing a pretty stark difference in how the schooling fish especially are behaving without the artificial light from the ROV.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This has been fascinating, and especially these night dives. One thing as a diver I've noticed, and is a popular thing in the Caribbean especially, is those dusk especially changes, and you get to see a change in behavior, and fish almost relax a little. And then there's also sometimes a little bit of a change of whoever's kind of hiding in a hole. So it's been interesting to see these bait fish come out a little more and maybe feel a little bit safer out there.
Yeah, looking off to the left of the field of view of the blue view, I can't tell if those are large jacks swimming along with the sharks or just a ton of sharks off to the left. It's really interesting.
Yeah, off to the
Chris,
far
I
left,
keep-
there's 1,
yeah.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'm not sure about that either.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure that out as well. I sort of see these big shapes coming up and coming up onto the top there of the wreck, and then it just seems like they get swarmed up into the bait fish. I mean, this is just so cool.
And for those at home, so those larger fish we see swimming in the blue view, those are sharks, correct?
Yes, so some of the fish that we see that are very large in the blue view are sharks. Some of the other ones we think are likely jacks that are kind of the medium-sized, and then the small ones are the bait fish.
Well, it looks like on the blue view we've sort of moved through that mass now. They're following us a little bit. For those of you that are just joining us, we are on the World War II tanker, the E.M. Clark. This is a victim of the Battle of the Atlantic. It's a tanker. We are 260 feet on the seafloor, approximately 20 miles off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. We are aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. We'd like to think of it as the pride of the NOAA White Fleet, the ship that can do it all. And what you're seeing now is a delicate dance between the ship on the surface and a two-body ROV system underneath us. And that's ROVs are remotely operated vehicles or robots, and they are being run and piloted by the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, who not only design these ROVs, they build them, they're piloting them right now, and they also brought the satellite system to bring these views you're seeing right now with a 6 to 8 second delay from what's happening on the seafloor to you anywhere in the world. So we've partnered with GFOE, with the NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries that I work for, and with the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. My name is Tane Casserly. I'm a maritime archaeologist and historian. I've got Chris Sutherly with me from North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology, as well as our partners conducting the science with the NOAA's National Center for Coastal Ocean Science, NCOS, Dr. Avery Paxton and Dr. Chris Taylor. And Chris, do you want to introduce your other participants here today?
Yeah, Tony, first, I think it's a good time for us to close out this experimental observation and turn back on the light so that we can see the other animals and we do some further observations of the fish communities.
And just for our plan going forward here, Chris, I think we're going to go forward, towards the stern, and then we're actually going to turn around and we might turn the lights back on again. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that works out great, and I'll take the intros in. I believe we have Zach Harrison from the North Carolina Division of Marine Fisheries, a colleague and in a project working on artificial reefs off of our coast recently, and then Dr. Brendan Rundy with the Nature Conservancy, and Dr. Carol Price with the North Carolina Aquarium System, an expert in sharks and the sand tiger sharks that we're observing in great numbers on this wreck of the E.M. Clark.
Wow. Fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, so I've been talking to the pilot, so we're going to turn the lights back on and then go back to that area of activity. And is there anything in particular you all would like to do? We've got about another 40 minutes or so left that we can conduct some science here. What would be your preference?
Well, I'll take that one again. I think we would like to continue slowly maneuvering around the wreck as we're making a quick transition now from the crepuscular period to what would be twilight. And I think it'd be useful, just like we saw on the USS Monitor last night. There's these changes that occur with behavior. We noticed last night some interesting swimming behaviors with some lionfish, and look forward to seeing what we see as the condition of the environment and the light changes on this wreck.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll settle back down on the deck once we get this maneuver done, and we can go back through that area again where the lionfish were and all the sharks and all the fish, make some observations, and keep moving around. And if people are watching the quad view, we've got a great view of some of those sharks coming into view at the moment. As we mentioned, we are beaming this around the world through the satellites. We're coming live from you from the ocean floor, from the sea floor to outer space, and right back down to you again through a satellite, and beaming to you through YouTube to anywhere in the world. So if you're joining us in New Zealand, Aotearoa, kia ora. If you're in American Samoa with our friends there, talofa, and in Hawaii, we've got some friends joining us. Aloha, and wherever you are, welcome to the Valor in the Atlantic Telepresence Project. We are on the wreck of the E.M. Clark, the World War II merchant tanker that was hit by 2 torpedoes and sunk very quickly in 1942 on March 18th by the U-124. The vessel is laying on its side. It's nearly 500 feet long. We're currently on the high side of the vessel. It's laying on its side, so on that starboard side that's facing the surface, and the bottom of the hull is to the right on your screen, and more over to the left is going to be the deck going straight down. We're about 6.5 stories off the sand, so it's a gigantic shipwreck. And we're looking at this shipwreck historically, archaeologically, and ecologically to study its place in the ocean environment. Okay, we're just getting set here. Oh, stand by.
Lights off. We've got. Lights on. Lights on. We've got. Same thing. Just slow.
And as the remotely operated vehicle is getting set, we're looking now at a lionfish in the bottom left of screen 1. And we also see a number of sand tiger sharks. We can see their distinctive brown spots along their sides. And Dr. Carol Price, what are the areas of white that we are seeing on the sand tiger sharks as well?
So, Avery, I think you're probably referring to some of the scratching and wounding. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, I was hoping you could share a little bit with viewers about what those might be from.
Sure. So, sharks can get those sorts of injuries from a variety of sources. One is you can see that these are highly associated with this wreck, and so one hypothesis is that some of those scrapes and scratches are a result of feeding activity. So as they're trying to grab a fish, perhaps, they're scraping up against parts of the wreck. And again, these are just hypotheses. We don't really know. There could also be some injuries on some of these sharks associated with mating activity. So specifically, if you see wounding around the front set of fins there, the ones right behind the gills, those might be a result of injuries that are where the male sharks will grab the female sharks during mating, and that can leave a very distinctive scarring and scraping pattern there. The females actually have thicker skin and denticles there, or scales in that area to help protect them, and so those wounds actually heal pretty quickly within maybe a few months, we think. Again, we don't have a lot of data on this yet, but certainly I'm hoping to get some more of that sort of information from these sharks. You can see some of them look pretty beat up. So it's not, life isn't easy as a shark.
Thanks, Carol. And Zach Harrison, I'm curious from your perspective, today we're 260 feet underwater at the sand, and I'm wondering if the fish we're seeing here today are similar to the ones that you see on ships that are intentionally cleaned and sunk as part of the North Carolina Artificial Reef Program off our coast.
Yeah, we certainly get a very similar set of fish. I see what could be some jacks, maybe Almaco jacks, and of course the sand tigers and vermilion snappers. We get a lot of those, but we notice the more inland wrecks, it seems to be seasonal. Just in our observations, we get early spring when the water's still a little cold. You don't see quite as many of these, other than we've seen some small sand tigers, maybe pretty young ones. We've actually kind of worked with Dr. Price a little bit about discussing those, but once the water really warms up, we start to see some of these bigger species come out, some of these big grouper and snapper especially.
Thanks, Zach. And Brendan, we're seeing some fish that we haven't seen in the past 5 minutes on the screen. Wondering if you can share with viewers what the schools they might be seeing on feed 2 and a little bit on feed 1 might be.
Sure, Avery. Let me flip over to feed 2. I did see a couple of vermilion snapper slip through the screen on feed 1 a moment ago. Oh, we're getting some interesting behavior here. Could we possibly zoom in on those 2 lionfish, please? This looks a lot like what we saw last night on the USS Monitor, where we had 2 lionfish that were engaging in this very similar behavior, and we're not quite sure what it is. Any speculation from the other ecologists on board?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to ask one of our experts on the chat if he's still on. Dr. Steve Giddings, can you please weigh in with what you think this behavior might be that we're watching?
Well, he's going to be typing in, hopefully, right now. And while he does that, I'll note that we sort of peeked down at these holes, but this is during early part of the day when these lionfish were up on top of the starboard side of this hull here, and they were just completely littered on the top of the hull. So now they seem to be going down deep into the structure of the wreck. I wonder if that's a change in their behavior as we went to nighttime after they're done feeding for the day.
So we have an update from Dr. Giddings. Steve says, brilliant. He thinks it's very likely that those 2 lionfish were mating. That's really interesting because we've now observed that behavior here tonight at the E.M. Clark, 260 feet underwater. And like Brendan Rundy noted a second ago, we also saw that yesterday evening on the USS Monitor at about 230, 240 feet underwater. And Steve says that lionfish reproduce every few days. Each female can put out 30,000 or more eggs every 3 days.
So we're seeing some more activity here on the main feed?
Yeah. So again, I think that's a really...
continues.
So they reproduce every few days with each female capable of putting out 30,000 or more eggs approximately every 3 days. And he does agree with our observations that the lionfish seem to be moving around more than they were during the daytime hours when we first started this dive.
Yeah, I agree with that, Steve. That the ROV, the red lights of the ROV are probably interrupting this behavior, but it's the same thing we saw last night on the USS Monitor, too. This interesting courtship swimming, coordinated swimming between 2 individuals. I always imagine the lionfish to be visual predators, and so they wouldn't be feeding at night. And I'm wondering if this movement now is sort of that transition to nighttime into a resting phase. Do you agree with that, Steve? Yeah, I would agree with that. The pairing does stop as we're moving closer. Probably don't like the invasion of their privacy. I respect that.
So we're just slowly moving forward here, just observing the lionfish and the sharks. Oh.
There it was.
Oh my gosh, that was cool. That's only like the second time I've seen it. I'm sorry. I'm all excited. That is just a very rare thing to see, to capture feeding behavior of sand tiger sharks on video. I'm going to be rewinding that over and over. Did anybody happen to catch what that thing ate? What that shark ate?
You could probably
It looks like a creel fish to me.
So you could actually pull that back in your YouTube feed and rewind it and watch that.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
And Carol, we appreciate you keeping it clean on your level of excitement expression there. That was well done. That was.
I did? Okay. Oh, yeah. Sure. No one's more surprised than I. It really does seem like these sand tigers have gotten a little friskier here in just the last couple of minutes, so maybe we'll see more.
On replay, I think that might have been a swing and a miss at a Vermilion snapper, but definitely at least an attempted feeding behavior, if not successful.
Oh, thanks, Brendan. Yeah, the only time we've seen anything like that is has been down at Frying Pan Tower, where there's a live cam feed, and we've seen a couple of those, like you said, swing and a miss, but only when the sharks have been surrounded really tightly by a bait ball. And the idea is really that a jack or something swam into that bait ball trying to get lucky and came across a sharp, pointy set of teeth. But yeah, that was really, really fantastic to see.
Yeah, it's interesting to imagine the dynamics that are occurring on this wreck that we're not able to see out of the field of view of the camera, where there may be schools of vermilion snapper and smaller fish swimming and swarming above and above the camera, and maybe the jacks are just on the edge of that light field, and as they chase those schools through and across the light field, and they're pressing them down into the wreck and moving them, unfortunately, close to the sharks now. So there's a complicated interplay between the predators here, maybe facilitating one another.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is to think about with sand tigers is a lot of people maybe think all sharks feed the same way, and you sort of think about something like maybe a white shark that, and sort of how we think those feed. One of the things about sand tiger sharks is, they're fast, but they're not that fast. So I sort of like this idea of being able to see that, they're not really going to see something far off and then go try to chase it down. They're much more likely, I think, to kind of wait for something to swim fairly close to them and then try to snatch it really fast out of the water, which is a really different type of feeding approach from other sharks that you might see on Shark Week and video of that happening. And that's probably one of the reasons, perhaps, that they wait until the lights are a little bit lower, so that they have sort of a better chance of making those successful snatches out of the water column from fish that are passing close by. So this is some work, recent work, that a colleague of mine has sort of published a paper on about some of this. So really fascinating to see this. I'm going to stop talking about shark feeding right now.
No, it's good, and that's part of the story of the shipwreck and the shipwrecks off North Carolina. So we're really loving the commentary, Carol. So we're just moving through the water column now. Up on the high side of the World War II tanker, the E.M. Clark. We're just being mesmerized by the marine life, sort of the fish jetting around, the sand tiger sharks, the mating behavior of the lionfish that we've encountered, which is great to get on film and document, and just seeing what else we can see here at night. And some of these behaviors starts to change, and we're documenting everything. Looking at the shipwrecks historically, archaeologically, and ecologically to tell the total story of their role offshore North Carolina in this ecosystem. It looks like the lionfish have tapered off a little bit.
Yeah, it's hard for me to know if we're just in a different spot of the hull like we observed before, that patch of lionfish. They were quite numerous, but not completely covering the entire hull.
So we're near the middle of the vessel now, where we saw them taper off before. There's still a couple here and there.
I'm wondering too, because we had talked earlier about the lionfish taking refuge down in the ship, and just looking at where we are now, this section of the side of the ship seems to be more solid, with fewer gaps and cracks in it than it was a little bit ago when we saw 7, 8, 9 lionfish, some down in some of those cracks and crevices where the whole plating had come off. And I wonder if they're concentrating because they have easy access to shelter or refuge area below the hull. Again, as a non-biologist throwing theories out there.
Valid. Valid. Oh.
It's a good one, yeah. I mean, on a wreck this large, Oh. Well, that was exciting.
Yeah. Did anybody see what caused that?
So for our ecologists on the line, would you like to go back to where all that activity was happening and kind of sit there and watch with the lionfish and the sharks, or would you like to move forward here where it's a little bit more sparse?
Oh, I would always love to go back into the lion's den, lion shark den.
All right, ROV pilots, if
I
we're
would agree.
able, if we can go back to that Serengeti area that we saw all that activity and the mating and the feeding.
Back into the melee.
If we could go back to the Lionfish Beaches Resort, that would be lovely.
If only we could convince these sand tiger sharks that lionfish were tasty meals, I think we might be able to solve a problem. But unfortunately, sand tigers don't seem to be taking the hint very well.
Well, I heard they have very sensitive roofs of their mouths and just wouldn't be able to handle the venomous spines. At least that's what one told me one day.
They're finicky, Chris. I think finicky is the word we're looking for there.
Right. It's like our kids, trying to feed our kids at the dinner table. It's all about the texture.
Right.
So we're just rotating the ROVs again to go back to that area of major activity that was so exciting. Again, we're on the high side of the vessel, on the starboard side of the tanker E.M. Clark, and we're going to move back towards the stern area, the end of the vessel that had all that activity. And again, it looks like we're almost on top of a metal highway, and because this ship is so big, it appears that way. So we're on the side of the hull of this tanker, which is 500 feet long, and its width we see here now, we're going along, is 30 feet wide. So it's enormous, and it's about 6.5 stories off the seafloor, about 65 feet. So this is a gigantic structure in the ocean. Oh, this is a good time to bring up, maybe for Dr. Taylor. You know, we talked about these large artificial structures in the ocean. They happen to be a World War II shipwreck. What is that type of structure? What kind of impact does it have with the marine life here?
So I'll take that. I think Chris may have stepped away for a second. So the question, Tane, to make sure I understood it correctly, was kind of how do these large structures form habitat? Was that correct?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So one of the ways I like to think of it is you have this area of vast sand, and when you have a shipwreck that sinks, it is able to form this structured habitat. And in the case of the E.M. Clark, around 500 feet long, this is a massive influx of a hard structure that rises about 60 feet up into the water column. And so that creates this island of habitat, or an oasis for marine life, which is exactly what we're seeing here tonight. So want to bring in one of my colleagues, Zach Harrison, from the North Carolina Division of Marine Fisheries. One of the things that Zach has done for his job is try to identify what types of ships they should purposely sink to form the best fish habitat. And that's part of the Artificial Reef Program. And Zach, I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how the vertical height of those reefs can be really important and relate that to what we're seeing here today with this 60-foot plus tall ship.
Yeah, the height plays a big role in that. As we've seen in this, you get bait fish and a lot more pelagic fish, whereas the natural reefs we see in North Carolina, even some of the taller ledges, and kind of what we consider kind of almost a concrete rock on the bottom, usually is just bottom fish, and it's hard for some of these pelagic fish to find places to hide. So that's one thing we look at is when we're looking to sink a ship, if we can get one that's tall enough without getting into navigable waters or what clearance were required, it seems to have a big effect. And an interesting part of purposefully sinking ships is we've noticed after we've sunk a ship, within 5 or 10 minutes as we go to do a dive on it, there's already fish that have flocked from somewhere nearby and looked for that refuge, all the way up to a couple large predators we've seen almost 15 minutes after sinking a ship. So you get fish that are desperate for refuge or desperate for looking for fish that are looking for refuge. So it's a interesting thing to see quickly, but compared to these that have been around for a long time.
And one of the things we haven't spent much time talking about tonight, because the mobile animals like the sharks and the lionfish and the grouper and jacks have been so remarkable, is that the shipwreck also forms a surface for all sorts of animals to grow on top of, and we're getting a good look at that right now. We see very colorful animals, as well as, let's see here, if we could get a tiny bit closer, we might be able to get some identifications, but it actually looks like we're seeing a crustocoralline algae, which is that pinkish red. Looks like we also may see some hydroids, possibly some bryozoans on the structures. And elsewhere on the wreck, we have been seeing beautiful soft corals and some hard corals, likely oculina.
And for our ROE pilots, if we just slowly glide back to that main area, that would be great. Thank you so much. Getting some fantastic views of lionfish in the little cubby hole there. For the folks that have just joined us, maybe Carol, could you talk about maybe the size of some of these sharks? It's so hard to tell because the shipwreck is so big. How big do you think these are?
Yeah, when you look at these sharks, it's impossible to tell exactly how large these are, but based on with the laser pointers on there, we could get a pretty good estimate. I'm going to guess that they're mostly somewhere 6, 7, maybe the largest ones might be around 8 feet. I think the largest for this species is around 9 feet. But that would be a rare individual. Most of them are probably in that sort of 6, 7 foot range. Sometimes the females might be a little bit on the larger side than the male. Well, look at that one's got a very noticeable gash in her first dorsal fin there. I'm not sure what caused that, but possibly could be associated with mating behavior that might be happening if we could stay on this wreck all night long and party with the sharks until the break of day. We might get to see something like that, but we probably won't get that lucky. But what we're not really seeing is, small sand tiger sharks or even tiny sand tiger sharks. So we're not seeing pups or juveniles. Most of the sharks that we're seeing are about the same size, so in that sort of 6 to maybe 8 foot range. And they all look to be in that size range. Those would all be mature adult sand tiger sharks, and we're seeing a nice mix of males and females. So certainly suggesting that this could possibly be a site off our coast here that might be important for mating, reproduction for this species. We know that North Carolina is important as a migratory stopover as they travel up and down the Atlantic coast, and then also in the winter for pregnant females. We're still learning a lot about which wreck these sharks want to go to for which of those activities at different times. So this is such a great opportunity to learn.
Yeah, exactly. And if we follow my...
Thank you, Carol. And
I was going to say, if we follow my analogy, if the Sandals resort's for the lionfish, maybe there's an adjacent resort for the sand tiger sharks, too. Who knows?
And Tani, we have a question coming in for you in the chat. Somebody is wondering if you can describe where on the wreck we currently are.
Absolutely. We are on the high side of the tanker E.M. Clark. The Clark is actually laying on its side, on the port side. It's 500 feet long, so it's gigantic, and we are sort of between the center of the vessel, or midships, and the stern, which is the end. So we're just up on the high side of the vessel, which is the starboard side. And again, the ship was torpedoed twice on the port side, so we haven't really seen a lot of that damage because it's hidden. But that's exactly where we are, off the coast of North Carolina, about 20 miles, and we are in 260 feet of water. You can see there's a remnants of a porthole on the main feed. You're going to see in just a moment. And all these sand tiger sharks swimming around. This was a World War II casualty. Sunk in 1942 by the U-124 on March 18th of 1942, sort of at the height of the German U-boat attacks against the American eastern seaboard that was so deadly. Just off North Carolina alone, the Germans sunk 78 merchant vessels. This is an example of that. This is a merchant ship, a merchant tanker, crewed by the U.S. Merchant Marine, and that's partly what we're doing here, is honoring that U.S. Merchant Marine heritage. They lost more lives as a uniformed service than any other uniformed services in World War II, including the U.S. Marines. When we think of all those activities that happened in the actions in the Pacific and the Marines, what they went through, the Merchant Marine lost even more individuals. 1 in 26 would not come home again. So this is part of their story and their heritage. And this is a war grave. One individual did lose his life on this shipwreck, too. Is there any other questions we have, Avery, from our guests on the chat?
Yeah, I'm seeing a couple of questions here. There's one in particular about where on the wreck are we currently, and it looks like, the map is showing us we're about a third of the way from the stern, and that multi-view map is just really nice. This is a very large wreck in relatively shallow water, so this multi-view model is showing some very high resolution, highly precise information, and good for navigating and gaining perspective. And then the follow-up question from Sit Back and Relax, one of my favorite names for an audience member tonight. Are lionfish behaving in more solitary fashion, or do they work in schools? There's so many together in one spot right here. It's just fascinating, and we agree with that. And I'm not sure. Maybe Steve Giddings could comment on that if they coordinate on hunting at all. If they're known to do that. And we did see some coordinated swimming that may be part of a courtship behavior, and we saw that with 2 pairs earlier on in the evening.
You can see we're actually in the lower part of the hull here too. You can see a little bit of remnants of the ship's keel, which is the very bottom of the ship. And sometimes we forget, we zoom in so close, we see all this activity and this marine life, and it's not until we zoom back do we realize we're on this World War II war casualty. So it's amazing for me as an archaeologist to look at this and see its dual roles. It's a transport of war at one point, and then now an oasis of life. It looks like we've got a Goliath Grouper, maybe the same one we've seen before.
Yeah, that's right. That's a beautiful fish. We've encountered it as we pass over this part of the wreck. Again, returning to that stark contrast of dark and light color banding. Yeah, it's a really cool fish to see here. Another voracious piscivore, a line weight predator, a gigantic mouth with a very large suction power, so it can just sit still, wait for a fish to swim in front of it, or accelerate rapidly, and then open its mouth and suck a very large fish in its mouth. We have a question from Steve Giddings here. I think there's a fish in the left view of feed 1, asking if that's a yellow-tailed snapper, and I think it's actually a yellowjack. I think that was identified by Dr. Rundy earlier in this dive. It's another smaller version of it swimming around that sand tiger shark in the left third of the field of view now.
Yeah, I think that's right, Chris. Yellowjack, not yellowtail snapper. And then Steve also adds, in response to the question from the other viewer, that lionfish can coordinate for hunting. Sometimes a couple works together to corral fish by splaying their pectoral fins. So we'll keep an eye out for that type of behavior. Thank you, Steve.
And you're welcome, Steve, for the fish ID. That's what this telepresence and teamwork is all about. High five.
Dr. Price, you've got some more footage to review. About 2 seconds before the switch over to the bathymetry app, there was another swing and a miss by a sand tiger in the top left.
Fantastic. Can't wait to see that. Big high five. I've also been trying to watch, when sharks are involved in sort of mating behavior, you'll see some specific behaviors where the males will follow the females pretty closely. You'll see their claspers start to move, so those appendages that the males have will actually start to kind of crisscross sometimes. So I've been just like laser focused as much as I could be to see if I have seen any of that, and I haven't, but I suspect I'll be watching more closely in the future when we have all this video available. So just excited to dig into it.
See, we're just moving back toward that area of major activity that we saw earlier. So we're behind the ROV is the stern of the tanker EM Clark, and we're on the high side of the vessel on the starboard side, just moving down slowly. And what the bow would be looking at is the ROV is looking at the bow actually about 400 feet in front of us.
Tommy, could we ask the ROV pilots for a current reading? At this point, it looks like it might have picked up a little bit where Yogi is.
Absolutely. What does it look like on the ADCP, pilots?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You think like a 0.4 knots?
So it was looking about like 0.4 on the surface, but down at depth, we're a little less than that, maybe 0.2. If I'm Andy, you're closer. I think that's kind of what I'm reading on it. Yeah, point 1 to point 2 on the bottom.
Yeah, pretty.
So still nothing. Thank you.
So, Brendan, we have another question coming in the chat, which is, why are lionfish a problem? This viewer is wondering.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So lionfish are an invasive species, and in terms of the ecological consequences of the invasion, somebody noted earlier that an individual lionfish consumes something like 5,000 individual fish as prey in a given year. And so that I did not know that number. That's a big number. So call that 15, 16 fish a day, something like that. And because they're generalist predators, that means they'll eat pretty much anything that is in front of them. And so that includes juveniles of our important recreational and commercial species like groupers and snappers and grunts and jacks and things like that. So when you extrapolate from all of those small fish consumed by just a single lionfish to the many, I'm sure, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of lionfish that now occupy the structured habitat on the United States Atlantic coast, that's potentially a very large impact on those native fish populations.
We're seeing more of the lionfish now on the deck on the feed, on the main feed, than on the quad view. It's in the bottom left. And of course, the two top views on the quad feed too is going to get you that as well.
I appreciate the patience of the ROV team here, and I know they're wondering what we would let them do next. But man, I really do think that many of us that are watching here, the ecologists that are watching on the phone line and on the YouTube chat window, are just waiting for something to happen. And this is often how new discoveries are made, how the new observations are made on the feeding behavior, mating behavior. They're made accidentally, and this is how we capture those first observations that form the next hypothesis. So I appreciate the time that we're able to spend on this wreck, turning on and off the lights, making observations with different camera views, the wide angle, the close-up, and having all this expertise, having all these eyes on the screen telling us what they're seeing, because it's just impossible to cover it all. So this has been great teamwork, and I really appreciate the opportunity. And thanks to the ROV squad for providing some really fantastic footage tonight.
You'll notice in the main feed there's another quick move by a sand tiger shark.
I saw that. I just didn't want to interrupt Chris with a huge yelp of delight, but I actually want to ditto everything that he just said. Another thing I noticed just is a little while back. Most everybody sees that these sand tiger sharks during the day have been really rather docile. They've increased their movement patterns, but I actually saw something that looked a little bit like a bully. So there's one male sand tiger shark, and he kind of drifted over pretty close to another male sand tiger shark, and actually seemed to kind of nose him off, or sort of like try to start to charge or chase him sort of from the side. And so that was something that we haven't seen from these sharks during the day, and that could be some of those males starting to vie for access to the females. So just great footage here. And I see Sean Harper asking a question about crossed claspers. And yes, Sean, welcome to the feed here. I have noticed a few male sharks flexing those claspers and crossing them again. That's a behavior associated very closely with right before mating. So great observation, Sean.
And we're seeing fish darting around. We're seeing the sand tiger sharks. We have the lionfish, the smaller fish. Just beautiful. There's a sand tiger shark that just came to view. It seems to be quite large.
Likely a large female, if I had to guess. I'm just guessing at that point. I couldn't really get the right angle on the view there, but that would be sort of consistent.
So I had a question from the ship, from Roland here, from GFOE. How are the sharks sensing each other? Is it visual, or is it sort of the electrical sensors they might have on their body? How do they sense each other?
That's a great question. So sharks use a couple of different sensory systems. They obviously rely on their sight a good deal. They also have a lateral line, so that is a special parts of their body along the sides of them where they can actually feel really, really tiny changes in like water pressure along their bodies. And other fish have those lateral lines as well, and that's a sense organ that we don't have. Sharks can also sense electromagnetic fields. They're probably not using those so much to orient towards each other. And then these sharks aren't producing loud sounds, but other fish do. And that's something Brendan Rundy can actually maybe talk about. And we've talked about the Goliath Grouper making sounds. And so certainly sharks are using all of those senses to experience, each other as well as the other fish and organisms in the ship around them at all times. Great question.
We've got some beautiful views here of the sand tiger sharks behind them as they're gliding in the water column of the World War II tanker, the E.M. Clark, sunk in World War II, March 18th in 1942 by the U-124. This is a war grave. There was one loss of life when the torpedo exploded underneath the ship's infirmary, where there's a crew member in there resting, and he was killed by the explosion, but thankfully the entire rest of the crew was able to get off. And now in 2022, we've got this fantastic artificial structure on the seafloor, this intact time capsule from the war effort. It's a phenomenal shipwreck site. It's gigantic. It's 500 feet long. And it's a fantastic dive site, too. I know it's one of those for technical diving because it is deep. It's 260 feet deep. So you have to be specially trained, but if you're able to get out here and you get the right conditions, it is a spectacular dive. And just imagine this in the daytime. You could be diving and seeing all these sharks and the history on the seafloor. It is amazing.
Great eyes by the ROV pilots there. We're seeing some fishing gear in the lower jaw of this sand tiger shark. Looks like a small hook and then a piece of, I assume, wire, and then a small two-way swivel there.
Great catch, guys.
Hopefully, eventually that hook will rust through and it will fall out and the shark will be no worse for the wear. Probably not really any worse for the wear right now, given the relatively small size of that gear, but that's not to say that it couldn't be a problem.
We're seeing some smaller fish that are darting around. What type of fish are those?
I think Brendan identified the ones with the yellow tail as the yellow jacks. I think we saw some creel fish, the bright, like orangish red, and some vermilion snapper, the pinkish red color.
Yeah, I think that sums up the species that I've seen in recent minutes. A couple of those yellow jacks just flitted through the main feed in the lower right. Not sure about any other small ones that we've seen recently. Just seeing some Almaco jacks in the top of feed one right now.
It'll be really interesting to compare all this to the daytime cruise that we took on the E.M. Clark. It seems like just yesterday, but it was, several days ago. But really will be interesting to compare not only, what you see out on the reef night and day, but also, maybe changes in behavior. So, again, just really valuable data.
Well, that's a good note to mark that we have actually come to the end of the dive today. We need to get the ROV back up on deck in a good time here. But you're right, the challenging conditions we've had over the early part of this expedition, where we tried to dive the EM Clark, and we were able to, with this team working together to work with the very high currents that we had, but we couldn't move beyond the stern of the vessel, the end of the vessel, so we had a good view of the propellers, the stern, and the rudder, but the currents were so powerful, that's all we could see, because we had to sort of peek our head out, we try to look, and then we'd get pushed back. But today, we had a fantastic view of the shipwrecks in North Carolina. We started the day with like a 0.1 to 0.2 current. It stayed constant all day, near limitless visibility. I mean, North Carolina really opened its arms for us today to share these incredible resources. So we're here aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. You can see us here. I'm Tane Casserly with Chris Sutherland, North Carolina Office of State Archaeology, and the whole GFOE team. And Roland, at the end here, you want to introduce the GFOE team? Okay, we're just going to adjust the audio here because we've got so many team members here from GFOE. We should acknowledge everybody who made this happen, because they're really the experts. They're bringing the magic to us. We're very lucky to be sitting behind them and just say, hey, can we look at this? Move here. And they're able to do everything here, so it's incredible.
So yes, it was great to have you guys along with this expedition. And I'm Roland Bryan. I'm one of the video engineers on the show here. Just off camera, you can't see Art. Art Howard is one of our videographers editing the highlights that you'll see. And behind me in pilot chair right here is Andy. He's one of our pilots. And next over is our co-pilot. And John as our navigator. So we're GFOE. We are a team of engineers of various backgrounds that come together to bring our expertise to be able to bring all this to you guys. So we really enjoy what we do, and we have a passion for it to do this for the science community, and we're glad to be able to do this. So thanks for having us.
Yeah, it's amazing. Thanks, Roland. And it's been an incredible expedition. This cruise we've done. We've seen so many shipwrecks, so many things we thought we'd never see. It was absolutely stunning.
They say absolutely, and we started off with very challenging conditions. There were a couple days where we couldn't engage in safe operations, do the dives safely for the equipment and the personnel, both on the surface and deploying it underwater. But these last 2 days, it's the conditions we've seen are rare. Very, very rare in North Carolina waters this far off. I mean, if we had written down the conditions we wanted and said, I want this, this, and this, I don't know that we could have done any better with a request.
Yeah, I mean, some of the best conditions I've ever seen. But as we're ascending, and we've had an incredible group of experts join us. We've had venues from around the country tune in, and we've talked to their audiences. It's been a real pleasure, and maybe as we do every time about this time, during every dive at the end, we kind of go around and just say what this experience meant. And for the folks that we have on the line here, maybe Dr. Carol Price, we're so happy to have you join us, and you're representing all the research you've done on sharks and Spotty Shark and North Carolina aquariums. What was this dive like for you today?
I think my enthusiasm was probably pretty evident to anybody who was listening. I'm just so grateful for this opportunity to watch these animals, not just the sharks that I care a whole lot about and I'm really interested in, but really just to see how they fit into the bigger picture of everything, to take sort of this holistic view, and then really, just to get out of the science bubble and to hear people who are just as excited about the history and the marine archaeology and the technical aspects of this whole mission. It's just really great to be excited about things like this, and just to share that excitement with so many other people that study really different things. But here we can come together. Who would have thought 250 feet below the surface of the ocean, and all just, be giddy and excited about what we're seeing. So thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Well, absolutely. It's a pleasure. And, we hope to partner with you more on future projects and, of course, share all this data with you. And we were just thrilled to have you join us on the expedition. And maybe for Dr. Brendan Runde, what was this like for you?
Boy, just so many thoughts. It's difficult to distill them down into what I know you'd like to be a brief nugget from me. But I think really for me the biggest joy of this is that this was able to be broadcast into the homes and offices of people around the world, and it's really just remarkable that this is a space age, a futuristic almost technical feat that you guys were able to put together. And I know it's been a long time coming, 2+ years in the making. And so I just think it's wonderful that we were able to participate on the scientific side, but then that also, maybe non-scientists and hopefully future scientists were able to tune in and pay attention to this truly special thing. So it was an honor to be a part of it. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you, sir. And, having renowned experts like you join the expedition and lend your voice to our expedition has helped us tremendously. So thank you for that. And maybe, this is the first time that we had Zach Harrison join us. Zach, what was it like seeing these scenes from the seafloor live beamed to you back on land?
I'll just reiterate Brendan's point. This is an honor to be included in this and get to watch this. Honestly, this type of footage reminds us why we decided to be stewards of these oceanic waters and do what we can to learn about it and protect it. And it's been amazing to be sitting here watching this. I will say it. I have been trying to clean up my dive gear while watching this, so hopefully we can get back in the water soon. I'm sure that's a sentiment shared by a lot of people here, but it's been incredible to see, and the amount of technology you've included in this, and the collaboration has been amazing. So just honored to be part of it.
Yeah, thank you so much. And obviously we've got a lot of expertise from the state of North Carolina joining us on this cruise, and you are one of those, so thank you so much. And maybe Dr. Avery Paxton. We've talked about this project for years. We've tried to launch it, and we had some obstacles, but we're here. We did it.
Yes, Tani, this mission has been a milestone. Like you said, there have been many obstacles to get here, and it is such a wonderful feeling for it to have come together with such extraordinary teamwork. And I have been thoroughly impressed by all that the North Carolina Shipwrecks have had to offer. And especially my favorite part, as I've said multiple times during the mission, this fusion of the history with the ecology. And it's just been very special. So thank you to everybody for joining us.
Yeah, and thank you. And Avery and Dr. Chris Taylor have been integral parts of this from the absolute very start, going back to our living shipwreck studies, and so much more. So Avery, you're a huge part of this, so thank you. And then maybe Dr. Chris Taylor, you and I started talking about this years and years ago. We started the living shipwrecks and collaborating on how we could use the No Ship Nancy Foster to mix archaeology and ecology, and here we are. This kind of helps to wrap some of that first phase of the project up. And man, I just, for both you and Avery, this is incredible, and I'm glad we went through this process together. And what's this like for you as we start our ascent with the ROVs?
Well, we ended it with a bang, Tane. This mission began with its planning over 3 years ago, stymied by weather and then a pandemic, and I think we made up for it in what you guys were able to show the rest of the world over the past week and a half. The teamwork with you on the ship, the capable crew crew and of the Norship Nancy Foster and the incredible technicians and engineers with the Global Foundations for Ocean Exploration collected and provided to us the scientific observations that we will use to generate new hypotheses on how these fish are associated with the shipwrecks. This remains my favorite collaboration in my time in NOAA, and I hope that this will continue. This is just a transition to the next phase of our collaboration, and I can't wait to get underwater with you again, whether it be with scuba tanks on our back or through the power of telepresence here. These shipwrecks are still amazing. They always will be for me, and this site, doing a night dive, which is just spectacular and very special, was a great way to close out this mission. So thank you, Tani, for letting us continue to be part of the story that you're telling through the history and archaeology, and letting us chime in every once in a while with the wonders of this marine life that we observe today and throughout this Valor and the Atlantic mission.
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely. And, what well said about our two offices working together, and that's what NOAA does best. It's our premier ocean agency in the United States, and it is incredible, and I just am so happy and pleased that you and Avery and I were able to work and collaborate and produce this project and bring in all our experts. And that brings us to Chris Sutherly, who after NCOS really for this project, the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology has been with the Modern National Marine Sanctuary since basically 1973.
Yeah, since Monitor came into existence in a modern era.
Yeah, and we're reestablishing, doing more and more together, talks, sharing this heritage with the people of North Carolina. So important, from the mountains to the sea. And I just couldn't be happier. And just at the end, folks don't know, but you and I actually were in grad school at the same time. You're a little bit ahead of me, so it's so fun. I'm not going to say how many years later, but
yep.
But for us to be on the ship and exploring and honoring this heritage and sharing it with the world. So maybe from you, what does this, as we ascend, what does this mean to you?
I can say absolutely. This is for North Carolina, for the Underwater Archaeology branch, being part of the Office of State Archaeology. This is kind of coming full circle for us. Early on with the program, when the first state underwater archaeologist, Gordon Watts, eventually Dr. Gordon Watts, helped and participated with Duke University and one of the early expeditions and discovered the Monitor in 1973. And over the next 6 decades, we've 5 or 6 decades we've gone and kind of gone separate ways, and come back together with this collaboration. And I think this project, this expedition, really kind of summarizes how multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary everything is. We're looking at the shipwreck. You make the point that Monitor is the smallest sanctuary, the first sanctuary. It is just the one shipwreck and the resources with it, but that microcosm of that shipwreck has so many facets, and we've seen that with that expedition. We've got the history, we've got the archaeology, we've got all the ocean sciences, every single facet of it, be it biology or chemistry. We've been talking about microorganisms and corrosion and everything else, and then you tie in the engineering and the modern maritime skills of the Nancy Foster. The only way this happened was all of those different disciplines coming together to make this project happen. And we've had some challenging days. We've had the last 2 days have been absolutely fantastic. But I think Chris hit it with something he said was the telepresence project. Right. This is not only are we doing it here at sea, people at home can experience this for themselves, with in near real time, just a few second delay. And part of our job is to do the research, but a big part of our job is to take what we learn out to the public, out to the people. We are stewards of these resources, and by taking it out to the people, to the children, right? Hopefully, we're inspiring the next generation.
Exactly. We got to pass this baton on to somebody.
Exactly. It's like, I'm going to retire eventually. I'm not going to, I'm not going to be like a professor at a university and keel over at my desk at 80 or something like that. So
No. No.
but yeah, this has just been, it's been a privilege to participate with NOAA, one of our oldest partners, with is the state of North Carolina.
Yeah, well, and thank you. And it really is true. And the state of North Carolina is our oldest partner. It's our first partner, and it'll be our last partner too. But it's just thrilling because we're all here to celebrate the USS Monitor and the Modern National Sanctuary. But you look at the surrounding maritime cultural landscape, and that's where we broaden the story, and we bring in these partners like North Carolina. Of course, we'd bring them in. So the Office of State Archaeology, the museum systems that we had. We had Carol Price talking about from the aquarium inside of the house. So sharing that heritage, sharing the biology, sharing the ecology, and that's what this project is. And again, beaming it live from here and sharing those real-world experiences and real-time exploration with the world. Not the old school way where it'd be 6 people staring at a screen and cheering. Well, who sees that? That's
right.
That we need to do more than that. We have to be better than that. And working with GFOE has enabled that process where anybody in the world, any place, any time, can basically turn on their phone and join us as we were going through this process of exploring these shipwrecks and, be forward thinking, not the old school where you're just going to draw a shipwreck and take some pictures and do your report, but we're looking at it deeper, right?
Yeah.
It's a habitat now. It's changed. We've broadened our viewpoint and we're telling that story, and that's why it's so important that we've got NCOS with us and all the experts that have joined us. And it's a very special thing because we're talking about sites where people died. There's World War II sites, Civil War sites. They were, people died in conflict. They drowned, and we need to honor them and their heritage. The U.S. Merchant Marine, again, largest ratio loss of life during World War II. These World War II sites we visited are part of that story, so we honor that heritage and everybody that works and lives on the sea. So on behalf of the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, which continues that legacy of working on the sea and research, the officers and crew are magnificent, true professionals that helped us to do this job. The Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration that brought this technology to life here and shared it with the world, with their professionals, and everybody on the line today. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been an incredible journey, and I have lost for words about how wonderful sharing this experience was with the world. So with that, fair season of following wind, everyone, and please explore your oceans and follow us on future adventures. Thank you.
Thank you.